Thanks for having me. And as everybody else, we're really sorry that we're not able to meet physically and personally. So this is really the first time that I join an international conference from my cabin up in the Norwegian mountains, 1,100 meters over sea level. But we learn new things almost every day due to this pandemic, which we hope will end soon. Okay. Logistics in the Arctic region. I think everybody should note that in the middle of March, before Easter, the Norwegian government will present our national transport plan, which will line out what will be our strategic goals and concrete investments due to all transport forms. And which will line out a period of the next 12 years. So in many ways, it would have been even more fun to join this conference if I could tell everything which this plan includes, because it is really in a final process now. So we more or less know most of what will be lined out and what will be our investments and offensive plans for the next 12 years, especially also for the Arctic region. What is special with the Arctic region? Many parts of our most important industries is located in the Arctic region. Transport and logistics is, of course, extremely important to just be able to run the business, to develop the business. The transport sector will also play an extremely important role due to the green shift. Through the coming 10 years, we really have to make a giant leap into the green shift due to the transport sector, which will also be lined out in our national plan. And in the Arctic regions, the distances are longer. It lives fewer people there than in the southern and more urbanized part of Norway, as also for the other Arctic region countries like Sweden and Finland. But so that means that the transport plan, the investment plans will be even more important to the companies, to the industries, to develop even more companies and industry, and that, of course, is what we do for the industry is usually also important and makes the living better for the people living in the Arctic region. For too many years, investments in infrastructure, also maintenance of the infrastructure, was really lacking behind in Norway. And for the last, I would say, 10 years, we have increased the investments a lot. I think I just noted, as we're working with a national transport plan, that the last 7 years, the investments in roads have been doubled. Investments in railroads are more than doubled. But even though we are doing these giant leaps, it is still so that the backlog of maintenance is still counted to many billions Norwegian kroner. That means both for the railway sector and for the road sector. And as the transport, the volumes of transport also increases all the time. The fight to really take down the maintenance backlog is getting bigger. Just a few years ago, we had a kind of goal to spend renewing of the railways. We would need 2.3 billion Norwegian kroner just to not make the maintenance backlog bigger. And now we realize that we have to spend almost 4 billion kroner to keep the railways on the same level. But we really have a plan of getting the maintenance backlog down, and at the same time increase the investment. So I can really promise that even though we have had we have increased the investments, we have increased the fight against the maintenance backlog, we will also for the coming 12 years have a quite substantial and offensive plan. Logistics in the Arctic region is very much about Ofotbanen, which is the main connection for railway to the Arctic region, and it's as you all know extremely important for the transport of goods and for the coals and the minerals from Sweden, and I can for sure say that we will keep on having plans for increasing making it possible to increase the volumes for the Ofotbanen, and we also know that we have to invest even more on maintenance to really keep the Ofotbanen up to date. We know and we realize that much of the Ofotbanen has lived long, and it has delivered for many years, and it is really needed to invest even more to just keep the line operative. Narvik is really a capital when it comes to logistics in the Arctic region in Norway, and important for the other Nordic countries, and also our relations to the world, I would say. With the port, you will hear from Rune. You maybe heard from him yesterday or later today. The people running the port they are really innovative, forward-leaning, making sure that Narvik is still the main capital of logistics in the Nordic region. Narvik is the place where the port meets the main lines on the road, and where the port meets the railway. So Narvik will still be and will also develop as a logistic capital of Norway, of the Arctic region. For many years, Narvik and the Ofotbanen was mainly about coal and minerals, but it has become an even more important railway when it comes to all kinds of goods from the southern part of Scandinavia to the northern Norway. Most of the stuff you buy in a shop in the northern part of Norway has come to northern part of Norway through Ofotbanen and from Narvik, and even more volumes, even bigger volumes from our fisheries and fish farming finds its ways to the southern part of Norway and even to the continent over the Ofotbanen and Malmbanen. And having now Ofotbanen, Malmbanen also a part of the ScanMed corridor, we see there is a huge potential to have direct rail connections from the Arctic regions to Europe. And in 2020, we also had the first train, the first container going all the way from China to Narvik, and we do, of course, also from the government see the potential of having direct lines on the railway between the Arctic region and China. So okay, I think those were my minutes. If I've maybe already oversit my time, and I won't take the other speakers' opportunity to have their messages out to all of you. So thank you very much.
Do not worry about that. Very interesting and a pleasure having you with us. So just stick around, and we will have some questions for you in the panel in the end. And now we have the pleasure of listening to Nils-Olof Lindfors. Are you with us, Nils-Olof?
Oh, yes.
Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
So you are the regional councillor of Region Norrbotten, and you will tell us about how Arctic Europe can be the World Expo for the Sustainable Society. That sounds extremely interesting, so I leave it to you.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, I'm a regional councillor, and I have the main responsibility in regional development. My background is that I'm also a process metallurgist, and in these times, you know, it's a big fortune to be also a metallurgist, since very much is happening in our region in that view. And also I have been earlier the chair of NSPA, and Northern Sparsely Populated Areas. So I know the situation is very similar on the northern Norwegian side, northern Finnish side, and the northern Swedish side. And since we are saying that we are going to be the World Expo for Sustainable Society, the background of this is that it is a very, very big focus on the EU level of the green shift. And since we have very big companies in this region that is also looking forward about what will happen in the next coming 10, 20, 30 years. It is so that, for example, Bo Kruger will tell you later also about LKAB, the extremely big investment that they are doing for the green shift. Also within the steel industry, there is a big shift. And that is, yesterday, I'm trying very hard to focus on this conference today, because we had a celebration yesterday evening regarding a new company that are going to invest about 25 billion Swedish kroners in a new green steel plant in Boden, here in Norrbotten. And it is so that what we see is that in this green shift, we will have a massive production of hydrogen. So therefore, John Ragnar, I asked you about hydrogen previously before this meeting. And that will cause that we will be the biggest producer of hydrogen in this region, all over the world. And that means also that we will have lots of spin-offs. And since, I can take the next slide, please. Can you see the slides? Yes, here it comes. we have a very good cooperation, you know, in the northern part of Sweden regarding infrastructure and how we try to promote investments in the north. Because what happens in Sweden happens in the north. And therefore, this next slide is showing you the investment, no, the earlier one, the investments in this region. We have calculated for some, maybe 2 months ago, about 1,070 billion Swedish kroner are invested in the next 20 years in this region. So it is huge investments. And today, you know, if I calculate, last week we had another 18 billion investment in chemi, in pulp industry. And yesterday we had an investment that was published that will be about 25 billion in a new mini mill that is going to make green steel. Since the industry is so devoted in investing in this region, it is utmost important that also infrastructure is built to serve the industry and the coming industry, coming investments. So next slide. Therefore, we are screaming in the north, and we have a cooperation in the northern part of Sweden. That is the Botnian corridor, where we are trying to promote investment in this region. And also, you know, every region has its Santa Claus list, the wishing, what everyone wish. But we are discussing ourselves together so that we are focusing on the most important investments, because we cannot have it all. So we have to focus. And therefore, if I have the next slide, in this Botnian, next slide, yes, in this Botnian corridor, you can see that we are cooperating between the 7 northern regions in Sweden, covering about 70% of the land area of Sweden. And that is to focus on this main line, and that is now for our northernmost region, it is the Norrbotniabanan, and also along the core corridor. And we have discussed that also on our meeting last year, where the double track, you know, between Narvik and Kiruna is utmost important. Also, we can say that, and claiming that Narvik is probably one of the most important harbors of Sweden. Since lots of transport are going via Narvik, and in the future we believe this will be also extended. We have investments also in harbor infrastructure here in Luleå, a huge investment in dredging and also improving the harbor capacity. So we will have very good sea transport in the future via Narvik and also via Luleå. Also on the discussion we had for a year ago, we discussed also about Svappavaara-Sodankylä, because we believe that the cross-link to Finland is very important. Also at the moment, also on the Finnish and the Swedish side, we are investing to couple the rail between Sweden and Finland. So the cooperation in the Botnian corridor, I think, is a very, very good example on how we can, so to say, make our speaking for both the national level and also for the EU level. That is very important. And the Swedish national plan, I think Helena will tell about that later, is also coming now next spring, this spring, I would say. And I think it's 8th of April, it will be in the parliament. Next slide. So with the cooperation in the Botnian corridor and also cooperation between the Norwegian and Finnish side in the Arctic area, I think we will have a future that is exceptional. And we will be the front runner in EU regarding the green shift. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. And Nils-Olof, you will stick around as well and join us in the panel? Perfect. So then we will have a little bit of a switch in the schedule. Helena, would it be okay for you to go now?
Yes, it's okay.
That sounds good. And you are with us both in picture and we can hear you perfectly. So that sounds good. Do you have some slides you want to share?
Yes.
All right. So you are Director Northern Region at the Swedish Transport Administration. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Perfect.
Can you see my slides now?
Yes, it looks really good. So I leave it all to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I just start off with saying thank you for the invitation to this conference. My name is Helena Eriksson and I work as a regional director at the Swedish Transport Administration. And I'll try to give you an overall view about our strategic goals and some examples of taking place in order to shift further to a modern and efficient transport system, which needs to be sustainable. So, the transport sector faces significant challenges if it is to contribute to meeting climate goals and adapt to reduced oil resources. There are high expectations of technical development in vehicles, alternative fuels, and transport concepts. Meeting climate goals and reducing the dependence of the transport sector on fossil fuels demands a new focus on the development of society and transport systems, a development towards a more transport efficient society. Before the corona pandemic, we analyzed different trends in the transport system shown on this slide, where you can see that one of the major trends are continued demands for high accessibility and good transport options, which I guess is of great interest to this conference. So, what is going on in this perspective? Well, one of the important tasks is making plans for a sustainable transport system. And as you certainly know, the Swedish Transport Administration is going through an intensive planning period right now. Work in progress to draw up planning documentation for future national transport plans, such as for year 2022 and onwards. And in the forecast for traffic development, the future demand for passengers and freight transport is being driven by a growing population and growing economy. However, I don't intend to focus on the planning process today in my presentation, but instead discuss challenges and efforts linked to heavy transport. Starting off with maintenance issues, similar to the Norwegian example. In Sweden, we see that we need to take care of the infrastructure, of course. And what is the condition of the infrastructure in Sweden? Well, unfortunately, maintenance needs are increasing on both roads and railways. The economic framework for maintaining state road and railway infrastructure have grown in the current plan, mainly with regard to railways, and results have already been seen there. But existing framework has been greatly exceeded by the need for maintenance. We have a big maintenance backlog. In addition, we note that the neglected maintenance is increasing in terms of both roads and railways. The installations are aging and worn, traffic volumes are growing, and the volume of installation is increasing with more advanced technology to take care of. We also now have better knowledge of the overall installation. The road furniture is deteriorating in both the low traffic and high traffic road networks, which is a great concern. This results in restrictions on carrying capacity and poorer road surface, leading to longer travel and transport times. The deterioration of the railway results in an increased risk of disruption and delays, and that is not our goal. So when it comes to transport, what strategies do we have to move our work forward? Well, when it comes to freight transport, we have, of course, a national strategic focus. We have a national freight transport strategy. And the strategy demonstrates the government's intention that the Swedish Transport Administration should focus its works to increase transport efficiency, to facilitate the transfer of transport from road to rail and from road to maritime freight, and to propose and implement measures for the transition to fossil-free freight transport. The strategy decided by the government is divided into 3 focus areas. We have competitive and sustainable freight transport. We have transition to fossil-free transport. And finally, innovation, skill, and knowledge. The aim is for the strategy to create the condition for efficient, high capacity, and sustainable freight transport. In addition to investing in infrastructure, development projects linked to automated transports are conducted, as shown on this slide. I will not go through them, but I just want to give you a glimpse of these exciting projects conducted in collaboration with the industry. We are facing heavy demand from our business sector that wants transports to be both longer and heavier. That's a big challenge for us in the northern part of Sweden, where there are mines in several places in a large geographical area. Our goal is that heavy goods, such as iron ore, should be transported by rail and by shipping as far as possible. But in places where we don't have any railway, we must work to increase the carrying capacity in the road network. I'd just like to mention some examples of our progress in increasing carrying capacity in railways, roads, and shipping. For instance, we have iron ore transport by road, where the company Kaunis Iron has an exemption to drive 90-ton heavy transport. The roads are being reinforced by the Swedish Transport Administration. We are upgrading the carrying capacity on the road network from 64 tons to 90 tons, where the company, Kaunis Iron AB, is paying for the difference between 74 tons and 90 tons. We are also upgrading roads, increased traffic safety and accessibility. And of course, we continue to do measurements and learn more about how the roads are deteriorating when heavy goods are being transported on them. Another example is iron ore transport by railway, where we are working towards an axle weight of 32.5 tons compared to the current 31 tons on the iron ore line railway. This means an increase in capacity of about 10% without increasing the number of trains. This is comparable with each iron ore train being able to load an additional 680 tons of iron ore. We have been making tests. We have carried out tests with trains with maximum permitted axle weight of 32.5 tons in consultation between the Swedish Transport Administration, our friends in Norway at Bane Nor, and the company in Sweden, LKAB. A 32.5 ton axle weight is the highest in Europe. And the higher axle weight will be introduced gradually, and a further investigation and reinforcement of the track will be necessary in order for all the iron ore trains on the line to be able to run with a 32.5-ton axle weight. Then we have another example, which is load class 4, which we in Sweden call BK4, which is about increasing the carrying capacity on business sector routes. The first road network for 74 tons traffic was opened in July 1st, 2018, so just a few years ago. And our region has since then opened 42% of the routes, which is important for the business sector. And by April 1st, this spring, 55% of the business sector routes will be open for 74 tons traffic. Our ambition is, of course, to continue this work actively in order to expand the network of 74-ton roads, but we have faced great challenges to our work, since over 100 bridges were initially assessed to be unable to withstand the weight without remedial action. So we are now working to investigate the capacity of these bridges and to reinforce or replace them. We also have routes where we need remedial action on both roads and bridges, which will be driven by cost and will slow down the rate of opening. Finally, I'd like to mention ongoing project plans for the port of Luleå, where capacity is being increased in order to dock ships during summer that can load up to 160,000 tons in comparison with the current maximum of 55,000 tons. Bearing in mind that iron ore is a low value commodity, it's easy to understand how important it is to have high load capacity. This also applies to the transport of coal to the steel plant in Luleå. For 5-6 months of the years, the Gulf of Bothnia is iced over, and the best alternative during winter, the transport corridor close to the Swedish coast, is therefore also being improved in order to shorten travel time and reduce the needs for ice breaking assistance. So, this ongoing shift to a more sustainable transport network is only made together with others. So together we will find solutions in that direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Helena. So collaboration, key factor when it comes to infrastructure and transportation.
Yes.
Perfect. So now we will have the chance to learn more on the port of Narvik. So Rune and Greta, are you with us? Hi, now we can see you.
Yes, we are at present. So let's start. And I must say, I have had the pleasure of being a participant in this conference for many years, and I have always enjoyed being there, meeting people working around the same issues that we do in rail and sea business. So this is very interesting. But I think that this time it's my last chance to be on your screen. So I'll just say that first of all, we'll show you a film about the possibilities there are using the Port of Narvik, and after that, my new sales and marketing director will take over and do the presentation, and hopefully you will see more to her for the years to come. So therefore, the film, please.
Narvik, the story of a journey through time built on three important pillars of our society: the iron ore, the railway and the harbour. A green transport corridor with electric trains and ships has driven this town's development from a small agricultural and fishing community to a thriving international hub in the heart of beautiful northern Norway. Here, At the base of the Ofot Fjord, nature has been generous and provided us with both shelter and protection from the raging seas. The warmth of the Gulf Stream ensures that this deep sea harbour is ice-free all year round. Our geographical advantages, as well as our strategic location, have made Narvik an international hub and a natural distribution centre of goods throughout our northern region. The railway track that starts on the quayside is connected to the international railway network east-west via Sweden and Finland to Russia, Kazakhstan and China, and north-south through Sweden to Oslo and Central Europe. Daily shipments of thousands of tons of iron ore ensure that Narvik Harbour is Norway's largest port measured in tonnage. Several daily freight trains from and to Oslo via Sweden keeps the freight terminal busy. Over the years, Narvik has also grown to become one of the most important transit hubs for the export of fresh Norwegian fish, using the railway to reach world markets. Narvik's new cruise pier was officially opened this autumn with the Queen Elizabeth alongside. Cruise is a growing business for the Port of Narvik, creating great interest and increased activity. All the undertakings at the Port of Narvik are legs in a relay, whether it is growing the cruise traffic, increasing shipments of iron ore, or working to connect Narvik and our infrastructure to new international transport corridors. The work is time-consuming, and as a result, our strategic planning often stretches over decades. By then, the baton has changed hands many times, and it will be our grandchildren and great-grandchildren who determine the way forward. Welcome to the journey.
Right, hope you enjoyed that. Can you hear me? Perfect. Right, I'd like to start by introducing myself. My name is Greta Parker. I'm the Sales and Marketing Manager as well as the Cruise Coordinator for the Port of Narvik. I'd like to thank Jon Ragnar for making my presentation shorter. He's covered quite a few of my points. So hopefully we'll just see things from different perspectives. So from the humble beginnings, there has been an abundance of mineral resources in the Nordkalotten area, but the technology to turn it into business ventures was not always there. Then came the Industrial Revolution, and the railway made its entry onto the world stage, and opportunities arose also for us in the north. When Narvik was chosen as the shipping port for iron ore for the Swedish mines of LKAB, it laid the foundation for Narvik's existence. And the first ship left port on January the 5th, 1903. You can see from the picture there, the ship and the train with 7 wagons and a small locomotive called Bifrost. The construction of the Ofoten Railway, Malmbanan, was the first step in placing the Port of Narvik on the international map. Narvik has since that day been an intermodal port connecting rail and sea transport. Even back in 1903, there were visions of trade between countries and continents, combining rail and sea transport through the hub of Narvik. It has since then proven that the mining and mineral industry is as important today as it was back then. The statement you see at the bottom of the slide, made by the then director of Norwegian State Railway, has taken us 118 years to realize, which just goes to show that infrastructure and logistic projects require patience. Today, however, the picture's a bit different, but the business isn't. The shipment of iron ore and minerals via the Port of Narvik is still relevant, underscoring the importance of good infrastructure solutions. I would even go so far as to say that the industrial future in the Barents region relies on the continued development of logistics solutions and intermodal transport hubs such as Narvik. I believe it is in everyone's interest that we as a region work together to ensure that Arctic Europe isn't left behind. Now, as a port, we have always been more international than national, and this is mainly due to the export of iron ore from Sweden. You can see from the pictures that the size of the ships have increased, and so has the numbers, especially if you compare this to the first slide. The largest ship we've had in port was up to 330,000 deadweight tons. The iron ore trains have also grown over the years, and to give you an indication of the volume of iron ore that runs through LKAB's facilities in Narvik, if you look at the train at the bottom, each train has 68 wagons. Each wagon carries 100 tons of iron ore, and there is approximately 10 train sets a day. In addition to that, we obviously also have Koni's iron that's shipped from our bulk terminal, which also helps increase the volumes. I suspect that when the railway was built, no one at the time could imagine how important this stretch of railway would become. For years, the Port of Narvik has worked towards becoming the natural choice as transport and logistics hub for the Barents region. And today we are one of Northern Europe's largest bulk harbors, with approximately 25 million tons of iron ore being shipped out in 2019. We have been defined as one of the most important ports in this region by the Joint Barents Transport Plan, a collaboration project between Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia, which is set out to define efficient transport corridors for the development of industry in the Barents region. What this picture illustrates is that all the facilities in our port to operate as a complete intermodal hub for east-west and north-south is in place, with on-dock rail, ro-ro ramp, deep-sea port, ice-free harbour, and a sheltered harbour basin. The Joint Barents Transport Plan was signed by the transport ministers from all the 4 countries here in Narvik in September 2013, and it is still valid as a roadmap to future infrastructure developments in the region. So, the future, with the future in mind, what will be important? Having glanced back to where it all started and how the mining and mineral industry has played a major part in Narvik's development, we now need to look ahead. What does the future look like for the transport and logistics sector? The change has already started, and sustainability will, no matter how you choose to look at it, will be a defining factor for transport and infrastructure solutions. The Norwegian government, along with other EU countries, has signed the Paris Accord, and both the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the EU Green Deal platform will impact how infrastructure and logistics systems will develop in the Arctic regions in the future, especially with the reduction requirements for greenhouse gas emissions. So based on the graph on the right, taken from the EU Green Deal report, the transport sector is the transport sector reducing road transport emissions will be the most important. However, the sustainability platform will not only affect infrastructure development and transport logistics, but also the whole industry production. Entire logistic chains are currently being reviewed and innovation is at the forefront. We are experiencing that transport sectors and the R&D sectors are working closely together to come up with new solutions such as fuel sources, energy hubs, autonomous vessels, autonomous vehicles, etc. The Port of Narvik, as I'm sure several of you also are, is taking part in smart city projects. And that's in order to be able to influence the development in the future infrastructure and logistics solutions. Now, this picture, I'm sure you've all seen before. It's one of Rune's favorites. The reason for that is he likes to think we can import wine from Italy to Narvik by sending fish in return. As a fully intermodal port in Arctic Europe, which is ice-free all year round, and with our strategic location, the Port of Narvik is one of only 2 ports in Norway categorized as core ports, the other one being Oslo. And that connects us with the European railway network via Sweden and the ScanMed corridor. The Barents region is still rich in ore and minerals. With reference to one of the presentations from LKAB yesterday, it was stated that they have resources, iron ore resources, until the year 2060 at least. So it is important to be connected to the international transport corridors and the green hubs in order to reach foreign markets. With future growth and expansion in our region's 2 main export markets, which is minerals and ore and fish, it is also very important for us to ensure that there is enough capacity on the infrastructure, especially the sea-rail combination, to cover the demand. So where do we go from here? Catching up with my first slide, 118 years later, the Eurasian transport link has become a milestone for the Arctic region. We are now able to connect the current east-west railway connection via Sweden and Finland to Asian markets. Fish has been mentioned as one of the biggest export categories for Norway especially, but the Barents and Nordkalotten area together collectively has goods that needs to go both east and west, as well as reaching European markets. Consumer goods, if there's anything the COVID-19 situation has showed us, is that consumer goods needs to reach markets regardless of virus. And the demand on railway transportation has increased exponentially during the years. And especially as consumers are demanding and asking questions in relation to green products. They want to know if the transportation and the production processes have also been green. The first container left Asia on the 20th of July last year and arrived in Narvik on the 4th of August, which was a transportation time of 15 days. Since then, we've had several containers going both east and west, and this opportunity to connect to current infrastructure is something that we can only see as an opportunity going forward. So what's the future of infrastructure in Arctic Europe? Again, we can't not show this slide when Ragnar is on the call, because he has stated that the Ofoten Railway is like Norway's Suez Canal. If we are to succeed in fulfilling the requirements expected in accordance with the Paris Accord, and at the same time develop and grow the Arctic region's industries across borders, we need to increase capacity on the Ofoten Railway and Malmbanan and utilize the sustainable transport corridors and the green transport hubs, such as the Port of Narvik, in order to connect all the regions and make sure that consumer goods, import, export, industries, communities and societies still have the opportunity to be part of the world trade market. So that was some information from Narvik. Thank you for the attention.
And thank you for all the information. Very nice to hear. So last out in this session is Bo Krogvik from LKAB. Hi, Bo, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Let's see.
I am.
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
I don't know why.
Let's see if you can get your video going.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, there we are.
There we are.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
That sounds good. So you are now the Vice President of Strategic Projects at LKAB, is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
Perfect. And you're here to talk about the need for increased cooperation in the development of infrastructure system in the north. Looking forward to hear it.
Yeah, thank you. Let me start to just some reflections that I got during this morning is that really the Arctic parts of Scandinavia is really the European breadbasket of raw materials. So raw materials so important if we want to reach a sustainable society with all the forest products and all the mineral products that is needed to transform the society from being a rather CO2 intensive society into a climate efficient, sustainable societies. We need the forest products for construction, but also for chemicals and others. We need a lot of metals and minerals to change the system that we work with today. And that is so essential. And what I'm going to talk about today is starting with share my screen. Share. Is firstly to tell a little bit about what we are doing at the moment, a little bit about what the industry in the northern Sweden have sort of ideas about how to raise the standards of the lines, and then thirdly about what we see as important measures to take to secure the possibility for the industry to expand for the future. Firstly, as Jan Moström told you yesterday, those who were attending at that time, we started with mining lump ore, small stones. Then in the 40s and 50s, we turned into iron ore fines, that is more like sand. Whilst we, in the end of the 50s and the 60s, turned into iron ore pellets. And now we're taking the next step where we will transform our whole operation from iron ore pellets to spong iron that is produced with, where we reduce the oxygen in the iron with hydrogen that is produced with renewable energy. During the iron ore pellets journey, we have reduced our emissions since early 60s with about 84%. That is huge. And today we already have the most climate efficient iron ore products. But still, there is 20% oxygen in the iron 2025, and that is what we are going to take away already at the mine to liberate our clients from CO2 emissions. And that is not a this is not a small amount of CO2 that we're going to take away from our clients. It's about 35 million tons of CO2, and that's about 2/3 of what the total CO2 emissions in Sweden, in territorial Sweden. But this reduction will happen in Scandinavia and mostly in Northern Europe. It is as much as if we parked all Swedish cars 3 times. Coming to logistics, as was said earlier, our trains are running 24/7. It have 68 cars. We transport about 90,000 tons a day, 10 to 12 trains daily from Kiruna, and around 5 trains a day from Malmberget to Luleå. And we have more than 40% of the total freight carried in Sweden on the iron ore line. And together with us, others are also very depending on the railroad. And we have took an initiative together with Boliden, the base metal miner, Sveaskog, big forest company, and the Swedish steel company, SSAB, where we focused on what we saw was needed for the future. And for us, of course, the standard of the iron ore line is very important. And we also see, to make the systems to work, we need a rapid investment to build the whole of the Norrbotniabanan from Luleå to Umeå. And we also see, as Nils-Olof mentioned, the possibility to ease and to give the possibility to get out the minerals from northern Finland and northern Sweden, a need for a new railroad from Kolari in Finland to Svappavaara. And that was what the industry said at that time. If we look at the iron ore line today, that is sort of the center of our operations, we can't, for us, road transportation is not an alternative. We can see, and that was also documented by the agencies in Norway and Sweden already, I think 6-7 years ago, that there is a lack of capacity. At the same time, we know that the export of seafood from northern Norway will grow. We can see new actors emerging on the metals and minerals side. So what we can foresee is that we need more capacity on the line. But we also can see today that we have a shortage in availability on the line. We have problems with derails due to old rails and so on. We have challenges with snow, with avalanches and so on, that could be handled in a better way. So the facility of the line is not up to the standard that we want to have. And when we look at the upcoming National Transport Plan, we think it must be proactive and not reactive. If, as the Chamber of Commerce in Norrbotten says, it's about 1,000 billion Swedish crowns going to be invested in this part of Arctic Sweden during the next 10 to 15 years, we must plan to meet the demands and the needs on the infrastructure already now, not after, because this, to build base industry takes long time, but I think that it takes even longer time to make decisions and to do investments in infrastructure. We can also see that yesterday a company said that we will employ another 1,500 to 2,000 people. We are going to raise our number of workers with like 2,000 to 3,000 in the iron ore fields. And we see that beside of all the needs we have for the freight, we will also have more demand for transport of people to services and work. What we need is more capacity on the iron ore line. And we want to see in this national plan the first phases of the double track Kiruna-Narvik. But today, and especially when new actors are coming in, we also see that there is a need for a double track Luleå-Boden, because we spend a lot of time waiting today to get our trains through. But we also can see that the capacity on the Kiruna, Gällivare and Gällivare-Luleå is too low. And I'm glad to hear that we're continuing with a 32.5 ton axle load on the line, because that makes, we could send, as Helena said, we could add another 10% into the trains. But also when we look at the maintenance, we would see a better plan, would ask for a better plan and a better preventive maintenance. And we have it on our trains and wagons and so on, a digitalized real-time monitoring of our rolling stock. But we would love to see that also the new digitalized possibilities on monitoring of the railroad would come through earlier rather than later. But we understand also that it might be regulatory restrictions on that. And as the headline of my talk is that cooperation is needed. It is a need for a deeper cooperation between government, agencies, and industry, where we sit down and talk about the real needs and capacities. But it's also important to have a deeper cooperation between local and regional interests and industry. And therefore it's so good to see Nils-Olof being so active on these fields. But when it comes to the cooperation between Sweden and Norway for the Malmbanan, Ofotenbanan, we have earlier from outside looked at this as a play where Norway said, if Sweden does something, we will. And then the national transportation plans are not running parallel. So there is really nothing happening. And what we think is maybe the governments of Sweden and Norway should find a new way of taking care of border crossing systems like Ofotbanan and Malmbanan, and maybe take some inspiration from the Öresund Bridge consortium between Sweden and Denmark. in how to construct it. Then we can always discuss all the other details later on. But I think there's time for new thinking in the way we deal with things like this. That is so important for jobs, for growth, and for sustainability in the future. My conclusion is that the standard of the iron ore line Ofotbanen is one of the precondition for the industrial development and for developing techniques to combat the climate crisis and reaching the goals of the Paris Agreement. And I think it's so important to look on what we can do instead of putting all sort of the challenges on top of each other, making it a mountain that we can't take down into action. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. Interesting to hear. So now I want to just gather all of you for a short discussion surrounding this topic. So we're just gonna move around you a little bit so that all the audience can see you in one screen. But just to start off, hi, and now you're with us, Rune, as well. Both you, Bo, and you, Helena, and a couple of you others as well, you talked about cooperation in your speech, and many of us met at a conference in Kiruna, the Future Infrastructure and Logistics Systems Conference. It was almost a year ago to the day, and this conference was much about creating this cooperation and sort of a movement forward. So what has happened in a year? Nils-Olof, do you want to start?
I can do that, yes. And I think it is very essential what Bo was saying, that, the problem we have with getting new infrastructure, that is the lead times. And the lead times, are much too long to be able to support the industry and the development of the industry. And I think we have to find new ways. And the experience from the Botniabanan, that was that via the EU level, we could, so to say, make a strong lobbying against the national level. And, when we get new establishment today, it takes from the first contact, maybe 4 or 5 years. Look at the battery factory in Skellefteå. We have no time for building infrastructure, and the infrastructure must be there. And this is a way that, we have to, the Swedish system is that it is a public financing. But we cannot wait for public financing if it takes lead time of 10 to 30 years to do it. We have to find new ways. And I think now, very much contact on the EU level. What we should do, I will come back to what has been done, but what we should do in a greater extent is that we should have more contacts to the EU level, because you heard the speech from Ursula von der Leyen that now, the green shift is the highest priority within the EU. And if we are now, making this very, very strong from our side together to the EU level, I think they will listen to us very, very fruitful. But what has happened? I think maybe Bo can. We had some discussion, in Kiruna for 1 year ago. I remember that I was a little pain in the ass, saying that why shouldn't we bother about the Swedish state? Let's do it ourselves. And then we had the discussion, me and Bo, and from that it has started also a work with the twin track between Nordic and Kiruna. I think not so much has been with the link to Finland, but I think we have to restart that work. Then also this morning I talked to Helena exactly what Bo was saying. Now after the establishment in Boden, we have to directly set up a meeting to start the work for making twin track between Boden and Luleå. So, you know, so much are happening and it is happening so fast. So we have to find new ways for financing to shorten the lead times. Thank you.
Yeah, so much is happening, and it's happening up in the northern part of this country. So that's really exciting. But Bo, what do you say? In a year, what do you say what has happened?
Yeah, I have had a lot of contacts with the municipalities after the line. I have talked with Nils Olof, I have talked with other industries, but we haven't succeeded to organize yet in the good way that they did in Norway with the Ofotbane Alliance, or as they have done after the Norrbotniabane group. We haven't yet done that, but now the work will start to have the government to listen to us. So I think that everybody's positive. We need to do things. And I also see possibilities on how to build something like the Ofotbane Alliance. But now we have to go from nice talk to action to pressure, I would say, the government to in the next national plan, take action for the infrastructure in northern Sweden. And a reflection is that when I, as a youngster, lived in Luleå in the beginning of the 70s up to, I would say, 15 years ago, our part of Sweden was a part where the government had to send support packages. Today, it's the other way around. We are sending resources to the south. But still, the view in the more populated areas on what we are doing is that we need subsidies for our work, and we don't. We deliver growth and we deliver welfare to the nation and the nations where we are active. So it's both putting a pressure on the political institutions and the agencies, but it also to raise the awareness among people in the more populated areas that we are doing well, we are leading the transformation of the industry, and we are producing welfare for them.
Yeah, interesting. Helena, how do you view this? What is needed in terms of collaboration, cooperation? What will work towards the political side?
Well, towards the political side, I'm not sure that that's my say. But first of all, I didn't participate in the recent conference in Kiruna, but I think you were talking about freight and cross-border and bottlenecks and such things. And as earlier speakers say, we have a lot of needs to develop the infrastructure in order to meet the demands from the business sector, and that's I agree with that one. And of course, from the Swedish transport point of view, we always work with doing the correct basis for the plans for the national transport plan, but it's always about the politicians on the national level to make decisions. Said about that, I need to just refer to Bo's reflection about the progress. It takes too long time to make infrastructure happen, and well, there are a lot of regulation and democratic procedures that we have to follow. So it's not easy to make it quicker, but we do as far as we can. But in overall, I think I want to address something for the business sector, and that is to reduce the amount of empty container goods running through this infrastructure. For example, we have a couple of trains moving from Nordic down to southern part of Sweden, which on the return are empty. And what if the business sector could work to reduce the empty container transports? Then we will get a quick contribute to the climate change.
Okay, that's an interesting aspect. Rune, what do you say about that? The possibility to reduce the empty trucks.
I'm not talking about trucks, but I can talk about sea and rail. The empty containers that Helena refers to, I believe that that can happen when fish trains from Norway go down South Sweden to Oslo because of the total weight of the train. Fish is much heavier than groceries and other stuff coming the other way. So I can think it's because of that. But altogether, I think that it's too few, not capacity enough for train business with fish from Narvik down south to Oslo or to Europe, because a lot of the fish that hasn't got capacity on train, they goes on rail, on truck, on a road, I mean. And that's, it's not a Green Deal, really. We have to focus on increasing the traffic on rail much further. But do we have the capacity of doing so? We don't have the capacity today. I have been working together with Bo, try to lobby in the budget in Norway, increase capacity for the Ofotbanen railway as well as the Narvik terminal and so on for many years. It's not easy to get through to the politicians to make them understand that this is both business-wise and elsewhere very profitable for all of us. So, but Jon Ragnar is a very eager railway fan, I think, and we know him very well. So we need to talk further with him to make things happen and be understandable within the transport department and also to the Norwegian Storting. And as there has been said about connecting Pajala to Kolari to Svappavaara by rail, it's a very good idea, and it's not a new idea. We have working together with Swedes and Finns for this for many years as well. And I think that if northern Sweden and northern Finland are going to do something about minerals up north, they need a proper way of doing so by rail and sea. And we also say that we can be a very good alternative, as we have been for the LKAB for almost 120 years, and also now for Kaunus Iron for the last Northern counties for the last 5-6 years. So we are building out. We are trying to get more traffic on the rail, pushing up China traffic to Narvik and over to the US and Canada. And if we are going to be successful, we need capacity on the rail. So both ways. We work to make more traffic, but we need to have the governments in Sweden and Norway talking better together, and not only fine speeches, but also have some money on the table. And the budget for Norway this year, it was none, but we hope that we can get some more understanding that things are happening in the north. It's not subsidized business. It's profitable for everybody that wants to do something up here.
Things are happening in the north, for sure. Jon Ragnar, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, I would like to do so. I will take one step back and one step up, just to paint a broader picture of our challenges. I think that we can agree on that. For many decades, the railway sector in Norway was just ignored, and now we are in a period where everybody wants to look to the railway. Everybody wants to go to the. Everybody wants to take the train. For the people are coming to the trains. Goods want to use the trains, and even though we have tripled the budgets for the railway the last 10 years, it's not enough. But I think I think I can speak on behalf of all politicians in Norway and probably also in Sweden, because we have good connections to our colleagues in Sweden. We really want to meet the wishes, to meet the visions, to meet the needs for both investing in new infrastructure and invest more heavy on maintaining the infrastructure which is there. So I fully see that even though we have tripled the budgets for 10 years, we could probably triple again to really meet all the needs and all the wishes for rolling out a modern infrastructure. But we are in fact dealing with a museum. We are transferring a museum into modern infrastructure, and that takes time. But I think we are at least moving forward in the right direction. But the needs and the wishes, they are strong all over the country, and there's always a balance between investing for personal transport, which is more actual in the southern part of our countries, and the needs for the railway freight, which is more the deal in the Arctic region.
Okay, thank you. Helena, you seem to agree that we actually have a museum. I mean, the first question is, why did we let it become a museum? But that might be too tricky to answer. But what do you say on this subject?
Yeah, I just agree with everything Jon Ragnar told you about the infrastructure, and both rails and roads are very old and it needs a lot of maintenance, and we have increased demands not only from the business sector but also from the passengers' point of view. So it's a popular business working with the infrastructure nowadays, I'm sure. But I thought about one thing I should mention in this topic. It's that we have reached a mutual agreement between Sweden and Finland. So now we are working together, the Swedish Transport Administration with our friends in Finland at Väylä, in order to develop the railway between Sweden and Finland. And of course, it's about the bottleneck issue at Haparanda-Torneå. So that's work in progress, and we are making plans for that development. So that's a positive effect. I just wanted to mention that.
Good. Bo, do you agree? Positive? What do you want to say on the subject?
I think every cooperation between our countries in our Arctic region is so important, because the mineralizations doesn't know borders, neither do the forest, and up to a year ago, not even the people. But due to the COVID situation, we have got new borders there, and hopefully when we're through this, we will see a new start on the cooperation between our three countries in our region.
Okay, great. So what I really like about, you guys and this question is that it is it's a narrow question that needs to be solved, and you are all working on it. Nils-Olof, you have posted a couple of questions in your group chat in this group already. Maybe you should meet with the special coordinator and so on. So it's good to see that there is a will, and that you will probably continue to collaborate to make it happen. And that was the time we had for the panel. So thanks a million to all 5 of you for participating. I hope you will keep up the good work. I hope we will see some rapid changes if possible. Probably not possible. But have a continued nice day.
Moderator, can I say something in the end?
Sure, Rune.
Yeah, I think that the question that Nils-Olof sent to Jon Ragnar, by using the Norwegian Oil Fund funding, think otherwise than usually, to build this very important railroad system in the Barents region that we are a part of. I think that you should convince the Department of Finance to don't say no, but say yes, we can do this. Yes, we can, as Obama said. Thank you.
Thank you. Go out with a bang. All right. So have a good day, everyone, and see you. And for all of you who are watching, now it's time for a coffee break, and it will be a little longer one than the ones we had yesterday. So go out, have some fresh air, stretch your legs, or take the opportunity to mingle around in the conference area digitally. Visit the exhibition, see who's there, chat with people, try to mingle if you want and you can. And then we will all meet back here at 10:30 for another very interesting session. So have a good coffee break.
Narvik, the story of a journey through time built on 3 important pillars of our society: the iron ore, the railway, and the harbour. a green transport corridor with electric trains and ships has driven this town's development from a small agricultural and fishing community to a thriving international hub in the heart of beautiful northern Norway. Here, at the base of the Ofot Fjord, nature has been generous and provided us with both shelter and protection from the raging seas. The warmth of the Gulf Stream ensures that this deep-sea harbour is ice-free all year round. Our geographical advantages, as well as our strategic location, have made Narvik an international hub and a natural distribution centre of goods throughout our northern region. The railway track that starts on the quayside is connected to the international railway network east-west via Sweden and Finland to Russia, Kazakhstan and China, and north-south through Sweden to Oslo and Central Europe. Daily shipments of thousands of tons of iron ore ensure that Narvik Harbour is Norway's largest port measured in tonnage. Several daily freight trains from and to Oslo via Sweden keeps the freight terminal busy. Over the years, Narvik has also grown to become one of the most important transit hubs for the export of fresh Norwegian fish, using the railway to reach world markets. Narvik's new cruise pier was officially opened this autumn with the Queen Elizabeth alongside. Cruise is a growing business for the Port of Narvik, creating great interest and increased activity. All the undertakings at the Port of Narvik are legs in a relay, whether it is growing the cruise traffic, increasing shipments of iron ore, or working to connect Narvik and our infrastructure to new international transport corridors. The work is time-consuming, and as a result, our strategic planning often stretches over decades. By then, the baton has changed hands many times, and it will be our grandchildren and great-grandchildren who determine the way forward. Welcome to the journey.
The first stage of the North Bothnia line between Umeå and Skellefteå forms part of the current National Transport Plan. So far, there is no funding to plan and build the second stage between Skellefteå and Luleå. Why is it so important to complete the North Bothnia line in its entirety? Did you know, for example, that every day steel equivalent to 1 Eiffel Tower is transported from northern Sweden? The ore and metal from the mines generate added value of 55 billion euros in Sweden and 10 times more out in Europe. This means that regional, national and international value is at stake if transport operations to and from northern Sweden are not up to standard. Having the whole North Bothnia line in place will bring us closer to the climate goal. 1 kilo of carbon dioxide emissions take 1 ton of freight different distances. By road, it will take you 20 kilometers, by sea 10 times as far, and by rail no less than 9,000 kilometers. The North Bothnia line reduces carbon dioxide emissions by 80,000 tons a year when transport activities can be switched from road to rail, which opens up opportunities for base industry in their ongoing work to achieve even more sustainable production. Most heavy goods traffic comes from northern Sweden, but without the North Bothnia line there's no way to redirect from the mainland to another electrified track in event of a traffic disruption. Security of delivery is enhanced for business as the North Bothnia line and the mainland together will form an effective double track. There is a high level of growth in northern Sweden. The economies in Norrbotten and Västerbotten will be investing more than 70 billion euros between now and 2035. The North Bothnia line will be extremely important here in securing competitiveness and resolving the skill supply along the coast. The coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is also densely populated. A 20 kilometers wide coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is just as densely populated per square kilometer as Västra Götaland County. It's actually in joint third place behind Skåne and Stockholm counties, and right now there's not one single track that links the cities together. The time has now come to complete the North Bothnia line in near future to 2030, for the skills supply, for a territorial cohesion, for increased growth and competitiveness, both nationally and in Europe, and reduced climate impact with more sustainable transport operations. Want to find out more? Check out norrbotniabanan.se.
Narvik, the story of a journey through time built on three important pillars of our society: the iron ore, the railway, and the harbour. A green transport corridor with electric trains and ships has driven this town's development from a small agricultural and fishing community to a thriving international hub in the heart of beautiful northern Norway. Here, at the base of the Ofot Fjord, nature has been generous and provided us with both shelter and protection from the raging seas. The warmth of the Gulf Stream ensures that this deep-sea harbour is ice-free all year round. Our geographical advantages, as well as our strategic location, have made Narvik an international hub and a natural distribution centre of goods throughout our northern region. The railway track that starts on the quayside is connected to the international railway network east-west via Sweden and Finland to Russia, Kazakhstan and China, and north-south through Sweden to Oslo and Central Europe. Daily shipments of thousands of tons of iron ore ensure that Narvik Harbour is Norway's largest port measured in tonnage. Several daily freight trains from and to Oslo via Sweden keeps the freight terminal busy. Over the years, Narvik has also grown to become one of the most important transit hubs for the export of fresh Norwegian fish, using the railway to reach world markets. Narvik's new cruise pier was officially opened this autumn with the Queen Elizabeth alongside. Cruise is a growing business for the Port of Narvik, creating great interest and increased activity. All the undertakings at the Port of Narvik are legs in a relay, whether it is growing the cruise traffic, increasing shipments of iron ore, or working to connect Narvik and our infrastructure to new international transport corridors. The work is time-consuming, and as a result, our strategic planning often stretches over decades. By then, the baton has changed hands many times, and it will be our grandchildren and great-grandchildren who determine the way forward. Welcome to the journey.
The first stage of the North Bothnia line between Umeå and Skellefteå forms part of the current National Transport Plan. So far, there is no funding to plan and build the second stage between Skellefteå and Luleå. Why is it so important to complete the North Bothnia line in its entirety? Did you know, for example, that every day steel equivalent to 1 Eiffel Tower is transported from northern Sweden? The ore and metal from the mines generate added value of 55 billion euros in Sweden and 10 times more out in Europe. This means that regional, national and international value is at stake if transport operations to and from northern Sweden are not up to standard. Having the whole North Bothnia line in place will bring us closer to the climate goal. 1 kilo of carbon dioxide emissions take 1 ton of freight different distances. By road, it will take you 20 kilometers, by sea 10 times as far, and by rail no less than 9,000 kilometers. The North Bothnia line reduces carbon dioxide emissions by 80,000 tons a year when transport activities can be switched from road to rail, which opens up opportunities for base industry in their ongoing work to achieve even more sustainable production. Most heavy goods traffic comes from northern Sweden, but without the North Bothnia line there's no way to redirect from the main line to another electrified track in event of a traffic disruption. Security of delivery is enhanced for business as the North Bothnia line and the main line together will form an effective double track. There is a high level of growth in northern Sweden. The economies in Norrbotten and Västerbotten will be investing more than 70 billion euros between now and 2035. The North Bothnia line will be extremely important here in securing competitiveness and resolving the skill supply along the coast. The coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is also densely populated. A 20 kilometers wide coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is just as densely populated per square kilometer as Västra Götaland County. It's actually in joint third place behind Skåne and Stockholm counties, and right now there's not one single track that links the cities together. The time has now come to complete the North Bothnia Line in near future to 2030, for the skilled supply, for a territorial cohesion, for increased growth and competitiveness, both nationally and in Europe, and reduced climate impact with more sustainable transport operations. Want to find out more? Check out norrbotniabanan.se.
Narvik, the story of a journey through time built on three important pillars of our society: the iron ore, the railway, and the harbour. A green transport corridor with electric trains and ships has driven this town's development from a small agricultural and fishing community to a thriving international hub in the heart of beautiful northern Norway. Here, at the base of the Ofot Fjord, nature has been generous and provided us with both shelter and protection from the raging seas. The warmth of the Gulf Stream ensures that this deep-sea harbour is ice-free all year round. Our geographical advantages, as well as our strategic location, have made Narvik an international hub and a natural distribution centre of goods throughout our northern region. The railway track that starts on the quayside is connected to the international railway network east-west via Sweden and Finland to Russia, Kazakhstan and China, and north-south through Sweden to Oslo and Central Europe. Daily shipments of thousands of tons of iron ore ensure that Narvik Harbour is Norway's largest port measured in tonnage. Several daily freight trains from and to Oslo via Sweden keeps the freight terminal busy. Over the years, Narvik has also grown to become one of the most important transit hubs for the export of fresh Norwegian fish, using the railway to reach world markets. Narvik's new cruise pier was officially opened this autumn with the Queen Elizabeth alongside. Cruise is a growing business for the Port of Narvik, creating great interest and increased activity. All the undertakings at the Port of Narvik are legs in a relay, whether it is growing the cruise traffic, increasing shipments of iron ore, or working to connect Narvik and our infrastructure to new international transport corridors. The work is time-consuming, and as a result, our strategic planning often stretches over decades. By then, the baton has changed hands many times, and it will be our grandchildren and great-grandchildren who determine the way forward. Welcome to the journey.
The first stage of the North Bothnia Line between Umeå and Skellefteå forms part of the current National Transport Plan. So far, there is no funding to plan and build the second stage between Skellefteå and Luleå. Why is it so important to complete the North Bothnia Line in its entirety? Did you know, for example, that every day steel equivalent to 1 Eiffel Tower is transported from northern Sweden? The ore and metal from the mines generate added value of 55 billion euros in Sweden and 10 times more out in Europe. This means that regional, national and international value is at stake if transport operations to and from northern Sweden are not up to standard. Having the whole North Bothnia Line in place will bring us closer to the climate goal. 1 kilo of carbon dioxide emissions take 1 ton of freight different distances. By road, it will take you 20 kilometers, by sea 10 times as far, and by rail no less than 9,000 kilometers. The North Bothnia Line reduces carbon dioxide emissions by 80,000 tons a year when transport activities can be switched from road to rail, which opens up opportunities for base industry in their ongoing work to achieve even more sustainable production. Most heavy goods traffic comes from northern Sweden, but without the North Bothnia Line there's no way to redirect from the mainland to another electrified track in event of a traffic disruption. Security of delivery is enhanced for business as the North Bothnia Line and the mainland together will form an effective double track. There is a high level of growth in northern Sweden. The economies in Norrbotten and Västerbotten will be investing more than 70 billion euros between now and 2035. The North Bothnia Line will be extremely important here in securing competitiveness and resolving the skills supply along the coast. The coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is also densely populated. A 20 kilometers wide coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is just as densely populated per square kilometer as Västra Götaland County. It's actually in joint third place behind Skåne and Stockholm counties, and right now there's not one single track that links the cities together. The time has now come to complete the North Bothnia Line in near future to 2030, for the skills supply, for a territorial cohesion, for increased growth and competitiveness, both nationally and in Europe, and reduced climate impact with more sustainable transport operations. Want to find out more? Check out norrbotniabanan.se.
Narvik, the story of a journey through time built on three important pillars of our society: the iron ore, the railway, and the harbour. A green transport corridor with electric trains and ships has driven this town's development from a small agricultural and fishing community to a thriving international hub in the heart of beautiful northern Norway. Here, at the base of the Ofot Fjord, nature has been generous and provided us with both shelter and protection from the raging seas. The warmth of the Gulf Stream ensures that this deep-sea harbour is ice-free all year round. Our geographical advantages, as well as our strategic location, have made Narvik an international hub and a natural distribution centre of goods throughout our northern region. The railway track that starts on the quayside is connected to the international railway network east-west via Sweden and Finland to Russia, Kazakhstan and China, and north-south through Sweden to Oslo and Central Europe. Daily shipments of thousands of tons of iron ore ensure that Narvik Harbour is Norway's largest port measured in tonnage. Several daily freight trains from and to Oslo via Sweden keeps the freight terminal busy. Over the years, Narvik has also grown to become one of the most important transit hubs for the export of fresh Norwegian fish, using the railway to reach world markets. Narvik's new cruise pier was officially opened this autumn with the Queen Elizabeth alongside. Cruise is a growing business for the Port of Narvik, creating great interest and increased activity. All the undertakings at the Port of Narvik are legs in a relay, whether it is growing the cruise traffic, increasing shipments of iron ore, or working to connect Narvik and our infrastructure to new international transport corridors. The work is time-consuming, and as a result, our strategic planning often stretches over decades. By then, the baton has changed hands many times, and it will be our grandchildren and great-grandchildren who determine the way forward. Welcome to the journey.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Hello from the post office here, the old post office in Stockholm. For the next hour and a half, we'll be addressing a very interesting subject, that is indigenous rights and its relation to mining. And before I get started on my own anecdotes related to this subject, I think I should hold back. And the first speaker is someone who can give us a good overview of what the issues are based on real experiences in another country which has mining and indigenous rights issues. It's John Sutherland, a lawyer and an academic. He's an academic at various universities, right? University of West Australia, Murdoch, and also Dundee in Scotland. So John, please, you're very welcome. And we're looking forward to hearing a little bit more about your view on indigenous rights and mining and the issues behind it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Håkan, and thank you to the conference organisers. I'm very happy to join this panel and talk about these issues. I'm sad not to be able to be there in Stockholm, but I very much look forward to learning from the experience and the expertise of the other people presenting, and then and to join the discussion later. It's customary in Australia to acknowledge the traditional owners. So I'm speaking to you from Whadjuk Budja, from Noongar country in the southwest of Australia, and I pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. And what I'm hoping to do over the next 15 minutes as best I can in this presentation and the paper that accompanies it is give a short summary of the international standards and also how they work, because there's sometimes a complexity
John, Sorry, John. This is Håkan. I'm interrupting you midstream. Sure. But the screen that you are sharing it's looking a bit narrow and stretched out. I don't know if you can do something about it. It'll work.
I can, but it's there's it's pictures. It's the text is not a lot there, so I can play around with that, or we can continue.
No, we'll continue. See how it goes. Sorry, John.
All right. No, that's fine. That's fine. So to talk about these standards, and let's dive in. I guess the first couple of slides, I just want to set a bit of context. So hopefully, Håkan, can you read? You read that? That's as wordy as it's going to get. So to make this first point of a distinction between international and domestic law. So international law obligations on states, and there's domestic law, which obviously businesses must follow. But for a long time, where the domestic law did not meet the international standards, there wasn't a lot that you could say about business. More recently, there are standards that say business must respect international human rights, and we'll walk through the significance of that later in this talk. The second point to make is that, yes, there are some ambiguities sometimes in international law, and sometimes where we have perhaps agreed words in a document, that doesn't necessarily mean there is a consensus understanding on how what those words require in any particular situation. And the last 2 points that I make here, let me just hold them, because this slide, don't worry about the words, it's just a way of demonstrating how this academic has talked about the different ways in which people use and understand human rights. And that's important because you might be in a debate, an argument, a discussion about this company isn't meeting my human rights. Well, what does that, what are you saying there? What does that mean? And Dembor, she says there's 4 ways of understanding human rights. It's important to understand that. And when I talk about human rights, I'm essentially talking about the international human rights standards. What are agreed? What are the mechanisms that will be enforced? That's not to say that that's the only way to understand human rights. And she said there's more commonly people might talk about my right as my entitlement as a human, and that's also a valid debate. That's not what I'm engaging with here. I'm engaging with the law. It's important to understand the law, and perhaps this diagram may explain it. Don't go down to your local court and say, this company is not meeting the Universal Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, because that's not what that tool is for. That's not what the local court will understand. And the time where you might need the Universal Declaration and to use that tool properly, you might have blunted it. So that's, I guess, just a bit of context setting to, well, what are these standards? Where do we find them first? Looking through the materials, there's 3 key treaties. These are standards that countries sign up to. Countries say, yes, we accept this. These are binding on this. And the key ones here, the treaties on civil and political rights. In there's a right to culture, and the treaty on racial discrimination. And in that, the article about rights of equality and treatment is the main one, where we've seen material and standards and decisions that inform us what's required in relation to mining Indigenous interaction. There is a treaty from the International Labour Organisation about Indigenous and tribal people, and it applies broader than just simply in labour or work situations. And that's relevant to to nations that have joined that. I don't think it's as relevant these days to companies, because it's been overtaken to some degree by the Universal Declaration. So the next 2 documents you see here, the Universal Declaration in 2007, and a thing called the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, usually abbreviated the UNGPs. These are not treaties. States don't sign up to them, but they are expectations of business. And so the UNGPs in 2011 said that all the existing mechanisms, that still stays. Yes, states need to implement these human rights standards, but in addition to that, businesses must respect human rights. They must have policies. They must do due diligence on their operations to understand if they're going to be impacting human rights and where that arises, to mitigate that, to remedy that. And by human rights, it says, you can see here, that includes, say, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. So regardless of whether, if you're operating in a country, whether that's signed that international treaty or not, that is an expectation that the company needs to be aware of those standards. And where relevant, where its operations interact with Indigenous people, also the Covenant on Racial Discrimination and the Universal Declaration on Rights of Indigenous People. The OECD guidelines is essentially another treaty, and it's a way that picks up, it's a way of implementing, I guess, or monitoring. If someone thinks a company is not following the UN guiding principles, they can make a complaint under the OECD guidelines, which then tries to mediate that outcome. And we can talk about that a bit more in the discussion if we want. So they're the standards. What do they say then in relation to mining and Indigenous impacts on Indigenous land or Indigenous people? It's very clear through many decisions that where there is not agreement from the group, if a mining proposal or mining operations threaten the survival of the group, deny their right to culture, that is a breach of international human rights standards. So you can see that in the first point there, and it's cumulative. So if there've been a number of operations there and this one more now then is effectively sort of threatening that group's existence, the fact that this final operation doesn't do it all itself, the international decisions essentially say, look, it's cumulative. If it's having that impact, then that's a breach of human rights. Where there's a limited impact, there have been a number of cases where the courts or the committees have looked at this and said, yes, there is an impact, and in that area perhaps that does impair your right to culture, but your ability to practice that cultural activity is not threatened across your entire area. So there are some cases where they'll say where there's a limited impact on the way of life or the livelihood, that is not seen as a breach of human rights. There's some cases dealing with this complexity between individuals and groups and how to deal with that. And then the last one you see here about consultation. And I suspect we'll come back to this because the final quote I have is from a very recent decision, Ågren and Sweden, under the Racial Discrimination Treaty. And it says there, consultation isn't just a matter of essentially giving people the right to comment. Where there's significant impacts, it needs this free, prior, informed consent. And I think there's going to be a whole talk about free, prior, informed consent, so I won't take any time with that. So very quickly and roughly, they're the standards. What do you do with them? What's the significance of them? Well, certainly they're obligations on the state. Nations need to follow them, and to the extent that nations are not, there are committees, there may be complaints. The UN has a regular monitoring process that will be essentially picking the nation up, saying, well, what are you doing about this? This is something you need to address. And many countries will have, most countries will have, say, law on racial discrimination. That becomes now a domestic law, and to the extent that either government agencies or companies are not following that, that will have its ramifications within the country. On business, again, they need to follow the domestic law, but a lot of these standards are also being picked up. We're seeing them picked up essentially through contractual requirements. So membership of, say, the International Council of Mining and Metals, through financier requirements, maybe it's IFC or Equator Principles banks, and expectations that way. And again, the OECD guidelines has this general complaints process. So all these standards, to the extent that a mining operation is perhaps not meeting those, it can be played out in these various forums. Free, prior, informed consent, as I said, let's skip, because we can perhaps pick that up in the discussion. And just for the last few minutes, I'll talk a little bit about Australia and how these, or the significance of them here. So Australia, people may be a little surprised, is not actually a country of long standing at the international level. It's only 1901 that the former colonies. So this next map, ignore the colours for this moment. You can see it's a number of colonies, now states or territories of Australia, and they are, that is where the legislative and the regulatory control of land and resources sits in Australia. It's at that subnational level. But of course, Indigenous issues, if it's a question of compliance or not with an international treaty, that's at a national level. So these Indigenous issues arise both nationally and subnationally. And I've made some comments there historically, very little accommodation of that. In fact, quite bad racism and exclusion. Contemporary situation is better. There's still areas where there is inconsistency with the international standards. So there are Indigenous protection laws, but probably most relevant to mining, there is a national law that came about after a 1992 court decision, which essentially said where there are Indigenous customary connections to land, the law will recognise that. And so there was about 1.5 years of extensive consultations across the nation with all various stakeholder groups that led to this thing called the Native Title Act in 1993. There's more detail on that in the paper, but essentially it said, well, all the titles that have been granted up until now, all the mining operations, that's accepted as valid, but from now on, there's now a mechanism in place before a government can grant a mining right. There's a negotiation process that is encouraging agreements as a way before that grant can be valid. And that's a national law. It's binding. All the states and territories have to follow that. So as I said in the discussion, I'm happy to talk a little more about that, but I'll keep to the timing here. And I guess maybe just a couple of minutes to wrap this up and where I think I see these heading in the future. Certainly, there are increasing mechanisms that will have implications if a company operations are inconsistent with the international standards. And so a lot of the time, the historic response of, look, we've got our permit, we've followed the process under the domestic law here in Australia or in Sweden or wherever it is, that doesn't do enough. And so I think the response we'll see to that, and we are seeing in some regulators, is, again, their old system where they just said, look, we've looked at it, we've understood it, and we'll give permission for this to go ahead. That's going to be used less. We're going to see more encouragement and pushing for negotiation, pushing for agreement making before perhaps on-the-ground operations can go ahead. So we'll see those developments, I think, in a lot of countries. And then the last point, increased attention to supply chains. So we've seen that in cases. I think there's going to be more of that, even if perhaps a particular company in the mining chain, maybe it's not respecting its obligations. There'll be questions of, well, where's your investment coming from? Who are your customers? And pressure at those levels to say, what are you doing about your connection with these human rights impacts? So it was 15 minutes. I'm happy to leave it there and looking forward to the discussion to pick up a lot of the points in there. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Excellent. Yeah, you got a lot of information in those 15 minutes. I'm very pleased. And there is a lot to be discussed, really.
Yes.
And we have a panel at the end, and we really want to get there with good time so that we can address these issues a little bit more in detail. So having said that, then I will turn the screen over, I can say, to Emma Wilson, a researcher and consultant who's been working with these issues, and she'll be probing a little bit more about FPIC and the practicalities of it and mining-related projects. Go ahead, Emma.
Great, thank you, Håkan. Thank you to the organisers for the invitation to speak today. And that was a great presentation, John. And a great introduction to what I'm going to say. So I'll crack on because of the time. So last year I did a research project for ISEAL, which is the Global Membership Organization for Sustainability Standards, looking at the implementation of free, prior and informed consent by voluntary sustainability initiatives. And while FPIC is now established as a norm within the standards and principles applying to mining and other sectors, there's very little evidence of effective FPIC implementation. Having said that, the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance and the Aluminium Stewardship Initiative came out quite well from this report, largely due to the comprehensiveness of their standards, which are fairly new, and the involvement of Indigenous people in the standard development and governance of the standard. So, sorry. So there are two main entry points for FPIC, promoting the protection and respect of Indigenous rights, including self-determination, minimising risks and enhancing opportunities for vulnerable and resource-dependent communities who may or may not be Indigenous. In practice, certification standards and international financial institutions tend to focus more on vulnerability than self-determination. A major challenge in implementing these systems is where governments fail to acknowledge Indigenous rights to land, for instance, or they grant exploration or development rights to a company without prior community consultation. Community engagement is often delegated to companies. So it's interesting what John was saying just now, which greatly increases risks to the communities and the companies themselves. It's virtually impossible for companies to address unresolved issues of land rights and resource sovereignty through project consultation and consent processes. So both governments and companies have responsibilities for timely, good faith engagement and consultation. These are as important as FPIC and apply to more situations, including in the planning and exploration phases. So an ISEAL colleague asked if there was an authoritative voice to refer to on the interpretation of FPIC in international standards. And I suggested looking at the role of the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, notably reports by James Anaya and Victoria Towley-Corpus. These reports emphasise the role of government in consulting on planning decisions and before granting concessions and exploration licenses, and they underscore the business responsibility to respect rights independently of state obligations. Anaya also outlines a preferred model of resource development on Indigenous lands, if it is to take place at all, led by Indigenous people's own initiatives and enterprises, which is happening in some places, but obviously not everywhere. Towley-Corpus emphasises the need to move beyond the debate over the veto implied by FPIC and instead focus on the international human rights obligations of states. She states that FPIC should be a general objective of consultations and an obligation in case of significant impacts. So the question of significance brings me to my next slide. This relates to work I did recently with a mining company. Exploration activities on Indigenous lands may vary from driving around and picking up rocks to setting up temporary camps. There should be some community engagement, no matter how significant this activity is. This helps to assess future risk and inform communities that there will be a process of FPIC prior to activities with a more significant impact. And if communities make clear they do not want mining even at that stage, the activities should not go ahead. So who decides what is a significant impact and how? If company experts believe that exploration activities will not have a significant impact, but the community is convinced otherwise, then you need to talk about it. And you also need to talk about what will potentially come later. Sharing information and maintaining a dialogue can help to assuage anxieties and manage expectations, even if details are uncertain. It's also possible that local people could even turn out to be commercial competitors, but that shouldn't be an excuse for not being open with them about what you are doing. So this slide relates to my work on the ISEAL report and on this book, edited by Rachel Lorna Johnston and Anne Merrill Hansen. On a project basis, who is Indigenous is determined through screening and deciding on the basis of selected criteria whether an Indigenous people's policy needs to be triggered. In the past, this has distracted from ensuring the most vulnerable are protected, hence efforts in some cases to extend FPIC beyond Indigenous peoples, notably by the Forest Stewardship Council. And ICMM also mentions that option. Companies need to carry out due diligence to assess the governance gap, and including whether or not the government has done any prior consultation with the Indigenous groups affected or involved Indigenous peoples in planning decisions. For consultation, consent and negotiation of impact and benefit agreements, the guidance is that the goals and ground rules be mutually agreed with the affected community, although selecting who should represent the interests of the community in that is inevitably a sensitive matter. Standards often lack clarity, and there is a lack of detailed context-specific guidance. Every context is different, and the situations vary dramatically. FPIC and meaningful consultation are often poorly understood by implementers and auditors, who often lack relevant knowledge, capacities and experience in cases which rely heavily on good judgment, and that isn't discussed enough. FPIC and good faith consultation are difficult to verify as well, and often take place in isolated locations that are difficult to access for third-party monitoring and independent research. So key tools. Community protocols are a way for communities to formalise their own rules for engagement prior to the arrival of developers. Some sustainability initiatives recommend companies support such processes. Effective due diligence includes environmental, social and cultural impact assessments carried out in collaboration with affected communities. The Agwegu guidelines of the Convention on Biological Diversity were approved in 2004 and remain an important guide to integrated impact assessment as recommended by the OECD guidelines. Negotiated agreements are an important part of an FPIC process, and some experts propose them as a proxy for FPIC in sustainability standards and investor screening. This requires further research and guidance on how to meet FPIC criteria through these. The complaints mechanisms of voluntary initiatives are frequently used by local communities to address land rights violations and failures to implement FPIC. They also help to maintain FPIC by supporting ongoing dialogue and ensuring accountability. So to the case studies, I'll talk about these briefly, brief highlights. So many of you will be familiar with the case of the Bijavagi gold and copper mine near Kautokeino, northern Norway. The local municipality made a decision to say no to the reopening of the mine in the early 2010s. Norway has signed ILO 169 and incorporated it into national legislation, and the ILO complaints mechanism is used by the Sami to challenge government policy. The OECD guidelines that John mentioned also have a complaints mechanism that's used in Norway. And like Finland, Norway has also adopted towards sustainable mining, which was mentioned yesterday. However, the decision to say no to an environmental impact assessment for this gold mine was not made through an FPIC process, but by elected representatives on the municipal council in line with the Planning and Building Act. Kautokeino is a majority Sami community, and representation on the council was split along existing lines of reindeer herding Sami versus non-reindeer herding Sami. The reason for not allowing an EIA to take place was, as far as I understood, because in that way the municipality could retain control over their decision. After an EIA has taken place, a local decision could be overruled by Oslo. The Swedish mining company admitted that they hadn't realized how important reindeer herding was locally. They took 10 years to secure an exploration license and have since secured more licenses covering the whole area, and they have invested a lot of money in this. But they cannot move ahead because of local opposition. For me, this demonstrates the importance of early engagement and consultation as a risk mitigation measure prior to large-scale investment. But the question of developing the mine still remains unresolved. In Greenland, greater autonomy and potential independence are associated with the need to exploit mineral resources. The government of Greenland believes that they are the representative institution for the people of Greenland in policy decisions following the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that John mentioned. However, the government has been making top-down resource development decisions, and many Greenlanders, including communities affected by mining, believe that their interests are not being represented. Policy decisions made without due consultation have led to public protest, for instance, notably in the lifting of a moratorium on uranium mining. Meanwhile, global groups are also seeking to protect Greenland and the wider Arctic from mineral resource exploitation, raising the question, if a mineral resource is there, does it have to be made available to mine, or should a line be drawn somewhere? So that's a big question, perhaps, to discuss. And in Russia, the Komi people are not recognized as northern indigenous minorities by the Russian government, but they do, the northern Komi especially, do practice reindeer herding, a traditional activity. FPIC is carried out in forestry in the southern Komi Republic because the Forest Stewardship Council is there, but there's no demand for it in relation to oil and gas developments in the north. Many northern Komi people are not against oil development per se, but they object to environmental damage and the lack of prior consultation, which have led to protracted local protests. When we did a research project looking at how local people perceive corporate social responsibility, it essentially all boiled down to showing respect to the local community. So, concluding thoughts. The government role is essential to protect Indigenous rights, ensure clarity, and reduce business risk. Companies need to carry out due diligence to assess the governance gap prior to starting their activities, including whether the government has involved Indigenous people in planning decisions. Good faith engagement and consultation are as important as consent and are a key risk mitigation strategy from the earliest stages. Both governments and companies have responsibilities in this regard. Capacity building is essential. Decision-making and relationship building require understanding and good judgment based on knowledge, experience, and the ability to listen, learn quickly, and show respect. Planning for the future needs to be done collaboratively to reduce risks and make better, more sustainable decisions. Here's some references, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Emma. Excellent. Thanks a lot. We have international and national experts on these subjects here, and we have a chat, and you have the possibility, the audience, of asking questions here. I will keep an eye on the chat, so do take that chance. I think we've set this up nicely. It's almost like it's been planned, right? You've got John talking about the international sort of wider issues, and Emma looking a little bit about more closely at FPIC and sort of honing in on Sweden a bit even, talking about the Swedish mining company there in Norway. And we have the issue of the governance gap. You brought that up, Emma. I think Kaisa is someone who's looked very closely at that specific issue and other related issues in Sweden. So Kaisa, please, the screen is yours.
Hey, thank you very much. Can you see my screen now?
We see it well, thank you.
Thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you, Emma and John, for excellent presentations. It's been a privilege to listen to you. I'm also joining from indigenous territories. So like John, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the Idre Samebu territory in the southern part of Swedish Sapmi. And with that, I'd like to talk about mining and Sami rights in Sweden, and especially the governance gap that Emma also mentioned. So just to give you a bit of a background, there are hundreds of years of mining history in the Swedish Sapmi, the traditional Sami territory. Here in the map, you see the Swedish side of Sami territory in blue, covering half of the country. And still today, a majority of Swedish operational metal mines and vast majority of the mining sector revenue are in fact generated within Sapmi. And the Sami rights here can be sort of divided into two components. The first is that reindeer herding right is a recognized property right within the Swedish domestic law. So it is comparative to land ownership as a user right, as a property right. In addition to that, Sami are a recognized indigenous people also in the domestic law, in addition to the international law that John mentioned. Despite these rights and despite the centrality of Sapmi for the whole mining sector in Sweden, there are no royalties paid to the affected Sami communities or for the Sami people as a whole at all. There are also no treaties of settlement of land rights, so land rights remain unsettled in Sweden. Sweden has also not carried out a Truth and Reconciliation Commission on all the colonial legacies that the Sami have faced. And I think this is an important backdrop to the discussion in Sweden. There has been in the past 10 years increased interest in exploration and concession permit applications in Sapmi, which has led to escalating conflicts with the affected Sami communities and also the environmental movement. And part of the reason for this escalation of the conflicts is the cumulative impacts of all existing land uses in Sapmi. There is a acceleration of land use in this area that most Swedes perceive as wilderness. That's not the case. There are multiple competing land uses, making it tough for the reindeer herding communities and resulting in these conflicts being escalated. And besides protests, they have also led to court cases and appeals to the UN. And John already mentioned the recent ruling by the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination last November on the Rönnbäcken case, Oren versus Sweden, where it concluded that granting a mining concession in Vapsten, Sami reindeer herding communities area without due free, prior and informed consent process constituted a violation by the state party of the treaty. And besides calling on the government to revise this individual permit, the committee also recommends that the state party amend its legislation in order to reflect the status of the Sami as an indigenous people in natural legislation regarding land and resources more broadly, not just mining. So it's now established that the current legislation in Sweden doesn't fulfill the treaty against racial discrimination. And so what does this mean in practice? What are the key problems in the current regulations and permitting practices? Together with my colleagues, Christina Allard and Rebecca Lawrence, we have recently finalized a study, a comprehensive study of the mining regulations and permitting practices in Sweden, looking at this very issue to identify the needs, the concrete needs for what needs to be revised and what are the key issues. What we did was a socio-legal analysis. So we combined the legal analysis of the Minerals Act and the Environmental Code and their preparatory works with policy guidelines from state authorities, with interviews from permits authorities, 3 workshops with public agencies, Sami reindeer herding communities and mining companies discussing these issues, relevant case law outside Sapmi, but that affects the interpretation of the current regulatory framework, with a number of high-profile critical cases where Sami communities have made a particular effort to influence the permit process and get their voice heard. So we were interested in looking at, okay, so when you have a community that really wants to affect the outcome, what are their chances of making an impact on the permit? So with this data, we also had other studies as a backdrop that we've been doing in a number of research projects with colleagues that also inform our understanding of the case. So it's not a one-off study, it's a part of a number of research projects over the past 5 years. So the take-home message from our study is that the current permitting processes for new mines in Sweden do not provide Sami reindeer herding communities with effective means to influence the outcome, and they do not ensure adequate protection of Sami rights by the authorities. So the processes are heavily tilted towards granting a mine, and the communities never really stand a chance. And the deficiencies concern both how the regulations are formed and also the permitting practices of the regulators or of the permitting authorities. And I'll run you quickly through the 5 key problems that we've identified. So the first problem is that Sweden lacks a state duty to consult the affected Sami reindeer herding communities. There is no such regulation in place, unlike Finland and Norway. The recent attempt of the government to introduce one seems to have failed in the parliament just recently. There is no parliament majority to endorse the new regulations on state duty to consult. So the only consultations left are the corporate consultations. Just like Emma said, governments have a tendency to delegate to companies the consultation duty, and this is definitely the case in Sweden. However, these consultations lack requirements to obtain Sami consent. So the minimum requirements are very low, and the companies can go ahead without consent of the affected Sami community. The second problem is that the whole regulatory system, both in the Minerals Act and in the Environmental Code, is built on the a priori assumption that reindeer herding and mining can coexist. So the whole issue of how to sort of navigate these 2 competing land uses is approached from a perspective that, oh, but they can coexist. And so now it's only a matter of how we sort of tweak the permit so that that happens. The problem with this, besides it not being sort of empirically validated or sort of being the tilting of the system, is that the full impacts of an individual mining project are never assessed to verify whether this coexistence is possible. So the land use issue, the competing land uses issue, is decided during the mining concession permit phase, by which time the full impacts of the project are not yet assessed. So there is no full EIA available by the time this decision on the concession permit is made. On the other hand, by the time the full impacts are known in the environmental permit phase, the environmental court no longer can make the decision to say no to a mine. That decision is only about conditions for the permit. So the full impacts of the project are actually never assessed when there is still a possibility in the permit system to say that no, these impacts are too great on Sami rights. In additionally, there is no adequate regulations on cumulative impact assessment, something that John referred to, that the cumulative impacts of existing land uses need to be taken into account. There are also no regulations on social or cultural impact assessments. So the knowledge base based on which the permit authorities make these decisions is clearly inadequate. The two other problems concern the weak recognition of reindeer herding as a property right in the regulations. So neither the Minerals Act or the Environmental Code treat reindeer herding as a property right. They talk about reindeer herding as a public interest. And what this does is that it turns right holders into stakeholders. So the rights of reindeer herding communities are invisible in these sectoral regulations, despite the fact that they are recognized as rights holders by Swedish property law. So by this time, it would be highly unlikely that a mining concession in a permit process organized this way would actually get a no based on Sami rights, in any case, no matter how significant the impacts. Should the Sami community then want to appeal the permits, there is no access to justice for concession permit process. So the government is the sort of final authority to grant mining concession permits before a court of law, and the government decision on the concession cannot be appealed based on the merits of the case. The trial at the Supreme Administrative Court is very limited and only looks at procedural flaws, not the merits of the case. So there is no access to justice for the concession permit phase in the Swedish system. And for me, this is quite an outstanding governance gap, one of the most basic principles of rule of law. So what is left for the Sami herding communities is to appeal to the UN bodies, which is exactly what happened in the Rönnbäcken case. And I'm assuming we will see more of these cases as long as the system looks like this. So how to navigate this governance gap as a company? Well, the first step I would say is to recognize that this is, and acknowledge and be transparent about that this is the situation in Sweden. So it's quite common with this type of argumentation in the public discourse that Sweden has some of the most progressive and ambitious regulations on mining permitting, and that it would in fact be sort of beneficial from a global perspective to mine in Sweden rather than in other countries with weaker regulations. And this is simply not true in terms of Sami rights. So I think it's important that we stop communicating this kind of false marketing of the Swedish permitting system, considering that we now know that this is simply not true. My question, I guess, to companies is that what is the social license to operate with a permit granted under such inadequate regulations, particularly if considering new permit applications for mines not yet running. And so the question is, what can mining companies do to improve their social license to operate under these conditions? And John and Emma have been touching on that topic, but I sort of thought of the concrete issues in Sweden. One of the topics that has been addressed or discussed, for instance, in a workshop that I facilitated between mining companies and Sami reindeer herding communities and government agencies a few years ago, was the recognition that the Minerals Act needs to be revised, and that this would be in the interests of the mining sector in Sweden to actually get better domestic law on this issue. And of course, the mining industry is somebody that the government is very keen on listening to. So getting this message from the mining sector, I think, would definitely make a difference. Also, I think that we would win a lot by having new regulations to safeguard Sami rights in also other sector regulations, particularly the state duty to consult. We seem to be failing on that right now, but I think this is inevitable that Sweden needs to endorse such regulations. Then a third point, in Sweden, there's been a lot of discussion about the frustration from mining companies that asking Sami communities to be open to a yes as a part of corporate consultations and not persisting on a no. And I would sort of send the ball back to the mining companies to say that is no a possible outcome of corporate consultations? Because if it is not, then to me, that's not really a genuine consultation. And this has been one of the key critique of the Sami communities, that no is never at the table. It's not a potential outcome of the corporate consultations, that they always start by the assumption that, okay, how do we get to a yes with conditions? And I think committing to no as a possible outcome, that it could happen in some cases, considering the impacts, would really strengthen the SLO of companies. Or, of course, like Emma was talking about agreements, committing to consent from the affected Sami community as a condition for new projects. So making agreements with Sami communities and not going ahead without such agreements in place. The way I see it, as long as we have the current domestic regulations, and particularly now with the third ruling, I'm a conflict researcher, and having followed cases like this also in other countries, I would say that the likelihood of conflicts and appeals to UN to continue to turn out are very likely, as long as these are the governance conditions that we have in Sweden. Thank you very much.
Excellent. We are trying to warn you, the audience, that we're going to be running a little bit over time on the panel, but I think it's very well worthwhile. And since we are virtual, there's no actual real lunch at the conference to be in time for, then I think we can do that, just so you're aware of that. All right. In Sweden, issues related to reindeer herding and mines and other land uses are often couched in the terms of conflicting interests. So we felt for this conference that we should really sort of extract the rights parts of indigenous rights and the Sami and reindeer herding to make it clear that that is what we're talking about. And we're not talking about general land uses. But having said all that, Ronald from the Swedish Geological Survey, your project that you will present has a more of a general scope. But of course, reindeer herding would be one of your issues that you've been looking at. So the screen is yours, Ronald. Please go ahead.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and present the project here with the northern scope. And I will start with a picture here of the Kristineberg mine, which is actually within an area we have, where we look, existing reindeer herding. There is a town hidden there. There is windmills. There is forestry. All of this going along in parallel since the 1940s. The Milner project is a Horizon 2020 project, one of 3 major projects which we have participated within the geological survey during the past 4 years. The other two is X-Mine, which is a project that is actually focusing up on developing advanced X-ray technology of drill cores. The second is Smart Exploration, which has developed drone technology for, among other things, geophysical exploration, but also tools for prospectivity. So these can be visited homepages with interesting top-notch results. The project started to be outlined in the application from 2016, and it was started in late 2017. It consists of 30 partners and third parties. Some facts that we got a budget of 1.5 million. We got 60 to 80 people involved all over Europe. We got quite a number of deliverables. All of this can be found on our homepage, and quite a large number of stakeholders. And I will talk about this in how this can affect the Sami region here, or rather the northern region also, I would say. So this picture here is part of a reindeer herd that passes close to Kristineberg every year from the Ran village, which my family has coexisted together with for the past generations. Why do EU initiate this? Yeah, we can start to have a look at this picture of exploration costs. And what we see is that Europe is the least explored part of the globe today. And the main part of the exploration takes part in the northern countries and in the Iberian Peninsula, partly Ireland, partly Greece, a little bit in Austria, and some of the eastern countries. Considering that the lion's share of the metals produced, consumed, are not produced in the EU. So we have an environmental budget deficit there. So within the project, we set up 4 objectives. One was to create a knowledge repository about land use, including legislations, and also based upon data that we collected. So we used, in all, for the database, we had 16 mining and policy cases, which has grown to 19, together with mineral policies and legislations. That can be visited at the Milan homepage, seen here. The cases, they are covering from Norway to Sweden, Finland, Ireland, Portugal, Spain, Poland, Greece, Italy, and Austria, covering all aspects of the projects, as well as how the land use is affecting the process within the permitting. For Sweden, we had 3 cases: Boliden, Fäbodliden, Tjärn, and Märtainen. Boliden is a case of the community interaction. Fäbodliden, Tjärn, general understanding of how the process works, including the system of national interests. And Märtainen is the LKAB case, which is focusing up on compensation measures, among others. Further, the second part for which we gathered data was through our network, that we had interaction with stakeholders throughout Europe, more than 300, in local workshops, in workshops in Brussels, and also final conference. The local workshops on Ireland, yeah, this is what we had. Right. some of the information that we gather from the cases, it's that there is a high need for high quality geological data, of course. A lot of it seems on the face quite obvious, but it's not always. So that's a reason for us to gather it. The minerals, in order to get into the land use, they need to be assessed for their value. Thus, we need the instruments, such as our national instruments, but Norway has similar instruments. There are in Poland, there are in Austria, there are actually in most of the countries. The question is how these instruments, how to introduce minerals into the land use function. But there is a need to allow for equal assessment for minerals with other land uses. Why do we have that? It has been answered here before yesterday. We cannot move a mineral deposit. It is where it is. So we cannot say move all the extraction from northern Sweden to Skåne, for example. A large part of the minerals do not exist there, apart from vanadium, for example. There are other challenges and solutions that were practically also delivered. How to deal with sensitive nature. Can this be done? One idea there is the three-dimensional land use planning, is that you have something happen on surface, something happening below surface. And this is idea that is being pushed not only here, but also in Portugal, for example, and Greece and other places. A particular challenge, if we should talk about busy land use, the land use in the northern part of the country is nothing compared to the challenges that exist in southern Europe. So there, the challenges that are with metals can be found with simply aggregate extraction for building roads, for building houses and such. With there is simply access of the land is very tricky. Another thing that came up into the play is that if we put minerals into land use, they had to be it has also to fit to designing mining areas. Without mining areas fitting into the land use, the minerals cannot be explored or rather put into extraction. And of course, there is compensation measures. And there are today elaborate schemes that I will give some examples. Is that from the continent, is that in order to get allowance for extraction of aggregates, there are elaborate schemes with both fitting old problems, like in the Netherlands, so that they have what's called översvämningar, sorry for switching language, that they deal with how to trick the flooding and make solutions for that. And that gave them also creating new habitats at the end of the extraction, has given huge impact there. Another thing that has came out was that there has to be a flexibility, so the land use is not locked. Reason for this, which is a bit strange for us, is that actually we have two variants of the land use. We have the strategic, which the national interests are part, and we have the detailed. In some of these countries, it's only detailed, and it is locked for 10 years without possibility to change it. As said, stakeholder interactions, they should be transparent, and they should have an early involvement. The strategies should be well thought out, and it should be clear to the stakeholders what is happening and how the process is going on. There are today employed, it's become an industry standard is that there is the legally required consultations that has to do with how land use plans are formed and the EIA. And they are actually as elaborate when it comes to extracting the raw materials of the aggregates and the continents that there are for metals here. Another objective that we had is that we should facilitate mineral and land use policy. And the basis of it all is the high quality data and to make that accessible. And if that is lacking, it becomes more difficult. That's the reason for the Geological Service to exist, is to provide this and improve upon adequate data here today. We also viewed about the instruments where one route has been pushed has been safeguarding, and that is basic to lock the land to specific land use process. Ending up with the experts said that their view was that the important stuff is to have that different interests can be weighed in a way that will make one land use possible. And actually, in some cases, the minerals should be weighed above others. And in the permitting, exploration has been touched here, and it was the technical view for most people is that the exploration can be done with minimal impact on other land use. So it seems as something that can be done in parallel. DIA actually has a tool that can, at least according to my experience, determine the process. If it doesn't pass, there are even going through different parts here in the process that can be stopped even before the decision for an EIA is done, positive or negative. So what we see in Sweden is that we don't have many projects that have been approved in the past 15 years.
Excuse me, Ronald, it's Håkan here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I'm just going to ask you to wrap up. We're running a little bit out of time. Sorry.
Yeah, I have just a few slides left here. So we developed a model for the land use, and it's basically goes from data guidelines to land use planning. And that connects the permitting process, which again adheres to new land use decision. And what has to be understood here when it comes to the ownership of the commodities is that the metals are in almost all cases, and that is not only here in Sweden, it's throughout most places in Europe. They are governed by the state. Others resources are privately owned. So they have a bit different solutions legally. The areas of national interest, that's our instrument, and we share that with Norway, actually. They have developed it even further so that they see up on 3 different levels that goes into, one could say, prospectivity onto to well-known deposit. And the data here, I would like to make give some information, is that we have here in Sweden, we have a unique archive that gives us knowledge about the bedrock. It cannot only be used for the exploration, but also for environmental concerns, if to know about the content of the rock. In order to get the whole process to function, one thing that was raised, particularly by municipalities and regions, was that how do we have the competence? How do we have the capacity in order to deliver a reasonable decision from our point of view in the application and the land use process? So this is an important thing that we can see varies even here within Sweden. So in shortly is that, as said, clear planning processes, sharing information about spatial and environmental plans with stakeholders, include stakeholders in planning, and we have both statutory and public consultations. With that, I would say we must find ways to coexist, and thank you.
Right, thank you, Ronald. Excellent. I mentioned just now that we're going to be running over time, but that we'll steal some of your virtual lunch. I think that will be not a big problem, hopefully. Next speaker, Jenny. You are the CEO of what in English would be the Swedish Sami National Organization, something like that. Yes, without further ado, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Börja med Mannelia Jenevik Karlsson. My name is Jenevik Karlsson and I'm a legal senior advisor and CEO at Sami Drikkasjärvi. We don't have an English word. We only use our traditional name, the Sami name. I will not, even though I'm a work with legal issues, I will try to sum this up with some other inputs, and I will now share my screen because a lot of you have already spoke about legislation and spoke about the framework, the policies, and so on. So I will try to give a little bit of other inputs to you, and I will see what very interesting. This is what's not supposed to happen when we tried this before. It worked, and even short of time. So let's see if no.
Yeah, don't worry, Jenny. We have time.
No, that's okay. Well, so you will now see my screen, hopefully.
Indeed, we do. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So this is the people I represent, mostly the reindeer herding communities. And I would like to start also to recognize I'm located in Umeå, which is traditional land of Ran, Tjelde, Ran reindeer herding community. So I will give my respect to them. I'm self-indigenous. And this is our members, or not all of them, but some of them. And our point is that we are Sami and we want to be Sami without being more or less than other people and have right to self-determination. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, Jenny, hey, this is Håkan.
Yeah.
The screen is not showing as well as it could be. You have a setting there, visningsinställningar, which you could press. And then I think you will have an option. Sorry to mess with you here, but this is the way.
That's okay.
Yeah. Växla mellan. Den första där. Yes, that one. Yeah.
Is it better? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for helping. That was an easy fix, quick fix. Nevertheless, I will try to not. I would just like to show this picture because it is people and it's our culture, our livelihood we are discussing today in some kind. I will just show you this, and I don't know if you will get this sent out to you, but Sami Drikkasjärvi has some goals, and what we are a member organization with all the Sami communities, reindeer herding communities are our members, and we have some key goals, of course. And I will not read this up to you. You can read it yourself, and you can look into it on our website as well. And we have talked about responsibility, obligation, and legislation. And as mentioned, the state has a responsibility and an obligation to protect the Sami culture, including reindeer herding. And as Kajsa said, it is also a property right. Even though the European Union has as well a responsibility and an obligation to protect our culture, and the government, of course. As we have mentioned, we have talked about conventions, and that the convention often contains protection towards indigenous rights, as well as Sami rights when we talk about Sweden. And that action that threatens reindeer herding is actually, from our point of view, a violation of this convention. Sweden hasn't ratified ILO 169 yet, and still thinking about it, and has done about 30 years. Although the Supreme Court in the Girjas case has declared that ILO 169 is normative, even if Sweden hasn't ratified it. So we need to implement it better within the domestic framework, the legislation. Well, I said I wouldn't talk so much about legislation and rights. I would like to talk about responsibility and what responsibility and what we are talking about. As you see, is Aitik, this large open mine pit in Gällivare Skogssameby's land, and you also have traditional mountain area which is grazing land for reindeer herdings. So what responsibility have we, and what responsibility has the state, the government, the companies overall? Well, as we all have heard, I'm glad to be the last speaker before the panel, is actually we need to do some work. We have some homework. The state of Sweden most certainly has it. And why? Because we're talking about coexistence, the meaning of one word. Even we talk about it within the legislation, we talk about it in the meaning of FPIC. We talk about it when we talk of mining interest as a national interest. We talk about it in a lot of times. What we need to talk about, of course, is this coexistent, or as you can see, existence? Is it on equal terms? Well, as you probably guess, I don't think that we are on equal terms. Not in most of the areas are unequal. We have some challenges. And we need to recognize that adaptation has been done by the Sami always, without influence, without capacity and consultation. And we still, even though we have a lot of knowledge, with you, all of you speakers, all of you that listen, all the company has a lot of knowledge today, but we still rely on goodwill from others. And when I say we, I mean the Sami, or the reindeer herding community. And what we need to protect from our point of view is our traditional livelihood, because it's the traditional livelihood which are protected within the convention, and also is our right. And we also talk about flexible land use. And one thing we need to start asking, is the possibility still available when you talk about planning, landscape management, resource management? Is it possible for reindeer herders to have a flexible land use? When we talk about impact assessment, most of the impact assessments today always assume that today is starting point. We look out to the reindeer communities and assume that today, this is always how the situation has been, but actually the reindeer herding communities has adapted under a long time. And I would like to share with you our mindset. We talk about the level, 3 fundamental legs, where one of each leg are crucial for our way of living. We have nature and spiritual values, we have culture, and we have people and society. And of course, management that will affect one of those. When we talk about mining, it is nature and land. We have imbalance because measures that in one way or another will change the condition will cut off some of these legs. And if you go to one end, it will fall, the level will fall down if you start cutting in one leg only. And then you will lose your culture, your language, your connection. So what we're really talking about is imbalance. But our goal is, of course, and I guess all of our goals is balance. And we need to have values based on equality and balance. And you have these 3 circles. And one circle is environment. We have social issues and indigenous people in one circle, and economy or legislation in one. Well, when we talk about with our members and also in court, of course, we have another reality. And today the reality are like Mickey Mouse, where the big circle has economy, legislation, and politics. And the 2 ears is environmental and social, indigenous. And as long as we have this imbalance, from our point of view, we are not equal. And as you can see, I have a quote. And this quote is actually one question which was raised to me in a negotiation with the mining company that wanted to negotiate and getting a consent from the reindeer herding community. So the direct question to me was, what's the cost for getting a consent from the community? And I responded, I can set the price on these people's traditional livelihood. And I think it's very important when we're going to discuss in the panel, when we're talking about negotiation, consultation, and participation. It is the system we need to change and also shifting minds. Because talking about negotiation is not risk-free, such to say, because indigenous peoples are always expected to participate and compete and negotiate in a market-based economy. And we are participating to have our basic needs actually met, is to have food, shelter, safety. But these needs actually are basic human rights. And today, the agenda is the market or the economy or the company. And when we are negotiating, I think it's important to know what are we in negotiation about, how is the game plan. So I want to put this into you to actually think about it. Basic human rights is our way of life, our way to have our food, our culture, our safety. This is not negotiable. This is nothing that is actually should be put on the table. This is basic, as it says, human rights. Well, a beginning is, of course, we have talked about it, is consultation and participation. These are fundamental rights, but it's also important when we talk about this is that the process itself, it requires systematic, regular, and mechanism that the indigenous people itself has been involved to plan it. Because if other parties actually are, so to say, setting the framework, and the framework is set already, how can you say that the process are correct? Because consultation is also about the process. What kind of process do we need to have? What kind of process do we want? And I also would like to say, even though I'm a lawyer myself, and even all of I fully respect of all of your speakers, but actually most of those who are involved of getting these processes on the table are not indigenous peoples. And the framework, even FPIC actually, are the state, the government, others that has put on the table the framework, not in the whole, but I would like to make that key point. Well, what shall we do then? We need to learn from our mistake, our history, or as I said, the state should rather learning from us. And actually we need to admit that sometimes we can't reach agreement, but actually because there is a utopia that consensus and agreement always will be the solution. But sometimes the agreement actually can be, we are not going to agree. And we need to recognize and we need to speak out that coexistence is just a word sometimes. And this, of course, is about shifting minds. It's not we need to think both the indigenous, but also the state, the government, companies, and the major society. And of course, simply sometimes don't exploit. And in order to do that, it is a lot of responsibility and courage. And in the end, we see we need to change governments and legislation in Sweden, especially. And as you see, I have the same picture as Kajsa had, because this is a great picture describing our world today. And actually the world is knocking on our door, and it's therefore planning on a landscape level is crucial. Even though the mine pit is located on one spot, we are living in a landscape, and we need to plan our nomadic way of life in the whole landscape. You can't just take one area and say, well, it doesn't affect this area, because it most certainly will affect our way of life in the other area nearby. And of course, knowledge is important. And it's also quite important when you talk about indigenous peoples and rights to address our history. Actually, we need to understand the history to understand the future. And the traditional knowledge need to be accepted as a source as much as academic research. This should go hand in hand. And of course, our goals is not the same as the majority. It is not business as usual for us. This is a key word for me. And because in the end, when it comes to reindeer herding and Sami rights, it is customary right based on land use. And if you look on ILO 169, it has particular attention.
Is this Håkan here? I'm interrupting you.
It's the last,
okay.
It's the last picture, yeah. ILO 169 has a particular attention towards nomadic people. And if we can't practice our customary rights due extractive industries, forestry or predation or whatever, actually we are facing a big risk of losing our rights because they are depending on our land use. So today in Sápmi, we are facing a quite obvious risk of losing a unique culture and an invaluable asset. And my question is actually, can the world afford that we continue to losing these unique cultures that indigenous have around the world, including Sápmi, and instead starting to think that we are a valuable asset that can bring a lot of knowledge into management of resources and land use. And thank you for listening. And of course, I could talk hours within this topic, but I tried to do my best in 10 minutes. So, Quito.
All right. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, all presenters. We have now reached our anticipated panel. And John needs to go to bed. I was saying he's in Australia, but we need to. We need to. I'd say we're going to go over time, and I think I hope you in the panel you don't mind. If you do, you're
very happy to.
Yeah, happy to. So. First, I will try to do this, be efficient and quick. And then if we feel that went really quite quickly, then we can be a bit more deliberate and think about more questions. We actually had a couple of good ones coming in from the chat as well. So, but I will introduce a joker. What do you call it? A joker, a new person into the mix here. Lennart Gustafsson. He used to have the job or the position I have now as chairman of GeoRange. Lennart is a left-leaning politician in Malå, and he's been involved in GeoRange, as I mentioned, and in thinking about these issues that we've been discussing for quite a long time. So I would like to, this is a bit of a, what do you call it, when you just jump on someone. But Lennart, if you could just give us some thoughts on what you've been listening and you've been thinking, some immediate reactions and thoughts, and then I'll after that I'll go on to each one of the speakers and give you a very specific question to answer, and then we'll see what happens. Lennart, you're on mute. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for being invited to this event. We all look forward to meet each other in real life. As you said, I'm the mayor of Malå municipality since 2 years. I'm a former politician, been in the Swedish parliament for 8 years and so on. I'm dealing with these issues for a long time. My thoughts when I've listened to all of you today is, first of all, Malå municipality, a very small municipality, about 3,000 inhabitants, the center of, I don't know what it's called, Malå Forest Same Village. We have different types of the Same Village. If you are a foresting Same Village, you are never alone. You don't move up to the high mountains, so therefore the reindeer herders and the culture is very living in my municipality, and I meet them in everyday life. So I think it's important to have this knowledge. I'm really on the ground discussing these issues, and there are some things that are mentioned, and I've written up some of the words which I think is important. Respect, knowledge, listen to each other, bigger ears than mouth. And what I'm afraid of is if we can't handle different interests in land use, you will have conflicts. I don't matter if the conflict is in Stockholm, but it's matter very much when the conflict is here in Malå, in the store and so on. We have to work on to get more knowledge, but most of all, more respect for each other. I look more. Yes, I think it was Jenny who were near what we have to have knowledge about. I don't know if I says the right in English, but cumulative effects. I think, I don't know if it's the right word, but we meet every day nearly. This windmill, it doesn't matter. This road, it doesn't matter. This foresting doesn't matter, and so on. But we have to get more knowledge about when they are on each other. And I think Jenny was near to discuss this, and I think it's important when I talk about knowledge and respect. We have to see this when we have different land uses, how this very small road can have a big impact, and we have to get more knowledge about that. Okay,
Thank you, Leonard. Thank you, Leonard. Let's see where we go from here. I'm going to go as sort of in order of presentation, and John, I'll jump on you now. You heard Jenny finish off there, and you heard ILO 169 mentioned a few times by Kaisa as well. And I heard in your presentation, you said that ILO 169 is really, I would say, things have moved on since then. Could you maybe elaborate a little bit upon that? Because in Sweden, I would have to say to you that ILO 169 is brought up a lot, right, in these discussions. Yeah.
Definitely. I'm happy, and it's probably useful to explain, because I think Emma made the point that there are some things where it's not possible, it's not easy, and it's not really feasible for a company to address. So where there are perhaps disputes and misunderstanding about land connection and land rights between different groups. And I guess my presentation was focusing on what is relevant for the company. And that's the point I was making. For a company, what's in ILO 169 is perhaps been, we've moved on a bit, and the expectations and the explanations in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is more relevant for a company. But for a state and for a nation, I can understand ILO 169 is, that's the key treaty. That sort of outlines those obligations a lot more clearly. So there's still a role for that. It still has a relevance, but I was probably making that distinction as relevant for a company as opposed to the state.
Thank you, John. There was a question in the chat which I really liked. It was posed to you, Emma, but it's this matter of the word. When you talk about FPIC, FPIC is not necessary if the impacts are not significant or if the impacts are limited. So that's really quite key there. Who gets to decide what is significant and what is limited? You can't answer that in 2 minutes, but still, it's a very interesting question, right? You're on mute, Emma.
Yeah. It is a really interesting question. And I think, sometimes people are thinking too much about, are we going to have FPIC or not? Is someone going to have a veto on what we're doing? What's the line by, at which we say something's significant and not significant? And in reality, what happens is people engage on the ground. And like I said, good judgment is extremely important in these cases, and knowledge of each other, as Leonard said, and respect. And these are all really important things. And so it's not a case of saying, and here's a list of impacts that are significant, and here's a list that will not be significant. It's a case of engaging and mutually agreeing, is this going to really affect you? And, should we be having a formal discussion about our activities here? Like I say, if an Indigenous group is against all mining and against the presence of exploration teams on their land, full stop. It's their land after all. They use it, they may own it, and a respectful discussion has to start from that point. And it's not about sort of how can we get the license, how can we pass this hurdle. It's it's how to show respect and how to agree mutually on the next step. And maybe, as Kaisa said, the availability of having a no on the table, people need to understand what that means and make it part of the conversation. So yeah, it's a very long discussion, and there's no short answer.
But it's the key issue anyway. I want to make things simple. That's how I function. So
it's a key issue, and you can't just say if it's significant impact, we need to do that, because you then have to break down every word you use. What is significant? Who says it's significant?
I'm going to ask something to you, Emma, and John jointly, because you bring up one thing, Emma, in your presentation, and see what John thinks about it. You've got this issue of vulnerability, which is usually, or in Sweden, I think is quite often how the reindeer herding cooperatives sort of make their case. We are vulnerable. This is not good for us. We're going to be hurting if this happens. Whereas the other issue that you brought in is this sort of self-determination, or even sovereignty. Is that a good word to use? That doesn't. That's not brought up so much. Jenny actually was going that direction in her presentation, but that's not too often mentioned because it's maybe a bit more controversial. So maybe John first. The vulnerability contra the self-determination and the Australian case. Have you got any sort of observations there? Well,
I think the issue of vulnerability also perhaps informs a bit this discussion of significant. What is significant? And I was just thinking on that. It really picks up the points well that Jenny said. You need to understand what is the people's perceptions of that. And as Leonard says, what else has happened to them? Because something that may not seem significant to the company, this particular area of land and what has to happen there, in the Indigenous understanding of that, can be enormously significant. And particularly if other developments have meant they can't do that activity anywhere else, that's going to be a significant impact. And this, I guess, informs the vulnerability. To take a really easy example, if someone polluted the waterway that I live nearby, that's not really going to impact my human rights here, because I don't get my water from there. I don't get my livelihood from there. I can turn on the tap here. But if it's a community that water is the only place they get their livelihood, there's a vulnerability there. So it's, I'm sorry, Håkon, I know you said you like simplicity, but it gets back to having that engagement and having that understanding of, okay, what is the context of these people, of this area, of this activity, and that can then, through that engagement, that understanding occurs.
Thank you, John. Simplicity is dangerous as well, but at times in Sweden, my own observation, the issues that might not be too difficult to understand are buried in acronyms and legal jargon, or even academic jargon, and it becomes very difficult to understand what is it all about. Anyway, sorry. So Emma, I'm very grateful you brought up that sort of distinction, vulnerability and sovereignty, because I think it's...
Could I add something as well?
Yeah,
I mean, because vulnerability is clearly something that needs to be thought of in the context of cumulative impacts and so on, but also self-determination and rights to land and customary use of land, or any types of use of land, and the historical presence of Indigenous peoples in a certain area. This all needs to be given respect. And it's like you wouldn't have someone just come into your house and say, it's okay, I'm not going to have any impact on your house. I'm going to keep it very clean, but you know, can I just sit here for a while, and I've got a few things to do. It's that kind of thing that also needs to be considered in this situation. It's not just, it's very much a question of vulnerability, but it's also a question of respect for the rights of the people who actually live there.
Mm. Thank you, Emma. I'm going to turn to Kaisa now. I have a couple of questions there. I am no lawyer, although I'm studying to become one, hopefully, one day. Anyways, but you said, this is rather specific and nitpicking, sorry, but you said that the rights to to reindeer herding is a property right, which is, in, if I understood you right, similar to land ownership or land control, which I feel it isn't. It's a right that is related to property, but it's not at all ownership. Although it was once in history, but it isn't at present. I think it's a bit of a interesting legal question to address, since you are the legal expert here.
Yeah, and I'm not a lawyer either. I'm a political scientist, but I work with my legal scholars. Christine Allard is my co-author, and also I would like to refer to an excellent legal scholar in Sweden on this topic who did her entire PhD thesis on the property right of reindeer herding. Malin Brännström a few years back wrote her thesis on this and looked at forest ownership and Sami property rights, reindeer herding rights, and concluded that in the Swedish property law, these are overlapping rights to the same piece of land. And I know, Håkan, this comes as a news to many of us in Sweden, and this is sort of a bridge to a comment that I was wanting to make, is that I think we need to, there is a lot of updating of our self-image to be done both in Sweden and in Finland, where I come from. I think as countries, we are still struggling to recognize that we have colonial legacies. We are struggling to recognize that we have colonial regulations in place still. We are assuming things from other countries that haven't taken place here. I mean, we are outraged with countries that don't recognize land rights, that don't have reconciliation processes, that have had boarding schools, that et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And all that is true of Sweden as well. And I think as long as we're not really up to date in who we are and what are our histories and what is our present, we're not really making progress. And I think understanding these basic rights of Sami already within the domestic property law would be one of the key steps forward. So for instance, the whole Forestry Act, just like the Minerals Act, is void of recognizing this right to the land for reindeer herding.
Thanks, Tessa. You're sort of preempting my next question, which is you're saying that arguing that the mineral law needs to be revised or reformed for this specific purpose. But I wonder if that's where these issues belong. Isn't it, as you mentioned the Forestry Act, isn't these bigger issues that need to be placed somewhere else in some more overarching legislation? I was going to turn to John again. You heard this about property rights and you've had that process in Australia where you can claim that this is proper. It needs to be sort of a process of allocating those, reallocating perhaps, or whatever the word would be, before they actually become property rights. Isn't that how you've been doing things in down under?
Yeah, look, they're down under. There's some interesting cases where the more I guess the more analytical judges have said, don't make the mistake of just using the concepts that this is property, this is what property means, because that might work for the Western understanding, but when an Indigenous understanding of a tree, Indigenous understanding of the environment doesn't. You can't always use that easily to say this is property, this is not property, and this is what you get from it. So again, it's reinforcing, I think, that point Jenny's saying there needs to be unpacking that understanding of what is that relationship with the environment, with the animals, and how does that fit within the legal concepts. And I worked for some time with a land council, so it's almost like a government legal aid structure, and work very closely with anthropologists, Indigenous field officers, geologists, even economists. And I really love that aspect of trying to get those different disciplines and those different understandings to get as best you can the way of explaining it, whether it's to a court or whether it's to a company or whether it's to a government, to try and find that way so that as best they can understand a bit what's happening here.
Well, my other, sorry to be a lot John here, but the other question of where these issues belong, do they belong in a mineral law or do they belong somewhere else?
I don't think there's a magic way it has to be done. Some countries will say the mineral law simply deals with a granting process, and for issues of environmental impact, for issues of social impact, that can fit elsewhere. You know, I think the international human rights would say as long as somewhere in that process it's engaged with, there's not a magic as to where it has to be located. I can see an ease for regulators to say, we just want to deal with our one bit here. But I think all the panelists have been saying there is a danger by just saying, I'm just dealing with this one bit and someone else can deal with the other stuff. That you then present a problem for the other stuff.
Yeah, Ronald, you are the only sort of representative of the Swedish state, although not a policymaker as such. But land use and coexistence is something that you spoke about. Do you have any thoughts?
Yes, I have a few thoughts. Since I also grew up in having three Sami villages within basically spitting distance of my home. It's been, I would like to thank Jenny for bringing up this thing with respect. To begin with, when you go into consultations or all types of discussions, if you have some preconceptions about who you're talking to, then you will fail. And I think this is what one's seen in some projects here in northern Sweden. I will not mention anyone, but then the question is whether that can be changed later on. That's another thing. What one could draw from the continent, but also from some of our projects, is that in Portugal, they made the decision to grant a part of the royalty for local projects. And it changed quite a lot for how the local community viewed it. It was similar there. They were not very positive. So that it's maybe something to look upon. It would maybe also make it from, there are some practical aspects that actually, it takes a lot of time for the stakeholders, which they not always have. So this is a complaint that one can hear if one listens to people, whether they are Sami or they are not, is that the consultation processes, they are so elaborate, so it's difficult for them to be followed. And in this sense is that, as we said earlier, that guidelines for this has to be put in so that it's can be predictive both for the stakeholder as the Sami are here, as well as for the local community. Then, of course, it's a matter of, is this a positive or a negative thing? And there might be cases where it's, again, win-win for both city parts. At least that's how I've seen it from my own personal perspective. But respect. It's really important is that everyone understands that they're talking with grown-ups. Thank you.
Thanks, Ronald. I'm going to turn to Jenny now. Reindeer herding is central to Sami culture and the whole heritage, right? Reindeer herding cannot carry the economy of northern Sweden, right? It's not sufficiently strong economically to do that. That was the way it was for 100 years ago, but it cannot happen again. So I was like, what are you as an organization looking, when you look to the future, what kind of economy in Swedish Sapmi are you seeing? Do you have a sort of a vision for that? Mine's a part of that vision. You're mute, Jenny.
Thank you for that kind of strange question. I will try to give my response as good as I can. Of course, the Sami, the reindeer herding, can't take responsibility for the Sweden's whole economy in the northern Sweden. Reindeer herding is a core of the Sami culture, and it is since 1981 recognized as a property right. So I'm just would like to address all of these lawyers, even though I'm a lawyer as well, will make that clear. And it is also stated by the Supreme Court. So you wouldn't need to look for that question. But your question, our vision, can reindeer herding, what's our goal? Our goal is to live our traditional livelihood. Indigenous people doesn't really necessary. That's what's one of my key issues. It is not business as usual. It is you that have a market economy. But most certainly, if you look into market branding, how much are the Sami indigenous culture worth? A lot, billions, I would say. We have reindeers, we have our traditional clothing, we have tourism. But the key issue is that our responsibility is to promote and safeguard our membership, our traditional livelihoods, and develop and inviting other. We can make profit on it if we want to, but we're not obligated to drive the economy as it's all. But I would like to say, as Emma was into, we talk about FPIC, we talk about traditional land, and also this is not about veto. This is not about putting a dead hand over the northern part of Sweden. But it also starts with, as many of you have said, with respect. That this is a lot of mining and a lot of other issues addressing our way of life. Even though if we could get an agreement, we need to respect that. And Kajsa, you mentioned the colonial perspective, and we are still there. And sometimes it is kind of hard to discuss in economic terms or significance, the impact of something, because we even though we are in Sweden, often addressed as, but you're living in a Western world, you need to think like us. But actually we're not thinking. We have a different connection and a different culture, different institutions, and that needs to be respected as well. You can't force us to think, and I don't think I answered your question, because of course we are working. We want to reindeer herders, other Sami cultures, other livelihoods to be well-being. But in order to be well-being, we need to have land. But we will not take responsibility for the government's or the country's whole economy in the northern Sweden, because of course that's the colonial perspective. Why did Sweden colonize the northern part of Sweden? It was mining, it was forestry, it was water turbines. All of natural resources are located on traditional Sami lands. So kind of interesting, but I don't think I'm answering your question, but actually I don't think I can.
I think you're making your case clear, which I like. I like when things are, when the issues are made clear, when they're not convoluted and hidden.
But I will make a key point to all of them. When we're talking with different countries and different legislation, but we also need to have in mind in Australia and in Canada and so on, it's common law. In Sweden, we have a different legal system. So when addressing different legislation and different way of getting the rights within the national framework, it is different. Because in Sweden, for example, we have property right and we have the Supreme Court that has stated that, but we need the politicians to take it into a legal act in order to be valid. And of course, the legal system when it comes to common law is a little bit different. So we need to have that in mind as well. But I think it's so important to share experiences.
Indeed. We're running sort of short of time, but I'm going to allow Lennart. I think is waving. I was behind my camera. Is he waving? Yeah.
Yes, I was waving.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, some short. We should know that the picture of reindeer herding comes from Stockholm. There's a big difference between the reality of reindeer herding and the picture which is brought to us, and also which picture is brought to decision makers and so on. That's the first thing I think that you should know. And another thing, I think Jenny is talking about a market economy. And when reindeer herding in some way accepted the market economy, there has also been a big change in how to carry out with reindeer herding. If you look, I'm so old, I remember how the reindeer herding was 50 years ago. And when you compare the reindeer herding 50 years ago and today, there's a big difference. There are two different things. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lennart. I think there's so much to be said here, and I think these issues have not been discussed enough in Sweden. I think we have quite a bit of work to do, and we will. For me, as chairman of GeoRange, we want to take this further. I thank you, panelists, for your excellent inputs. And if I would like to say something to conclude, it relates to what's been said already. I feel like wherever we do research or legal analysis or whatever it is concerning this subject, it is important that you, Jenny, you bring in a few that are sort of, you don't have to say pro-mining, but comes from that sort of sector, so that you properly understand what it is that they're saying. And the opposite, when the mining companies or the legislator, we need to take each other's perspective in consideration. That's also Kaisa, when we do academic research, we should try to get a bit more. So we don't make, because it's quite easy to find some sort of mistake in the other sides, whatever side you're on, other side's argument, and you can hit them over the head with that and say that you're wrong and I'm not going to listen to you. That's not really a way forward. Some people are unreasonable and you can never sort of reason with them. Of course they're unreasonable, but most of us are reasonable. And I think we can actually achieve quite a lot by talking and listening to each other. So thank you very much, and sorry to cut your lunch short, but you can do it. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you all. It was a pleasure.
Okay.
On September 29th in Brussels, the European Commission, represented by Commissioner Thierry Breton and Vice President Maroš Šefčovič, launched the European Raw Materials Alliance. The newly established alliance is coordinated by EIT Raw Materials. CEO Bernd Schäfer joined the launch to present the future plans of ERMA. ERMA was established in recognition of the critical importance of raw materials to the EU's economy, security, sustainability, and industry. The Alliance vision is to secure sustainable access to critical and strategic raw materials, advanced materials, and processing know-how for the EU's industrial ecosystems. ERMA will support activities aimed at securing a sustainable supply of raw and advanced materials to enable the transition to a green and digital economy. These include increasing Europe's recycling capacity and the implementation of circular solutions aimed at reducing consumption and waste. ERMA's activities will be carried out across clusters defined around specific value chains. The first cluster deals with the most critical value chain for many EU industrial ecosystems: rare earth elements, magnets, and motors. The second cluster will consider raw and advanced materials for energy storage and conversion in stationary and non-stationary applications. By 2030, ERMA's activities will increase the production of raw and advanced materials and address the circular economy by boosting the recovery and recycling of critical raw materials. More specifically, the Alliance will bolster the creation of environmentally sustainable and socially equitable innovations and infrastructure, implement a circular economy of complex products like electric vehicles, clean tech, and hydrogen equipment, support Europe's raw materials industry capabilities to extract, design, manufacture, and recycle materials, promote innovation, strategic investment, and industrial production across specific value chains. ERMA welcomes all industrial and non-industrial stakeholders that commit to developing sustainable raw material value chains for Europe and to building resilience, competitiveness, and skills. To join the Alliance, please visit erma.eu and submit the online application.
In our everyday life, minerals are all around us. Some we're hardly even aware of, like fluorine in small medical applications, or neodymium in magnets for electrical vehicles or wind turbines. With a growing population, the demand for minerals is higher than ever. At LKAB, we have accepted this challenge. These critical raw materials that we need come from down here. And through new technology, in the REMAP project, we aim to prove that mining waste can become an important asset to the world's needs, without emitting unnecessary carbon dioxide. By establishing a large-scale industrial park and using innovative technology, we will extract valuable resources from the tailings sand. Rare earth elements, gypsum, fluorine, and perhaps most importantly, phosphorus. Without it, global agricultural production would be halved. All of this will be produced with fossil-free energy, such as hydro and wind energy, something we have in abundance up here in the north of Sweden. We can't single-handedly solve the world's need for critical raw materials, but this will certainly make a very important contribution. LKAB already operates some of the most climate-efficient mines on the planet. But now we're starting yet another ambitious journey to turn today's waste into tomorrow's resources.
below zero. Above the clouds. Below the ground. From earth to raw materials. Through fire to construction. To sustainable living. From climate change to changing our way of life. From ideas to humanities to business. From Luleå University of Technology to the world. To the Arctic. Into the future. Into the unknown.
Narvik, the story of a journey through time built on three important pillars of our society: the iron ore, the railway and the harbour. A green transport corridor with electric trains and ships has driven this town's development from a small agricultural and fishing community to a thriving international hub in the heart of beautiful northern Norway. Here, at the base of the Ofot Fjord, nature has been generous and provided us with both shelter and protection from the raging seas. The warmth of the Gulf Stream ensures that this deep-sea harbour is ice-free all year round. Our geographical advantages, as well as our strategic location, have made Narvik an international hub and a natural distribution centre of goods throughout our northern region. The railway track that starts on the quayside is connected to the international railway network east-west via Sweden and Finland to Russia, Kazakhstan and China, and north-south through Sweden to Oslo and Central Europe. Daily shipments of thousands of tons of iron ore ensure that Narvik Harbour is Norway's largest port measured in tonnage. Several daily freight trains from and to Oslo via Sweden keeps the freight terminal busy. Over the years, Narvik has also grown to become one of the most important transit hubs for the export of fresh Norwegian fish, using the railway to reach world markets. Narvik's new cruise pier was officially opened this autumn with the Queen Elizabeth alongside. Cruise is a growing business for the Port of Narvik, creating great interest and increased activity. All the undertakings at the Port of Narvik are legs in a relay, whether it is growing the cruise traffic, increasing shipments of iron ore, or working to connect Narvik and our infrastructure to new international transport corridors. The work is time-consuming, and as a result, our strategic planning often stretches over decades. By then, the baton has changed hands many times, and it will be our grandchildren and great-grandchildren who determine the way forward. Welcome to the journey.
The first stage of the North Bothnia line between Umeå and Skellefteå forms part of the current National Transport Plan. So far, there is no funding to plan and build the second stage between Skellefteå and Luleå. Why is it so important to complete the North Bothnia line in its entirety? Did you know, for example, that every day steel equivalent to 1 Eiffel Tower is transported from northern Sweden? The ore and metal from the mines generate added value of 55 billion euros in Sweden and 10 times more out in Europe. This means that regional, national and international value is at stake if transport operations to and from northern Sweden are not up to standard. Having the whole North Bothnia line in place will bring us closer to the climate goal. 1 kilo of carbon dioxide emissions take 1 ton of freight different distances. By road, it will take you 20 kilometers, by sea 10 times as far, and by rail no less than 9,000 kilometers. The North Bothnia line reduces carbon dioxide emissions by 80,000 tons a year when transport activities can be switched from road to rail, which opens up opportunities for base industry in their ongoing work to achieve even more sustainable production. Most heavy goods traffic comes from northern Sweden, but without the North Bothnia line there's no way to redirect from the mainland to another electrified track in event of a traffic disruption. Security of delivery is enhanced for business as the North Bothnia line and the mainland together will form an effective double track. There is a high level of growth in northern Sweden. The economies in Norrbotten and Västerbotten will be investing more than 70 billion euros between now and 2035. The North Bothnia line will be extremely important here in securing competitiveness and resolving the skill supply along the coast. The coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is also densely populated. A 20 kilometers wide coastal strip between Umeå and Luleå is just as densely populated per square kilometer as Västra Götaland County. It's actually in joint third place behind Skåne and Stockholm counties, and right now there's not one single track that links the cities together. The time has now come to complete the North Bothnia line in near future to 2030, for the skills supply, for a territorial cohesion, for increased growth and competitiveness, both nationally and in Europe, and reduced climate impact with more sustainable transport operations. Want to find out more? Check out norrbotniabanan.se.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. And now we're moving into a session on strategic initiatives for sustainable value chains. And we will learn quite a lot on traceability, certifications, and circularity. We will start with 5 different speakers and finish with a joint panel discussions for these 5. And then we will finish the session with an opportunity to learn more about how virtual reality can be used within our industry. First out, I want to welcome Jenny Greberg, Program Director for Swedish Mining Innovation, and she will talk about how Swedish mining innovation meets society's challenges through strategic initiatives. Hi, Jenny.
Hello, Lisa. Thank you.
We can hear you perfectly fine, so the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. I will actually start with sharing my screen, see that that works properly. Okay, works now, Lisa?
Yes, it looks perfect.
Perfect, thank you. So thank you for having us being part of this very nice conference yearly. We wish that we could be there in place, but now we have it digital, which is also fine. So I will spend a few minutes now talking about our program, the Swedish Mining Innovation Program, and what we do in order to meet the society's needs and what we can do. So first, a few words about our Swedish Mining Innovation Program. This is an industry-driven program. It started in 2013, and it's open to anyone, all stakeholders that can and will contribute to meeting the vision and the goals that we're working for. And the basic funding comes from our 3 agencies, Vinnova, Energimyndigheten, and Formas. That's 50% of the money we use. The rest of the other 50% comes from our partners, so from our industry and our other partners. And we are an industry-driven program, meaning that our steering board consists of partners from LKB, Boliden, Epiroc, Zinkgruvan, also Ecogain, a new partner in our steering board, the Swedish Mining Association, Svemin, and also Sverin, the Institute, Luleå University of Technology, and Örebro University. And we're trying to boost innovation related to mining. And this is, in this sense, it's innovation through collaboration between all these different types of actors. And we have normally an annual open call. We do also some strategic initiatives that I will come back to, which is sort of the main focus of this presentation. We have a PhD network. So if you are a PhD student and you listen to this and you're not in our network, please visit our website and become a member. We also do arrange symposiums and workshops. We have a yearly ID competition. We also have an award that we annually gives to someone or a project that's well deserved. We work a lot with internationalization and outreach, and we work with leverage. That means trying to make our money more money. So for instance, getting money from the EU Union and so on to work towards the goals that we have. And this mining innovation system, you might have seen this picture presented by Svemin and by other actors. For us, this is a really important picture. This shows some of the actors in our cluster, and it shows also how we work together. And we in Sweden are really good at doing innovation in collaboration. So different partnerships, business to business or public-private, the triple helix and all that is very important. And it's sort of a foundation for what we're doing in innovation. And not to forget the SMEs that are really important also in this ecosystem. On top of this, we have a number of very strong national programs based on public funding that supports this. And our program is one of those programs. And what we also have in Sweden, which has been also one of the keys to success, is that we have a joint strategy for innovation in our industry. We are now in the 3rd current version. We had previous version also before these 3 versions, but the 3rd version in this form It was released 2019, and this is a document and a vision developed jointly by the cluster, so by the industry partners and the research providers and also SMEs and so on. And this latest version is very much focused on challenges, the society's challenges, and then also moving onwards to the industry's challenges. It has a high focus on sustainability, but it also focuses on competitiveness for this industry. And the main vision is that Sweden should be a role model for social, economic, and environmentally sustainable mining and metal production. And this document and the process leading to this document is extremely important when it comes to sort of mustering our forces. We have a joint vision, we know where to go, and we also know the steps that we need to take to get there. And this is something that's sort of aligned between all these partners. This roadmap, if you don't have it, it's also available on our website, but sustainability is the main focus. We cover the whole value chain from exploration all the way through reclamation. And we also have a strong focus on attractive workplaces, gender and diversity, and social acceptance. And going forward to talking about the main challenges that we have in focus this year, and these, I would say, the past year and also the coming years, is of course something that you already heard some of the speakers talk about earlier in this conference. It's fossil-free mining and steel making, meaning that we decrease the climate footprint, production efficiency through digitalization and automation. This is key, and we have world-leading actors in Sweden working with this. Environmental sustainability, long sustainable value chains with the base in Sweden, and also resource efficiency and turning waste into new resources. So in order to do all this and to meet the focus and the challenges related to this, we need some enablers. We need technology development. We need infrastructure for this. We need traceability, which is the theme for this session. And this is extremely important if we're going to have a sustainable production and also get paid for it and prove that we actually are sustainable. We need sound permitting processes, and we need people. So our program is trying to make sure that we have these enablers in place. And we can do this in different ways. One tool that we have that I will talk about now, and that's also the topic for today, is some of the strategic initiatives that we have launched latest years. We have, apart from the open calls, this is another way for us of running projects. And the initiative to these projects or initiatives comes from our partners or from the program. And some of the examples on what we have been doing is developing some of the really important and needed roadmaps to reach the goals and meet the vision. And some that I wanted to mention, I posted on this slide, and we have a very important one related to fossil-free mining and minerals industry. This one was run by Svemin and Järnkontoret and was published a couple of years ago and will be updated now also during this year. We've also supported a project about the Swedish mining sector in sustainable futures. And then a very important one regarding competence supply. This is a main challenge and could pose a very big hinder for innovation, that we don't have enough people working in this industry. So a roadmap for competence supply for the Swedish mining and steel industry. This is also with Järnkontoret and Svemin. Then, touching on the topic for today, we have launched 2 projects on the initiative by Svemin and also by our board in Swedish Mining Innovation related to traceability. And the first one was a sort of a big pre-study, traceability. And the second one is TraceMet, and Maria will of course talk about that a little bit later. But these are extremely important because we have to be able to prove that we are sustainable and that we produce sustainable materials. So these are key, I think. We also have a strong focus on diversity and gender equality and attractive workplaces. So we have launched an initiative on that. And the latest one that was published and finalized, a project owned by Svemin, but I would say run by Ecogain, is a roadmap for increased biological diversity, mining with nature. And these are things that we as a program can initiate initiate and fund and support, but they have to be done by the partners and by the industry. But our program is a really, I would say, important tool to make these things happen. And through our board, we decide what to do next and what roadmaps are needed. But these for us are highly prioritized because they are steering our way forward. And Maria will talk more about this, at least about the traceability and TraceMet parts. Moving on, the other thing we can do, of course, is to fund specific research and innovation projects. And I just want to highlight before I stop talking that we have our annual open call will open in May. So please keep an eye out on our website for more information on this. But normally, and the same will be this year, we fund innovation projects, pilot projects, but also pre-studies. So if you want to be in contact with us, here is how you find us. We have a website and we all have our contacts here listed on this slide. And also when we talk about strategic initiatives, the ideas comes from you. So please contact us or our board if you have any ideas for this or if you feel a big need for something. We are really open for all your input. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jenny. Live from Luleå, right?
Yes.
Pleasure having you. Now I want to introduce Maria Sunér. Are you with us, Maria? I think you're muted.
Yes.
Now you're on.
You should have learned that by 1 year now, shouldn't you?
That is true, but it's still a new setting. So you are the CEO of Svemin.
Yes,
and you're
correct.
here to tell us about why you initiated the TraceMet pilot project that Jenny mentioned in her speak as well.
I will, and I will give a sort of a framing as well to why we believe very much in traceability and doing these kind of projects that Jenny showed a few examples together with the Swedish Mining Innovation. And I will try to share my screen here. Let's see. And then I will have the presentation mode. So what do you see now? Yes, now it looks.
Now we have the same thing that we did when we tried. So if you go to visningsinställningar, just switch and then it will be great.
The system is a little bit slow here. I'm sorry.
You have a lot of time, so don't worry.
I don't know why it does not work.
I can see that you have pushed it. Maybe just give it.
Oh, no, sorry. I was too quick, maybe. Okay. There you go. So I'm going to talk a bit about why we initiated the TraceMet pilot project and why we think that traceability actually could be a competitive advantage for the Swedish mining sector. But first, let me give a sort of a framing to this and why we think it's very important. The Swedish Svemin membership, as Jenny showed, we are trying to work together with the whole mining cluster in Sweden. And we're very proud that we have both actually the companies that are driving the mines in Sweden today. We have the technology providers such as Epiroc and ABB and the Sandvik in our membership. And we also have several of the companies that are doing exploration in Sweden. So we are trying to cover the whole sort of ecosystem around the mining sector in Sweden. And this is also one of the unique selling points of Sweden when it comes to the mining sector, this unique cooperation that we see. But if we start in the bigger perspective, we see that I will do like this, the increase in global population together with the urbanization and the GDP growth together creates trends that actually drives towards a bigger demand for metals and minerals in the future. We see also that we have the issue around climate change, where actually the use of metals and minerals are an important part of the solution. And we see that the depletion of biological diversity also is accelerating, and that we need to take better care of our nature. So these things together is also shown in this picture. The demand for metals and minerals in the world is increasing with the population, but also with the technological development. And especially if we look at the green technologies, such as PV systems or windmills or electric cars, and the whole digitalization, they need much more new materials than we used to several hundred years ago. So development is really going forward. And maybe this has been shown earlier in this presentation as well, or in this conference as well, but we see that the European Union, for example, in their pre-work to the new strategy on raw materials that they launched in September, they pointed out that we will see a big increase in the use of metals and minerals in order to cope with the climate change and the technologies that are needed for that, the renewable energy technologies and the e-mobility technology. And they are especially pointing at these materials that are needed. But we also heard yesterday that, for example, Mikael Staffas showed the increase needed in the base metals as well when it comes to these new technologies. So all in all, we have a huge increase in the need for metals and minerals in the world, and we need to do this in a sustainable manner. We could also see that, for example, a windmill actually consists to 75% of concrete, but we also have all these metals that are needed. So the issue around how to create sustainable value chains is very, very important. And also the aspect that we maybe not think about in our everyday life, and which is why I'm sitting in a sort of a commercial picture here, is the usefulness of these metals and minerals that we see. In a mobile phone, we have more than 60 metals, for example, and these are the facts that people generally does not think about. And the only discussion so far when it comes to the whole value chain has been mainly about the battery minerals. So we believe that this will be an important feature in the future. So we have in one on one part of the scale, we have this increased demand for metals and minerals in the world that will be very positive, and that we need this for our modern life and our climate neutral future. But we also have the demand to respect the sustainable development goals and to create these sustainable value chains. And we believe that traceability throughout the value chains is a very important part of the solution. And we also believe, which is why we are doing it from Svemin, that proactive and responsible actors will get a competitive advantage in the future. At least that is what we are hoping to see. And as you could see yesterday, if you looked into the presentation of both LKAB and Boliden, which are our biggest members, they have very ambitious targets on how to work with sustainability and climate neutrality, and want to be world leaders in these areas. So we hope that this will create an advantage for the Swedish mining sector. And we can see, as Jenny also pointed out, that we are having several unique corporations that all together are aiming at sustainable mining in the future. I will not go through all these, but we have, for example, a roadmap for biodiversity that we launched quite recently. This has been made together with the Swedish Mining Innovation, and we have a roadmap for how to become fossil free, which we are, as Jenny said, updating very soon. So we have all these components, but we also need to be able to prove it. And that's where we landed in the importance of doing a project like TraceMet. How do we create this traceability throughout the value chain? And Svemin has been the project owner, and the work has been performed by IVL, where we will have a presentation shortly on the more details of the project. And we have other project partners within this, and it's all financed by the Swedish Mining Innovation together with Vinnova and Energimyndigheten and Formas. And this has been a journey over a couple of years. The history is that we started with a pre-feasibility study on this thoughts, you could say, that stretched from 2017 to 2019. And where we landed in the approach that the best model or the way to handle this is through a blockchain technology and with a mass balance approach, how to actually track these features throughout the value chains. And after we finalized the pre-feasibility study, we applied for funds from the Swedish Mining Innovation to do a pilot study, which is actually just being finalized right now. And we have two value chains that we are following. It's the steel value chain from the iron ore mine to actually production of buses and trucks. And we have the copper chain, which is from copper ore through copper production to the electrical equipment. And what we are sort of tracking within the system is the carbon footprint and the share of recycled material. And this pilot will be launched in March 18, actually. So I all invite you that are listening to tune in to that seminar. You can find all the information on the Svemin website in order to learn more about this pilot study. And one unique feature that we have understood also is with this project, there are several of these kind of projects going on in the world where you try to create traceability systems. But one of the special features here is that we have the whole value chain on board in this. We have the mines, the LKAB and Boliden in this case. We have the refiners of the materials like SSAB and Electrocopar. And we have the companies that produces the final products, Scania, ABB, and Volvo, that are part of this project. So this is also a unique feature of this Svemin TraceMet project. And this is something that we would like to build on in the future in order to try to continue this development. And we see also that we have the unique feature that we are able to actually cooperate in this way. And we have all the whole value chain actually here in Sweden. So the way forward, well, we are definitely going to continue this work. The Swedish metal and mining sector, we would welcome a system that benefits responsible producers. And we believe that we have a unique selling point, as I tried to say in the beginning, from a Swedish perspective. And that we hope that being in the front line will increasingly become a competitive advantage that also could create economical value. And that this will be driven by a growing concern in society and also a demand from the end consumers. That will be the most effective way to actually drive this development. But we also see that the metal markets are global, and we need to find ways of getting these kind of traceability and certification system more global or international in order to be relevant. So we will continue to push for systems of traceability and continue to develop TraceMet, even though we have not made any final decisions yet on how to move on. But what we're discussing is adding more parameters besides carbon and amount of recycled, but also to look at other value chains and other metals. We have more of other metals in Sweden that we could develop. So, but to end on a little bit a more political note and concluding remarks, I listened to the discussions yesterday and from the minister, for example, in order to be able to actually be a world leader in sustainable materials, we need also the political system to follow. We see now the graph here is the Fraser Institute index that was launched yesterday, the Global Investment Attractiveness Index, where Sweden actually fell from, well, we have a negative trend over the last 4 years, you could say, from the 8th place in 2016 to place 36 in 2020. So we need also to get the framework right in order to be able to be this provider. And then, as also was mentioned yesterday, the regulatory framework, the permitting processes, the energy supply, which will be needed, and also how we work on the competence and skill supply together with R&D, for example. That is facts that are creating this attractive investment climate for mining. So I'll end on this part in order to give a little bit of a flavor of what Svemin is doing in this area and why. Thank you.
Thank you. So end on a little bit of a negative remark, but it's the truth. I saw the press release for the investigation they have done as well. But perhaps if we really got a global certification going on, it could benefit the attractiveness for Sweden as a mining nation if we're able to actually deliver these types of green metals and minerals.
You need to be able to invest and produce. That is the base of the mining sector.
Yeah, good. Okay, Thank you, Maria. So now here to talk more about the trace methodology, we have Erik Lindrom from IVL, the Swedish Environmental Research Institute. Hi, Erik.
Hey, here I am.
We cannot see you, but we can hear you.
Yes.
Now we can see you.
Great.
Okay, so you are here to tell us a little bit more about how it works and some unexpected findings when developing this new standard. So that will be interesting to hear.
Thank you. Yes. I'll do just that if I manage to share my screen. I hope. I have to press share as well.
That's normally a good thing.
Yes. All right.
Okay, it looks good.
Looks good. Thank you. Yes. Erik Lindblom, I am the project leader for TraceMet, and I'm quite grateful to have this opportunity to tell you a bit more about the details of the what and how of TraceMet, this pilot system for traceability of sustainable metals and minerals. And I think that Maria gave a great background and context for this project, so I can gladly deep straight into the details. I would just like to reiterate who has taken part in this project. I mean, I'm the project leader. I get the privilege to tell you about the results, but of course, there are quite a few hardworking colleagues that have achieved these results that I'm presenting. And this is the project organization with Svemin as the project owner. IVL and RISE, researchers from IVL and RISE has been part of the working group running the project, but perhaps most or equally important has been the participation, the very active participation from the industry, from the two metal value chains. And I will come back to this, the importance of the user group in just a minute. The basic facts were very well given the context for this, very well given by Jenny. So this is one of the strategic innovation projects financed by Swedish Mining Innovation. We started just over a year ago and worked intensely during the whole of last year. So what did we set out to do? What have we actually achieved? Well, we have developed a pilot system for, or two, if you like, one for steel and one for copper, showing or proving how you could certify the carbon footprint and the percentage of recycled metal throughout these value chains. And these parameters were selected since they are relevant from a Swedish context and also technically interesting. There are some interesting challenges to explore, agreeing on how to calculate these parameters. As Maria just mentioned, we can see a future where we would like to expand the range of parameters. The environmental performance should be traceable throughout the value chain. This is, of course, a core objective for any traceability system. And the system is reliable, it's functional, and it's distributed. With distributed, we mean that all participating actors can interact with it, log in and store transactions. And I would like to underline that all three of these objectives implies this value chain perspective. And this is where the user group comes into play. And this is one of the major success factors for Tracemet. For most of the project, the user group met weekly with the developers to give rapid evaluation and feedback on how the system was progressing. And this created a very efficient feedback development loop in an agile development setting. So how does it work? How have we addressed these objectives? Well, we have this mass balance chain of custody accounting. There are several different chain of custody accountings with strengths and weaknesses. So this was identified in this pre-study as being suitable or relevant for the current market logic. Other commodities can be better placed with other chain of custody models. We have been working with mass balance. Each claim amount of certified metal is stored on a blockchain database, providing this technical robustness or reliability, if you like. And the instructions, how to calculate, how to report, is given by the administrative system of Tracemet. It's a certification scheme and product category rules. And this is developed to enable a independent third-party verification of the data, giving this making it certifiable. So if we look at the value chain from mine to manufacturer, we start in the mine, producing ore, claiming this to adding this to the blockchain, stating that right now there is this amount of ore available. It has this carbon footprint based on the mine's processes and the recycled content, which is of course 0% in this first step. The downstream actors see what is available. Some of the ore is bought by a smelter, transported to a smelter, and they in turn claim how much ore they are importing. The inventory on the blockchain is updated accordingly, so some of the ore is still with the mine, some is with the smelter. This ore in the smelter is going into the process, perhaps mixed with the ore from other sources, other mines or scrap metal. And the result, hot rolled steel or copper cathodes, is then made reported to the blockchain. The inventory is updated, so there is less ore or perhaps no ore at the smelter, but instead there is product. And the environmental performance is also updated, so we keep track of the aggregated carbon footprint and recycled content. This is now available for the manufacturer who can get a certified product. Mass balance, it keeps track of all the transaction, avoiding or preventing double counting. we have put a lot of effort in looking into the granularity of data, the resolution, on what level of detail is data available. Can we, for example, calculate and report the actual greenhouse gas emission from the processing of a specific batch, or are we working with yearly averages or even longer time periods? Will the data be available for reporting instantly, or do we need to allow for, yes, we need to allow for a time gap where the calculation report is stored on the blockchain afterwards. So there are gaps in resolution, so to say, but we foresee that it's possible in the future. We haven't said anything about how near or far that future is, that these gaps will close with increased digitalization. This is a picture from the only physical meeting from this project. We have been surprisingly a little hindered by having to work in a purely digital setting, but I'm very glad that we had this meeting where my hair was shorter and the distance between the participants also was shorter. Anyways, one of the core findings or aspects of traceability is trust. Traceability system will create trust. As a downstream user, you will have more trust in the product that you acquire, knowing where it came from, the performance throughout the value chain. At the same time, you need trust to create the system, since the actors involved needs to cooperate. And this is not a technical issue. We have proven, others have also proven, that there are technologies, there are tools and standards readily available for utilization and adjustment that makes the traceability possible. So it's a trust between the actors that is the key to success. And we are very fortunate in TraceMat that all the participants have chosen to be open, share their expectations, their motives, constraints, and also to a certain degree actual data, so that we have had the opportunity to work with real case users, real case data, not having to rely on dummy data or expect judgments and the like, which is a great thing. We have been able to identify a number of primary users for this future system, be it research development and sustainability officers, procurement, sales and marketing. Combining that with smelters and mines, smelters and manufacturers for two different value chains, that has given us quite a few perspectives to manage, being able to actually go into in-depth, going into detail. And that's where the devil is hiding. And here, having this user group, having this actual real understanding of what is possible from the organization's perspective, the data availability's perspective, and so on, has been absolutely crucial. The multi-actor cross-value chain perspectives are imperative to identify and explore and also solve the challenges. And as Maria said, Sweden is unusually well positioned here, having both these value chains within the borders, with all the benefits that comes with that in terms of language and culture and previous relations and whatnot. And this is the seminar that Maria mentioned, 18th of March, 13 till 14:30. You're all very welcome. We will go into some more details. There will be some more voices and reflections on what we have achieved, and hopefully we will also be a bit more precise on the next step for TraceMet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Erik. Now we will move on to Sven Hjelmstedt. Let's see if we can get you up on the screen. Hi, Sven.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
Okay, sounds good. I'm well. You are the Director of Sales at Boliden Smelters. And you're here to tell us about why Boliden support the TraceMet project and what you want to see come next. So that will be exciting. So I leave it all up to you.
Thank you. I will spare you after 2 days of presentation, so I will not share any slides with you this afternoon. I assume that most of the people participating are aware of who the Boliden company is and what we do. But we were mentioned earlier as a mining company. Of course, we're a mining and smelting company. So our final product, what we actually sell are the refined metals, the non-ferrous metals, copper, zinc, lead, gold, silver. Sulfuric acid is a big portion of our sales in tons. So is iron silicates. So, and I'm responsible for the sales of these products in Boliden. So to the question, why do we think TraceMet was a good idea and why do we support it or why have we supported it? Well, we think, or we'd like to think, we have reason to think that our ESG performance is actually quite good by international standards. And that's not only true for us in Boliden, it's true for the mining and metals industry in the Nordics, specifically on CO2, but on many other aspects of ESG as well. And we simply think it's possible to get paid for it. Why do we think it's possible to get paid for it? Well, we talk about the demand side. We see that the green economy or the decarbonization is driving demand. And that's true for many of our metals especially. But we also see, looking at the supply side, that there will not be enough green metals for the green applications. Because at the end of the day, we think that you can't build green technology with dirty metals. So if we look at the metal balances for many of these metals that we are in, not only the battery critical metals, if we add the criteria that it needs to be by some standard green as well, could be low carbon footprint, could be low water usage, a number of ESG factors, we simply don't think that there will be enough metal, which then will be shown in the pricing. We also see that there's a number of customers, because our value chain in if I take copper as an example, is quite long. And the customer, a big OEM, a big brand, could be an automotive manufacturer. Their customers wants to make the right choices. They want to buy low carbon. And that means the builder of the car, the auto manufacturer, have to buy low carbon raw materials. But it's not so easy to do that. It's a long value chain. So the reason why we support it is, as a problem here, we can produce green metals. They want to buy green metals, but we don't have a good vehicle to trace the metal through the whole value chain. And when we started out on this journey and we had this discussion and a question was put on the table, do we want to support a project like this? We looked around, what else is available? And there are a number of initiatives, both on a global scale and on a European scale, But we found that this was a very good way to go forward quickly, because we think that one of the key things in this issue now is to get to a working solution as quickly as possible, because the green metals will be there shortly and the buyers are already there and the questions are already on the table, but we don't have a very good solution for the tracing of these metals. So working with Svemin and supporting Svemin in this project was a quite easy decision. We felt that we have a possibility in the cluster, in the metals cluster in Sweden, to have, as was mentioned before, the entire value chain in one room, which was literally the picture you saw here earlier from Erik. We have tech expertise in the cluster, in RISE, when it comes to blockchain technology. And we had a possibility, which I think is quite important, to agree on a narrow scope, to not a be-all, end-all solution scope, but a narrow one. Tracking carbon footprint and recycled content, which are two questions being asked to us today. Where can I buy recycled content copper? Where can I buy low carbon copper? So the possibility that's unique here is, or was for us in our perspective, the possibility to move very quickly. And if you saw the timeline on Erik's presentation, that is, I think, going from scratch to basically a working pilot in little over a year, year and a half, I think is exactly what we need at this point in time. So to the last question then, what happens now? Well, that remains to be seen. This is a pilot and we would be happy to see it operational. If I could wish for anything, it would be that this is put in operation, scaled up, and that it is available to all users of all metals, basically. One of the criteria for this solution was that it would be cheap to adopt and easy to use. And I think that is exactly what this pilot meets. There's a lot of work done on definitions, and of course they have to be adopted by other parties. But I think the basis is here. So the way we see it is a fantastic business opportunity for somebody, be it us in the Nordics to drive this in some sort of a consortium or the way it has been done in a project form, or if it's a commercial player at some stage that takes over and takes it from here to the market in a commercial way. We're open. We would support the different routes, and we'd be happy to be part of any sort of project that would bring this to a commercial platform that could work. I think I'll leave it at there, so we have some time for questions.
Yeah, good, Sven, because you will stick around to be part of the panel discussion in just a short while.
Absolutely.
Good. Then we will switch to the studio. So Niklas, you are the last speaker of this session. You're a colleague of mine working at L2 Business, senior expert in strategy, business development, and you're here to talk about Sera.
Exactly, and I think we've gotten a really good insight around what's going on in Sweden, and it's a nice perspective to just see what happens on a European level, because a lot of these things are similar, and of course they are interacting in many ways. So we'll give a brief presentation around a project called Sera.
Okay.
Okay.
The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Okay, so Sera, it's a raw material certification scheme. And more or less, just to even further introduce myself, I, as Lisa, work at LTU Business, Head of Development and Strategy, and co-lead strategy services together with my dear colleague Lisa. And I have been heavily involved in these types of European, especially sustainability projects for the past few years. And one of the key projects within this area has been the SERA project, which started in 2017 and has a quite large group of different types of partners. First of all, it's quite centered around Europe, so we have DMT, TÜV Nord, universities included as well as RISE, who are involved as developer of the blockchain solution, which we also, of course, leverage. Then we have a advisory board with a lot of OEMs, but also different kinds of NGOs, and also the European Commission in the sort of stakeholder advisory group for this project. So more or less, I think the problem that SERA was aiming to address already from the get-go was a high number of, well, existing, very specific standards within the raw materials. So it was a high level of fragmentation. Some standards was not even quite too trustworthy. And the actors within a supply chain could adhere to different types of standards. So there was a lack of sort of harmonization and cross recognition between existing standards. And of course, this presents two problems. First of all, companies are within different, I mean, we're talking about all types of minerals and all value chains. So all companies had different standards to apply to and to sort of adhere to, but also there's a problem on the far downstream side where consumers have high, a big difficult time to understand what types of certification are the most trustworthy and how many of these can I actually understand. For example, I saw in the previous presentation from Maria, you showed us that, I mean, it's 60 minerals in one phone, and it's quite hard from a consumer perspective to understand which types of certification schemes are applicable for the different types of minerals. So with this in mind, the thing that SERA was trying to do and is trying to do is have a certification scheme that is applicable to the entire value chain from greenfield to consumer. It addresses environmental, social, and economic sustainability. It's applicable. I mean, this is a huge sort of aim for the project, but it's a global scale. It's all mining-related operations, all sizes, and for all types of raw materials. And the aim is to harmonize the standards market. And it's really important to stay here a little bit, because the idea of SERA is not to build a new standard that everyone has to adhere to. So it's rather about having a framework. So SERA is a host framework that is built around creating an efficient way to see if different types of value chain actors already have different types of certifications and standards. Then there is an automated sort of process where you can see how, to which degree they already adhere to the SERA network. So most of the time, the standards and the applying and being admitted to the SERA standard, it's very, very efficient in that way. And of course, chain of custody is at the very core. And on a high level, SERA consists of 4 different types of standards that needs to be developed. It's the readiness standard, which more or less relates to the exploration side. And then we have the upstream side, where we have the performance standard. And this is already done, and this is something that adheres to, more or less reaches out to all upstream value chain actors. And then it's the chain of custody standard, which is for both. I mean, it's the up and downstream side of it. And then, which is, I think, really important, coming back to some of the questions earlier regarding having a global unified view on certification of raw materials. It's a end product certification. That is something that, I mean, in the end will be stamped on a phone or on a car or wherever the end product actually is. And I will stay a little bit more on two of these areas. First of all, it's the CERA performance standard. This has been developed for the past few years. More or less takes its tone from an ISO framework and also from the OECD framework and so the rules that apply there. And it's something that more or less goes in and certifies the operations and defines sort of a minimum criteria set of framework which every operation in the upstream chain have to fulfill to be a part of this. And it's quite big, this framework and the standards, and it's available online if you just Google it and you find the network. And this has been developed for the past few years, driven by mainly TÜV Nord. But the other thing that also relates closely to the TraceMet project is the chain of custody. And here the aim is to have, it's a management system for a complete traceability that guarantees a chain of custody of sustainably sourced raw materials. And the method that we'll be going with is more or less the same as with the TraceMet project. So it's complete tracking of the commodity flow. We include blockchain because I think that's blockchain as a solution, as some sort of distributed ledger, is the game changer to actually make this operationally viable, to actually achieve this, to have a secure way of ensuring the data and sort of the trustworthiness of the data that is handled. But we will also, and this is important to mention, because CERA in the end will address all types of minerals. We will use other types of audit mechanisms as well, but this is highly dependent on the type of mineral and the value of the minerals as well. So there will be different sort of both of tracking systems, but also audit systems, depending on the specific mineral, but also the specific value of that mineral. Currently, we have 4 ongoing projects on a global level. I am not allowed to currently give any details around this, but the focus of these is within cobalt, lithium, graphite, and let's call it just REEs. In different regions of the world, different types of value chains, but also different sizes of operations. And this has been running, and they are in line with the progress, and they will continue to be developed for the past years. What is more or less of the most critical essence right now, because the technical development is ongoing, and it's been going on for quite some time, the harmonization of the standards network was something that was really, really difficult. And as I mentioned before, having CERA as a host framework, which leverages an algorithm to see to which degree certain already existing standards connect or are related to the CERA standard, is used to actually make the performance certification much more efficient for all the new entities that want to apply to this. So the performance standard and the chain of custody is the 2 focus areas that's been going on. But what now needs to be developed is the actual association. And I mean, as for now, we're looking to many different groups. Clients of the certification body is manufacturers, supplier, users, and all types of other types of in industry or near industry stakeholders that we're looking for. So we should be very open with all parties who would be interested to be part of the CERA association is free to apply. Next few years going ahead, cross-recognition harmonization, that is still ongoing and will continue for the next few months at least to have that working. And just yesterday we had to talk with Irma to see how well we can connect these 2 frameworks and how efficient that transition is. And beside that, the piloting will continue, and then it's the development of the readiness standard and final product certification that will take place approximately in 1 year's time. So, with that said, key for right now, and what we want to bring with you from a European perspective of the effort in SERA is you're free to be a part of this.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So now we want to have all the participants up on one panel screen. So we'll just wait a couple of seconds. But maybe I can get you started on a question while we organize everything, Niklas. So you talked about SERA. We heard a lot about the TraceMet project. Would you see SERA being a competitor to other standards certifications? You mentioned that a little bit, but can you explore on that a little bit more?
Yeah, we've been very clear about that when it comes to SERA from the get-go. And I think it's the same because I know this from discussion that I had with you, Sven, as well for the past year, I think. One key area has been that we do not want to create a competing situation. And the key that we're trying to look for here is more or less to have ways to, first of all, develop the technique together. And as we can see, the TraceMet and the SERA approach is very similar. Here we're in Sweden with the TraceMet, they've developed a pilot within a complete value chain, and that's terrific. And we're trying to do that in other mineral areas. But I think the key to actually achieve some sort of value in the end is to have a high trustworthiness and something that is communicable on the downstream side later on. So I think in the end we're trying to reach the sort of same goal.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so I think the first question I want to start you off with is about demand. Sven, you talked a little bit about this in your talk. You said there is a market need, a customer demand when it comes to these green products. And for green products, we need green minerals, green metals. But how would you say, how big is this demand and what can we do to actually increase it? Do you want to start, Sven?
Well, that's a good question I don't have the answer to. But I think it's growing very rapidly. The demand. When I joined the industry 7 years ago, one of the first phone calls I got was from one of the big technology producers, and they were asking, "Where can I buy recycled metal?" And they didn't know how it was produced, or they didn't know anything. Today, when we have that conversation with a big OEM, they know what it is, they know where it's produced, they know how it works, and they know everything but where they can buy it. So as soon as somebody can offer it, I think it will start a chain reaction. And then we will know the answer to your question. How big is the demand? And then we will probably also find out how big is the supply.
Yeah, exactly. But so as far as I've seen, many of these initiatives are being funded through projects. I mean, through projects via you, Jenny, or via the EIT raw materials or EU and so on. So are there enough belief that there actually is a demand for companies to go in and finance this more themselves? What would you say, Jenny?
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Well, I think that these first initiatives, of course, it's been public funding involved, but I still think that it's been driven by the partners, by the industry themselves. This is what they want, and they see that they need it. It's like, I don't think the public money in this sense has been the factor that made it happen. I think it's been a big support, but I think basically comes from the partners. And I'm sure that Boliden probably can confirm that this is something we knew you would have done anyway, probably at some stage, maybe a little bit later. But
would you say so, Sven?
I would agree. And I think there are also commercial players out there working on this problem.
Yeah, good. Maria, what is your point of view here? What should drive what? Demand from the consumer and the market, or maybe regulations and soft financing?
The best way is, of course, if this is market driven and driven by the demand and the end consumers. And I think we're slowly getting there. I mean, we are trying to raise the awareness on metals and their origin, of course. But also we see big initiatives like the one that was launched in Sweden yesterday on fossil-free steel making, where they sort of bet the case that actually this will be something that they can add value to in the end. And then you also need the whole value chain to be climate neutral. So I'm sure that this demand will be more obvious, but maybe we will see a combination of some kind of regulations as well, or at least demands from the political side. The politicians, they often like to make new regulations, and I think that this could be one area that they're looking at. But my hope is that it's actually customer driven, and it's driven by the customers of Boliden, for example, that they ask the questions and they are prepared to pay a little bit extra for sustainably produced copper, for example.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Brief comment around that, because I completely agree when it comes to that. I think what we're seeing is three origins of the demand. I mean, first of all, we have the end consumers, and I think that we have to package it in something that is easily communicable to create an actual demand for different types of minerals. But then when it comes to public and state pushing, I think public tendering is one area that you could actually put some sort of regulations when it comes to you have to ensure sustainable materials in public tendering. And the third area, which I think is really, really important in short term, is the from OEMs, and especially from listed OEMs, to have both to show environmental disclosure for investors, but also showing investors we call it a risk mitigation effort to ensure that your supply chains are secured and not at risk of any sort of scandals. Yeah.
Oh, good. So, Erik, in your work with the TraceMet, where have you seen the highest demand? Is it from the final products producers or mining companies? Where in the value chain have you seen the highest interest?
I wish I had a more clear answer on that than I have. We have all participants in the pilot had made the commitment to participate since they think, obviously, that this is an important matter. So for the 7 companies taking part in TraceMet, I would say that it's equally, roughly, important at all stages of the value chain. What we did, and we have been focusing on proving the concept, the system as such. We have not put our main effort on market analysis and going outside the project group, so to say. But what has been clear and interesting to me, at least, was that working with the user cases, it was obvious that it's certainly not only sales and marketing that was interested in this data, but also for the internal reporting, the internal environmental or sustainability goals and fulfillment of those. So there are different kinds of interest in having access to this data from the upstream actors.
Yeah, I think you're very much correct in that. I mean, me and Niklas work in another project called SMIG, Testbed Project. We have a use case where they want to use that traceability data to really understand their own, production, their own operations. So yes. It could be perfect for that as well. So Jenny, I just want to ask you, now we've heard a national excellent example. We've heard of a European excellent example. What other, what is done on a European level when it comes to traceability, circularity, and how can we use that from a Nordic perspective?
Yeah, very good question. I mean, we know that, for instance, the organization World Economic Forum, who's been a lot in contact with Svemin as well, they also have a big initiative on this and trying to, you know, the biggest companies are part of the World Economic Forum, and they are trying to also do things on this theme. So there are a lot of initiatives globally, I would say, ongoing. I would say that a challenge for us and for the team, the TraceMet team, as we've seen also in their studies, to sort of see, okay, how do we proceed now? We know that there's a lot of initiatives. How do we fit in, and should it be a certification scheme, or what should happen? So good and big question, Lisa, and I don't have a clear answer. I just know that a lot is going on, and this is on, I would say, everybody's lips right now. Everybody sees the urgency for this. And I want to say also a comment on public funding and the importance of that in this sense. It's not only the money that, for instance, EIT Raw Materials or my program brings, it's also the signals it sends that public funding is directed towards this topic and theme. It gives us gives us legitimacy, and it also sort of shows that it is important, and that sends signals also to the society. So I think that's also an important part of this.
Yeah, very good comment, I would say so. So, Erik, you talked a little bit about trust in your session. So, for all of you, probably, how can we make something like a standard, traceable system? How can we make it credible long term? What do you think, Niklas?
Well, I think, I mean, it's a tough question, but one of the key things here is that if we were to make it 100% credible, meaning that we know exactly from where one specific mineral comes and how it ended up in your car or your phone or whatever, to make it so that you can actually physically fingerprint it, it's not feasible. It's never going to happen. So it's rather to prove that the technology developed, for example, within the TraceMet system as well, or in Serra, and on an actual functional level, it actually works. And you have to keep the trustworthiness and the integrity of that system intact. Because if you lose that, you will quite quickly lose the credibility from investors and also from the end consumer side. And then you lose all faith. I mean, a standard or a certification scheme is not worth more than the trust that the user actually puts into it. So it's really tricky, but I think using blockchain or other traceability methods is one way to actually make it feasible.
Right. So Sven, as an industry actor, what you said is what is totally necessary to create this credibility long term?
Well, I agree with Niklas. I think that the basics are, for any other accounting, you need some possibility to audit. So that needs to be there. And then I think the consumers will decide, the value chain will decide, and the world, we already have these examples to look at. We have the power market, where we as consumers can buy green electricity or not so green electricity. And I make that choice, and I'm happy with the level of control and credibility of the system, the way it's set up today. So I don't think it needs to be more difficult than that.
Yeah. What a cliffhanger. Did you choose the green or the non-green electricity?
We always buy green. That's how we have this low CO2 footprint for metals.
Yeah. So Erik, final question for you. How do you see this? Because you've actually worked with this credibility and how to trust this system. What is needed in your mind?
I agree with what said. I mean, it's of course up to the users to decide if it's trustworthy or not. You cannot really decide that, and that will of course be easier within a smaller scope, fewer actors. They can build the trust, but then the impact will be smaller on the other hand. So we are struggling with that. We have been discussing that. Should one go for the small start, growing organically, keep building trust partner per partner, so to say, or should you go the other way around and have the big scope from the start? And there are pros and cons, and no, I'm also struggling with that one.
It's a work in progress, let's say that.
Certainly.
Yeah. So thanks a million to all 5 of you for participating. It's been very nice to hear about these initiatives. So yeah, now we will switch over to another session. We have a great opportunity to learn more about how virtual reality can be used within our industry. So Niklas Dahlström, Senior Project Manager at LTU Business, so a colleague of mine as well, and Samuel Lundsten, Lecturer at Pervasive and Mobile Computing at Luleå University of Technology, are with us today, here to talk about the VR Mine experience that you have created. So welcome, Niklas and Samuel. We can see you now, but we can't hear you. Hi. Let's see if we can get it. I can't hear you still, but I can see that you're talking. Are you muted? No? Okay. No, we're not getting any sound from you. But you look really handsome. Do you have any magic you can do? Niklas and Samuel are... Oh, no!
Do you read us? Do you read us? Hi, do you read us now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yeah, splendid. And excuse us for that. I mean, we are between you and the coffee break, so of course it's even more important for you to hear us now. We are actually trying to broadcast this from a studio in Luleå University of Technology's node in Skellefteå. So we are here with the visual art team, and Samuel is a part of that. Yep, working with computer graphics. All right, the next 10 minutes, we will try to talk a little bit about a VR Mine experience, but the most of the time we will actually let you be with us and to experience it. So yeah, we will start right now. Short history about our VR experience. Between 2017 and 2020, we wanted to communicate the large mining project SIMS in a very groundbreaking way. We did a lot of movies, and we were very active on Twitter and other digital channels. And most of you know about SIMS, Sustainable Intelligent Mining Systems. And the project was all about to improve technology, to take the next step for a green, sustainable and efficient mining operation. And you see the partners below there. When we did this, when we tried to not just do all those things, but as well to communicate them, we saw that doing different stuff in our VR environment was very, very successful. And then we started to work a little bit more with the general public to use that tool. So we've created this virtual experience, and it's not a digital copy of an actual mine, and it's not a simulator. But we've created this experience with high-end graphics to create an immersion for the user, so you can experience a virtual mine. And it's based on real mines, not, we have components from real mines. We've got inspiration from real mines, but it's a hypothetical mine
with high-end graphics for the immersion. And we try to visualize a modern sustainable European mine. And we've done this using a game engine, and we've tried to, with computer graphics, create repeatable modules so that we can create any kind of scenario we want and build a mine that is working for a different context to showcase different things or learn or having different scenarios in VR.
And a lot of this is, of course, I mean, for education, it's important to know a little bit about what is the challenges in our business and how can we achieve them. And of course, it's very hard to come down there and a scenario from 1,000 or 1,300 meters below. What will happen there? How does it look? So it's good before you enter that mine. And for a general public perspective, I mean, a mine is not just a mine. I mean, a mine in Congo or in China is one part of mine. So it's so much different. And now we see Arash is turning around the screen that we believe that you
Niklas?
see, and you don't see what we are sending.
Hi, Niklas. We can't see yours, so we can't see Arash. We can't see anything but a little bit of black right now.
Arash. Okay, we have a bit of a technical struggle. We tried to send this over Zoom to us just an hour ago, and it worked very well. You don't see our VR environment right now, do you, Lisa?
No, I can just see a black screen.
You can just see a black screen. That is not good at all. I mean, then it's very dark in the environment right now. We try to
hey, now I can see.
Work with that through Arash, and I can. Now you can see.
I can see a bearded man looking happy.
Okay, so you actually see Arash now. You don't see. Okay, sorry for that. Then I believe I will stand there instead, and I will talk to you, at least see something in the screen. Do you see me now, Lisa?
Oh, I wish I did, but it's black again now. All right, so I think we lost them here for a minute. So we're just going to put on a short something for you to look at, the program or something, and try to get them back online, and we will be back with you shortly in the broadcast. Okay, so now we have you online again, Niklas. So feel free to start.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, sorry for that. We will actually now go down in one of our two VR environments. So you will see my colleague Samuel, who will put on his headset. And as you see me and Samuel here in your right corner. What we have done here, I mean, like we said, and maybe you heard it as well, this is not a digital twin. We are not working in a simulation. This is more to give you an experience. So Samuel has now put on his safety gears. He has a tablet on his left arm. He can laser with one of his fingers. And when he lasers from something, he can actually see and have some information. He can transport himself by walking. And he can start different activities. So if you start the battery activity, now you see some vehicles coming in there. And those are actually activities that we did for real in the Sims project. So we are showing achievements and results. And here you can see some APROC battery machines and when they reload their battery machines. And then we can continue, go out to the main drift. And we will just show you a few of those different things. But this is how professionals, but as well students and young people can understand something and have a first clue about what is it to work in a modern, not mine of the future, but a modern, sustainable North European mine. And here, for example, of course, we can see this boomer. And most people, they don't know, why do you drill in a mine? How do you do it? What is a drilling machine? Is somebody in there? What are they doing? And you can get information. And if you're just a quite young child, maybe that information is not the most important. But if you start to think and work in the university or being a student, if you know something about this, the challenges and the opportunities, we believe that more young talents will start to think about this sort of education and this sort of careers. We continue to walk here and we will not see everything, of course, but this is, of course, quite fun. I mean, to blast in a mine. And then, Samuel, if you ventilate it away, the gases. And then actually in this VR environment, we can actually as well reset a blast, and that's quite good. So of course, like we said, this is not the real deal, but it's close and it will give you a lot of experience. And when different workers from, for example, Boliden and LKAB have tried this, they think it's very close to what you are doing in their mines. And for example, when you take in summer workers or when you take in new workers, maybe they are not working underground, they can have a feeling about what their company does, what sort of operation that will bring in the money. Another thing that we did in the Sims project was to work with measuring and autonomous drones. So here you can follow a drone as well. So different things, and we have just seen a little bit. So I think we go out from the experience because we have that technical difficulties, and we go back to the presentation. We have tried that during those 3 years in the Sims project a lot. We had a lot of attention in national television, for example, in Euronews. We were a lot out with professionals. You can see Tobias Bauer, as we saw earlier today, together with the King down in the right corner. We worked a lot with different school classes. We worked in different conferences. You see the girl quite below in the middle. That was in PDAC just before we had this COVID disaster last year. So it has been, in that case, very successful. And the last year, me, Samuel, and some of our friends from University in Luleå, LTU Business, Boliden, APROC, LKAB, and 2 of from our Swedish science centers, Technical Museum and Teknikens Hus in Luleå, we have tried to think about what can be the next step. So now we have 7 different science centers in Sweden who are working with those VR environments, or they will start to do that directly after Corona. And we have as well mining companies, and we have university in Luleå or try to work with those experiences when they have their education. And the next step, we will have a project or 2 quite soon to be able to work even more with those environments. And already now, those environments are available for you, and they are for free. So if you look at Sims Mining, EU VR, as you can see there, you can download and have them for free. If you want some sort of guidance, you can contact someone, or you can contact me, and we are more than happy to help you. And this was a little bit different presentation because of what happened, but I hope you had something from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. No, I thought that was great. And I mean, I've been with you in a couple of places with this VR equipment, and it's a showstopper. It really is, and it really has the potential to increase the interest for the mining industry in all kind of age groups, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, we didn't know about the effects and how people should take this to them, but this was really in a groundbreaking way. I mean, we have had so many invitations, different kind of forums, and what maybe is most what's even best thing for us is that so many young people have started to think about those things, and they believe that working in a mine, if you're a girl or a boy, is a very cool thing to do, and it's a very interesting and inspiring business. Yeah. Exactly, and that's what we want to say. So Samuel and Niklas and Arash, thanks a million. And now for all friends watching, we will have our very, very final coffee break of the conference. So after this coffee break, we have 4 really interesting project presentations. So I hope you will join us for that as well. So see you back here 2:45.
below zero. Above the clouds. Below the ground. From earth to raw materials. Through fire to construction. To sustainable living. From climate change to changing our way of life. From ideas to humanities to business. From Luleå University of Technology to the world. To the Arctic. Into the future. Into the unknown.
welcome back to you, Håkan.
Thank you very much.
I hope you all are ready for plenary session number 8, project presentations. And I know that this is one of the sessions you have been looking forward to most.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's get started. First out to tell us about a Swedish source of critical metals from mine waste is Ulrika Håkansson, Technical Director at LKAB. Hi, Ulrika.
You are mute, Ulrika.
No, we can't hear you. Yeah, you're not muted, but there's something. Try now. Now, we got some sound from you just a second ago, didn't we?
Okay, do you hear me now?
Now we hear you.
Good.
So we're looking forward to hear about your project. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I want to present myself first. I'm Ulrika Håkansson. As you know, I'm representing the business area of special products at LKAB, and I'm going to start by showing you a video of the project that I'm leading right now. It's called the REMAP project. So I'd like you to see that one, and I'll continue to present it afterwards. So.
In our everyday life, minerals are all around us. Some we're hardly even aware of, like fluorine in small medical applications, or neodymium in magnets for electrical vehicles or wind turbines. With a growing population, the demand for minerals is higher than ever. At LKAB, we have accepted this challenge. These critical raw materials that we need come from down here. And through new technology in the REMAP project, we aim to prove that mining waste can become an important asset to the world's needs without emitting unnecessary carbon dioxide. By establishing a large-scale industrial park and using innovative technology, we will extract valuable resources from the tailings sand. Rare earth elements, gypsum, fluorine, and perhaps most importantly, phosphorus. Without it, global agricultural production would be halved. All of this will be produced with fossil-free energy, such as hydro and wind energy, something we have in abundance up here in the north of Sweden. We can't single-handedly solve the world's need for critical raw materials, but this will certainly make a very important contribution. LKAB already operates some of the most climate-efficient mines on the planet. But now we're starting yet another ambitious journey to turn today's waste into tomorrow's resources.
Thank you. So I will start sharing my screen to show you some slides. So yeah, that was the movie. And as you've already heard yesterday from our CEO, Jan Moström, with our new
Ulrika,
future.
Sorry, Håkan, interrupting you. We don't see your screen, unfortunately.
Okay.
So try again.
Okay, I'll try again.
It's happening. Thank you.
Great. Better?
It's very good. Thank you.
Yeah, we have within LKAB we have the new strategic plan, and you heard that from Jan Moström, our CEO, yesterday. And one of the three major areas are just extract critical minerals from mine waste, and that's exactly what we're planning to do in the project REMAP. So it's part of our larger plan. When it comes to kind of the scale or the scope or what type of sense of the potential volumes of this project, we define it as 30% of the European Union's need of rare earth elements and about 5 times the Swedish need of phosphorus mineral fertilizers. And this is only when we using the fresh tailings. We also have seen that both these items are of course part of the critical raw material list, and we can really significantly reduce the dependency of imports by establishing this industry. We also have quite high ambitions when it comes to product quality, the product itself, and also the methods of production. Not only that the products are on the critical raw material list, we're taking them out from our waste material, we're increasing our efficiency when it comes to resources, and by there contributing to our circularity in the society, so to speak. We also have high ambitions on the actual quality when it comes to the quality, the grade of the products and the impurities. We also will use electrification to the extent that's possible, and use the hydrogen power as you've seen in other projects as well, to make sure that we can reduce our footprint, CO2 footprint to a minimum in this project. To be able to do that, we have also said that we need to add and produce our own feed material, and thereby it becomes a whole industrial park. So it's more like a chemical hub, more or less, and it's a large investment, more than 10 billion SEK in investment. When we're talking about jobs, it's about in operation a couple of hundreds, and during the, of course, the construction phase and the commissioning, far more than that. This is how it's kind of presented more on a process type of scheme, and we start, of course, by the mine, where we're taking the fresh tailings to two planned apatite plants, where we do the concentration of the tailings to a apatite concentrate, and we're going to do that by a flotation process. We have done the similar thing in LKAB before, so we're fairly familiar with that process, how it's going to work. So it's going to be a transportable type of product, and it's also the great quality to feed the heart of this industrial park, the hydro plant. With the hydro plant, we have worked quite a lot with process development. We have specific product goals. We need to make sure that we get sellable products like the gypsum for the construction industry and plasterboards, that the rare earth elements that we want to extract are of the quality that they can go further along the value chain for separations and so forth within the European Union, that the fluorine product is what the chemical industry needs. So that's why we have designed this hydro process for ourselves. As well as that, the apatite that we have in Malmberget is fairly different from the one we have in Kiruna, so we have to make sure that the hydro plant can take care of both of them, as they are both fluorine and chlorine type of apatite. The main product, as you have saw on the video, is the phosphor and the phosphoric acid. We have been focusing on the quality and those things for the mineral fertilizer in the end. So that's where we are right now. And the two main feed material that is needed for this plant is sulfuric acid and ammonia. So the idea of the sulfuric acid plant has some thoughts about the cost, being able to have a cost control and cost volume, and it also benefits our, we call it balance of plants. So it's a exothermal type of process. So we get some energy out of it, and that fits really well in the whole industrial plant kind of a synergy chart. So that's the kind of purpose of the sulfuric acid plant. When it comes to the ammonia plant, it has to do with the footprint, the CO2. And as we can use the electricity up in here in the north, we can produce hydrogen gas and produce the ammonia. We can also do the green ammonia instead of the brown one. That is fairly similar. It has not to do with the cost here. On the opposite, it's less, it's much more costly than to do the other one, just to buy the brown one. But we think that fits this project so well. So it's part of the scope right now. So the road ahead, more on the technical side, we're still in the process development phase here. We're in the pre-study. We are scaling up. We're making sure that it's a robust technology, and it's also about making sure that we where we are when it comes to CAPEX and OPEX and all that when it comes to the technology, and that we can reach our product goals. These are really important for us to make sure that we can get out all the products that we can from the project and not creating new waste, so to speak. So the financial part of it, we are doing the business case every quarter to make sure to see where we are in the project right now and moving forward from that. On the revenue side, these are new markets for us when it comes to fertilizer and when it comes to the REEs. So we do a lot of work there. We can see right now that on the premium side, on the fertilizers, you can see somewhat from the cadmium content level, and of course on the phosphorus content, but that's more has to do with grade, not really a premium in that sense. You can see a slight premium there, but not that much. We can't see really that there are any premiums right now on the sustainability side or ethics or source or that type of thing. So we're hoping when in 2027, when we I think that we can launch or commission this project, that would be on the market as well. More on the practical side, this is a large investment. It's a green field. We need a lot of space. We need electricity. We need infrastructure. We need water. So a lot of things around it to make a good plant functioning for us here. So we do that study right now to see where we can put this industrial park, and I haven't put it on the slide today, but competence. We are this is a greenfield industry, and without the competence from hydrometallurgy, all different things of chemical industry in general, operations. That type of process control is needed to make this greenfield project happening. And I just the other with the VR, I thought about that when I saw that earlier that Niklas showed. It would be a perfect training tool for us. We are a greenfield. It's a new industry for us. To use that type of tool for training would be perfect in this type of project, I would say. When it comes to permits, we need permits for both Kiruna, Malmberget, and of course the new industrial park. They are on the critical path right now when it comes to at least Malmberget. We have a long lead time there. These apatite concentrate plants are part of the bigger permit in those areas, and the lead times are really long. So that's kind of a bit of a challenge for us. Also, what's happening right now, we are in a pre-study phase. So we have done pilot works, we're taking in studies, we're preparing for how we can construct and build this one. We're planning for an implementation strategy, how we can't build it all at once. So all these type of things we try to take into account to get a good recommendation for our steering committee, so that we hope we can give next year. So that's where we are right now. We still think that we can launch or have this project started by 2027. we have a project site, so if you want to know more and when it comes news about the project, we launch it at the remap.com project website. So please go in there and have a look. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Ulrika. Very interesting. And I was just thinking, this issue of doing something with mining waste, it's been spoken about for so long, and it's really, it's proven to be very, very difficult for various reasons. So I'd say if you succeed in doing what you're planning to do, you'll be heroes of the sector. You'll be spoken about for generation. So best of luck. Really, really very exciting. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, talking about exciting projects. Actually, I was thinking we have a poll going on, and it's you are asked to answer the question: how many operating mines do we have in Sweden in 10 years' time? And not too many of you have answered yet, but of those who have answered, most people seem to think that there'll be the same number of mines in 10 years' time as we have now, or perhaps less. So that's quite interesting in a way. To have new mines, you need to have exploration, and you need to make discoveries, or you need to find the near mine extensions of your existing ore bodies. In any case, exploration needs to find as much material or more as is being produced each year. So exploration is rather important. One of the more promising exploration projects we have, rather mature, is the Barsele project. And to talk about that, we have Roman Haynes, Senior Exploration Geologist just at Agnico Eagle. And Roman, we are very keen to hear what you have to say about this project. The screen is yours.
Yeah, hello everyone. I hope you hear me quite well.
I hear you very well.
Okay, I'm trying to share my screen now. Yeah, do you see my presentation now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, hello everyone again. Thank you for this opportunity to having me here at this interesting conference. Today I'll give you a short summary update about the Barsele project, which is advanced exploration state project located in Sweden that is Agnico operating at the moment now. First two slides, as I'm going to be presenting some resource estimate numbers close to the end of presentation. These are the notes to investors regarding the use and mineral resources, so it has to be in the presentation. I just go through quickly. And now, so Agnico Eagle, yeah, as probably everyone knows who is Agnico Eagle, it's a major gold producer international that has at the moment 10 operating mines. 7 of the mines are located in the so-called northern business, that is Canada and Finland, and 3 mines are located in the southern business, that is Mexico. Recently, Agnico has acquired a new mine, a new project that is located in Nunavut. Its name is Hope Bay, and it's from the TMAC Resources. Then Agnico is also very active in exploration, so with over 100 exploration projects and sites, mainly in Canada, Mexico, Sweden, and Finland. And to give you just a quick overview of the numbers from the last year, despite this very difficult year with the COVID situation, I think Agnico has ended up with quite good, interesting numbers at the end of the year. So we have Agnico has produced about 1.7 million ounces of gold in a total cash cost of $775, and all-in sustainable cost about $1,051 US. So that counts for the record quarterly gold production in Q4. We have also increased the gold mineral reserves to 24 million ounces, as well as the exploration budget in 2021 has increased over 40%, but that will go mainly to the near mine exploration project to secure more resources for the future. Let's go to Barsele project. So as probably everyone knows, Barsele project is located in Västerbotten. And it's at an intersection of the two metallogenic trends. One of them famous VMS Skellefteå district, the second one the gold line trend. And this project is it's a joint venture project, and Agnico Eagle has a 55% interest with the option to get additional 15% through the completion of the pre-feasibility study. So we are exploring in about 47,000 hectares. That includes 25 claims and 2 exploitation concessions. We are doing active exploration and drilling in the Barsele deposit that is located in this exploitation concession, plus the Norra VMS deposit. And we're also quite active to exploring regionally within these claims to try to find the new mineralization, the new deposits, new showings. So here I'm going to show you some brief summary of exploration work we have completed between the years 2015 and 2020. So up till today, we did about 1,700 field observations and mapping, and we have collected about 16,000 soil samples, the sea horizon as well as the B horizon. Last year, we are quite active to do lots of regional and also local geophysical surveys. So in total, we did 3,800 gravity stations, 1,400 kilometers of ground magnetic surveys. At the Barsele deposit, we have also, and around in the near surroundings, we have also did 21 kilometers of Titan 24 deep geophysics and numerous borehole EM and missile mass surveys. Regionally, we also explore using bot drilling, which is top of the bedrock, till drilling. So we have done so far 1,300 holes. Then in the Barsele deposit in the central zone, we had did a big trench where we collected about almost 700 channel samples. And until today, we drilled about 400 diamond drill holes that in the summer it's 155,000 drilling meters. Beside that, we also try to do some other studies like we did a metallurgical test on the Barsele deposit, as well as the waste recharacterization test. Currently, there's ongoing ore sorting study to see whether we can improve the grades by new ore sorting technologies. Just to give you a brief overview over the local geology of the Barsele deposit. The Barsele gold deposit, it's an orogenic gold deposit that is predominantly hosted within this elongated granodiorite intrusion. And the age of intrusion has been constrained down to 1.88 billion years. That is interpreted as a syntectonic intrusion and placed along the pre-existing D1, D2 structures. So also by geochemistry, we can see the different intrusive phases, and all this is surrounded by supracrystal volcanosedimentary rocks. So a little bit about mineralization. How does it look like, the Barsele deposit? So as it is hosted mainly in a granodiorite intrusion, the mineralization style it's a veining, and it's a very small type of the veinlet. Sometimes there are big veins, but we have identified 2 different stages of the veins. We have an early stage of the veins that's comprised only a very, very small portion of the Barsele deposit, and it's this type of this what we call quartz zero. It's very small, tiny blue wormy veinlets with the gold, molybdenite, and chalcopyrite. There was a master thesis done on this also on the veining by Evelina Aran, 2019, and she has concluded that this vein has been in place during the very high temperatures. So we interpret this as an early magmatic hydrothermal phase that is linked to intrusion and placement. But the majority of the gold, the bulk of the gold mineralization is actually hosted in what we call main stage veins, where we have at least 3 generations of the veins, and those veins are related to the regional deformation event. So that means that it's a orogenic gold, and there are much lower temperature in the first veins. Beside this Barsele deposit, we have also a very small deposit that is called Norra, and that's a gold-rich VMS. We have started to explore also 1718, and this is, for instance, an example of massive sulfide intersection of one of the infill holes on the 9 meters at the almost 9 grams per ton of gold, 78 grams of the silver, 1.5% of copper, and 5% of zinc. Beside the geology, we were very active also with environmental studies, and in order to collect good quality data for future permitting process. So we are quite active with the water sampling and the lakes and the streams, different environmental studies. We did the bird and nature value surveys, the lake Skytteske geochemical study, which is quite important because this lake is just beside the deposit. We did several fish studies in the area plus in the region, as well as the archaeological study. And also all these studies are done, also the hydrogeological studies. So that includes the snow depth and the density, then we have the flow measurements in the streams, various different measurements in the drill holes. We also did the private water well inventory and sampling. And we have also installed the weather station just beside the central zone of the. And a couple of last 2 slides, I'm going to just show you some resource estimation. However, these numbers are from the end of the year 2018. We did some drilling this year in the deposit, so currently there is ongoing resource estimation process, and the new resource estimate will be released in probably a couple of weeks from now. So here I'm going to just show some numbers that has been released already in 2018. So Varsel deposit comprises of 3 different zones, Avan, Central, and Shirosen. That the current strike is approximately 3,000 meters, and in a vertical extent 900 meters, which is so far defined by drilling. And wireframes, or the mineral deposit, it consists of 60 mineralized lenses. And here's the example of the longitudinal section with 3 different zones, Avan, Central, and Shirosen. And here, this slide also summarized the resource estimate from 2018, that we have so far only 2 categories. We have indicated and inferred. In indicated, we have open pit plus underground. That is about 7.88 million tons at 1.27 gram per ton. That is approximately 320,000 ounces. And then we have the inferred resources, that is open pit and underground. That is almost 29 million tons at 1.98 gram per ton. And that is in total that is approximately 1.83 million ounces. It's important to emphasize that this resource estimation, it's 100% of the resources, and the Agnico's current interest is 55% of this. With this slide, I would like to thank you and for listening. And here I show the people who are behind this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Roman. That was very interesting. And those exploration geologists that are listening in are probably salivating by that presentation. They're really, really nice to see. I saw that you had a variety of investigations or assessments ongoing. I hope that you also listened in on our presentation earlier that concerned with indigenous rights and the need to do a reindeer herding impact analysis. So
yeah,
don't forget that.
I was listening all talks.
Yeah. So anyway, just an aside. Thank you so much, and all the best for the future. We'll be moving on for an update from Christer, who's next to me, on 2 projects, the Grängesberg Apatite project and Dannemora iron ore restart. Dannemora is, of course, an exceptionally old mine, as is Grängesberg.
Yes, that's right.
Please, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, actually, I must say. I'm very, very glad to be able to present to you the projects I'm running through Grängesberg Exploration Holding. And we are a company which is listed on the Nordic SME. here in Stockholm, and we are running 2 pilot projects, I would say, or prime projects, and that is the Grängesberg project Appetite, as well as the restart of the Dannemora iron ore mine. I will take you through that. And we start with the Grängesberg Appetite. It's a recovery project. It is tailings. We heard about that from LKAB. They are also in the forefront of this. We are having tailing dams in Grängesberg from the old operations up to 1990. And that's the basis for our first project. We have roughly 4-5 million tons of tailings containing pretty high grades of phosphorus as well as REEs, rare earth. And we expect to have something around 7 years of production there, with a run rate of roughly 75,000 tons annually. And this is a quite interesting project, or exciting, I must say. We think it's an early starter. It's a permitting process, which is actually the limiting factor here, the critical line. But we think we are getting through there. This is old sites touched. It's not greenfield, it is brownfield, which is a big advantage. We are situated on the southwest side of the village of Grängesberg, and we start with the Jan Mats tailing dam, and we also have the Hötjärn tailing dam, which is more containing monazite and things like that, and that is a much later project. But we have an expansion also up north of the village, which would extend the project roughly 100% or another 7 years. So that's what we have, and it's a good opening on our journey into Appetite and rare earth production. The pond, or the dam, Jan Mats dam, was put in operation in 1950 and was then closed 1973 roughly. At the time when the new dam, the Hötjärn dam, south of this pond here, was put in operation, they also built a industrial area, the Lomberget industrial area, and that has been, and that's still there, and it's very fortunate for us. Today, it looks like this, and we have the industrial area still there. So you go closer to it, we have the dam, or our storage of tailings. We have the industrial plant very close, and we have the marshalling yard for the railroad exactly adjacent to that. So it's an extremely good setting for a startup of reprocessing tailings here in Grängesberg. So that's why we start here. If you look on the Lomberg industrial plant or area, it is the old, what we call the grain cold pellet plant you see there. It was a disastrous investment for Grängesberg company at the time, but for us it's fortunate it's still there, and it also contains certain equipment together with power, water, and all the permits. So what we need here is basically to fit in the flotation plant, and that is fits well into the halls of this big building, and we have the silos in there as well, with also the conveyor belts and such things. So it's very well situated for us to start up with. And it's a proven flotation plant technique we are looking at. We are going to optimize that with the latest technology. Of course, we are running process tests, and we're going to be very thorough on that one. So that's where we are today. I will come back a little bit on the activities later on. Moving over then to Dannemora. It's a restart. As you mentioned, it's an old mine, 700 years basically. It's our oldest iron ore mine in production. It was in production, closed 2015 through a bankruptcy, and it was earlier closed 1992 by SSAB. So that's the setting for us. And for us, we see this potential in Dannemora. That's the high grading potential of the ore, the crude ore, producing something which is really in demand in the market. And that is the reason why we are focusing and working on the Dannemora restart. We enjoy also large investments done earlier, which we can recover and put into production again, as well as a fantastic logistic situation with rail and port logistic available to us. And we have the advantage with Dannemora. We have open stopes underground, which means that we can deposit all the tailings underground. And that was actually done last time as well. And we will continue that. That is very advantageous when it comes to the environmental permitting. But why now? And what happened? I just run you through this because it can be of certain interest. The reason behind the bankruptcy and the failure last time was actually incomplete process tests. And it was based on the fact that the assumption that it should be the same product mix as was produced up to 1992, coarse and lump ores. And that was proven to be a wrong assumption, and that was disastrous going forward for the project. Adding to that, the company at that time did not pursue all the investments contemplated and planned. For instance, the primary crusher at the end of the bottom of the shaft was never installed, and the beneficiation plant, the process plant, was only built half. The first dry sorting plant was installed, whereas the wet grinding plant were never put in place, and that created very low yield and low quality on the ore. And they had a bad timing because the clients at the time were moving away from low-grade ore and demanding higher grade, and Dannemora at the time couldn't pursue that and meet that demand. Prices were falling as well, so they were put between a rock and a hard place, so to say. So moving away from lump and fines, low-grade material, and move up to a high-grade concentrate. We know already from the older tests done in 2013, 14, that it's possible to do 64% plus. We are trying to raise that even further. The benefit of that is that we get better, of course, margins for the production. The production in the existing mine is exactly the same. It's just that we produce a much better material or product. So that is the potential, and that is where we focus most of our efforts right now. The rest is known around the mine and the logistics and so on. It's just to restart it, actually. Just a brief on where we are. We actually have for instance, the head frame, which is in place, of course. That's the highest building in Uppland. We have the hoisting system installed there, but it was never commissioned, put in operation, because of the decision not to install the primary crusher at the end or in the bottom of the shaft. So there we have just 100 million SEK installed, which was never put in use. And we have the railway 40 kilometers away. Is a wet dream for any miner. It's great, actually. And we have the complete harbor logistics there. We have the installations. We have the receiving plant or the unloading plant, which has to be adjusted a little bit because we are changing into concentrate now, and this was for coarse material, so we have to change a little bit. There are going to be different types of train wagons and so on. And we have the berth, and we have the ship loader, and the access to the port has been also giving much better accessibility through through deepening the access to the port. So it's now a much deeper draft than before. And that's also a part of the bad timing for the earlier operations. So, but without mineral resources, no mine, right? So what do we have? Yeah, we have roughly 25 million plus mineral resource. It used to be reserves, but it's now back into resources again until we've proven that we can actually economically mine it. But it's also from the earlier operations, a lot of exploration done, and that gives us a good knowledge about where we can expand the mine. We have 3 areas, and the ore bodies is mostly open to the depth, and we can follow the ore or the mineralization, I would say, better, down to 1,000 meters. And we are operating, the mine was operating roughly around 450, 500 meters at the deepest. So there is a lot of potential, but I don't think we can report, as LKAB did yesterday, this great tonnage improvement. I don't think we will manage that, but in percentage-wise, I hope to beat LKAB's announcement, but we will come back to that later on. So what's going on this year then? Yeah, well, I talked about the process tests. In Grängesberg, we are commissioned tests by GTK in Finland. They are great, probably the best on appetite, beneficiation or processes. Whereas in Dannemora, we are using SGS in Lakefield, Canada, where we are using the absolutely best experts on magnetite. So we are very thrilled about that, and that is where we're going to see the potential coming out. We are running scoping studies parallel, and especially in Dannemora, it is Golder who is commissioned there. And later, after we have reported the scoping studies for Dannemora, for instance, in second quarter this year, so before the summer, we will continue with the environmental application work and file that hopefully during this year, and parallel with that, finalizing the feasibility studies. So that is where we are, and we are very thrilled. I have a great team around me, experienced people who have done it before, and we are now en route to something which we think is extremely interesting. So hopefully I can get back to you next year reporting where we are. So thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Christer. Very interesting. To say that Dannemora and Grängesberg are old, well-known names in the Swedish mining industry would not be an underestimate.
Correct.
No.
Correct.
And well, best of luck with re-establishing those brand names. So, right.
Okay.
Yeah. Next on, we have what I would say are not old and established name in the Swedish exploration industry, but a new, exciting company, and who's doing work in quite a few areas. So we're really, really interested and keen to hear from Erik Jensen, the General Manager of Exploration at EMX Royalties. We can see you.
Hi. Yeah, I hope
and now we can hear you.
Good. Can you hear me too?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Excellent. Great.
So
yeah, I'm
go
calling
ahead.
in from Vancouver, Canada. So yeah, thank you.
The capital of mining in the world, yes.
Yeah, one of the places where they're... yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I hope that you can see my screen.
Yes, looks good.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, well, I really appreciate the invitation to speak. My name is Erik Jensen. I'm the General Manager of Exploration for EMX Royalty Corporation. And in the course of this presentation, I just want to give a brief update in terms of what we've been up to and our Nordic exploration programs in general. In the course of this presentation, I'm going to be making some forward-looking statements. This is cautionary language required by the securities exchanges, and this information will be available in the conference materials that are distributed afterward. For those of you who are not familiar with our company, EMX has a really unique business model in the exploration space. We do a lot of exploration work. It's a key focus of our company. It's been the core of our business practice over the past 20 years that we've been in operation. We look for a variety of metal suites, and so we're quite active explorers in quite a number of commodities. And the unique aspect of our business model, however, is our collaboration. Unlike most other exploration companies, and exploration historically in the mining sector has been fairly secretive, but we're very collaborative. We welcome partnerships with other companies, and to advance our projects, we form partnerships with other companies. We work together to advance the projects. And ultimately, EMX, for our interest, we retain a royalty. We have a percentage of the future mineral production from the project. And so what this has allowed us to do is, taking this approach, it's allowed us to build sustainably, build an organically generated royalty portfolio that is now global in scope. And so I'll show some of that in the coming slides. We also make selective purchases of royalties, existing royalties, and we've had a good history of making strategic investments in both exploration and development stage projects through the years. So that's another component of our business approach. I won't go into the detail of this slide, but I just want to give the viewers a sense for where we work. And we have a global wingspan at this point. EMX has been doing this for many years, and we now have project interests in over 250 assets globally. A lot of work in the Americas. We do a lot of work in Northern Europe, which I'll be talking about today. Also through Asia, other parts of Central and Eastern Europe, through Turkey, and then down in Australia as well. Over the past decade, however, a key focus of ours has been Northern Europe. We've made that a key component to our exploration programs, and that has allowed us to become very quietly, one of the leading explorers in Fennoscandia. And I think a lot of people, we may not be a household name yet, but we do a lot of work with other companies. And so when you aggregate the projects over the scope of our overall work in the Nordic countries, this is what that looks like. So we have over 50 project interests. Right now, we're very well funded. We have 10 partnerships with other industry partners to help us co-explore many of these projects. And so with that, we've been able to deploy quite a bit of capital in recent years toward the advancement of these various projects across the Nordic countries. And so this represents about 20% of EMX's global exploration portfolio, but it has been growing substantially. And we have a fairly diverse suite of metals that we are looking for as well. I'll show some close-up to some of these areas. There'll be a bit more detail on some of these areas in which we are working. This is probably the most important slide. This is our partnership slide. So we love collaboration, and we've established partnerships with quite a number of different mining and resource companies globally. And so that ranges from some of the biggest mining companies in the world. We do a lot of collaborative projects with some of the majors, but we also work with some of the quite a number of junior resource companies as well. I just moved to Vancouver a few years ago to help facilitate a new business. And as was alluded to in the intro, Vancouver, Perth, and London are three of the major cities where capital is deployed toward exploration and mining projects globally. So it's really one of the key places. And we have a number of partners that have raised money through the exchange here in Vancouver. But nonetheless, this is a partner list that's been growing. It includes some big companies, small companies, and also there's in recent years, we've been doing work with private equity as well, private groups that want to back and have exposure to the mineral resource sector. In terms of our recent highlights in the Nordic countries, and here we're over in Fennoscandia, probably the most significant thing I could say is that our partner companies in the Canadian exchange alone, so just those that are raising money on the Canadian exchange, the TSX, they raised over $20 million in the past year for deployment on our Nordic projects. That doesn't include private equity or money sourced from other exchanges. So we've been able to deploy quite a bit of capital toward our projects, and we expect that's going to continue. And I think that's an impressive accomplishment, especially considering the issues with the pandemic in 2020. That really didn't slow us down very much, which was very fortunate. And with that, we're seeing quite a bit of market support globally for exploration for multiple deposit types and metal types. I'll get into this a little bit later, but there's a broad level of support right now in the capital markets. We're looking at a variety of different types of metals, and a lot of this is being fueled not only by the recovery from the pandemic in places like China, for example, but also the conversion to a green economy. The green shift is really putting a lot of pressures on us to find and continue to explore for some key metals, which we'll talk more about later. Right now, as we speak, we have drills turning on 3 of our projects, and we have several more projects that are slated for drilling in the coming months. And so we're going to have a really active 2021 again. And there have been certainly additional challenges this year related to travel restrictions and the pandemic, but I think we've made some good progress, and we should have a good year of exploration at the drill bed as well. A key thing that we have been doing is with the market support and the partnership support that we've been able to establish globally, but especially in the Nordic countries, we have quite a number of new projects that we've acquired. This was especially true in 2019, 2020, and we've continued that process this year as well. So we've got quite a number of new exciting projects that we're really eager to work on and looking for additional partnerships. And one of the things that we are seeing is that there's a strong market support, and there's an interest that's shifting now to this battery metal group of elements: nickel, copper, cobalt, PGE. We're going to see a fairly robust demand curve for these in the coming years in light of the transition to electric vehicles, especially. So the construction of new battery factories, the interest or the motivation to convert to electrical vehicle fleets, this is going to put a lot of pressure on new discoveries for that particular element suite. That's being reflected in the market right now in terms of support and general interest. This is a graphical portrayal of what I just talked about, the types of elements and types of deposits that we focus on in Northern Europe. For years, we've been doing polymetallic exploration, VMS or SEDEX type deposits in the geological vernacular. Lead, zinc, silver deposits with accessory copper and gold. That's been a focus of ours. We really like that metal grouping. But we also are now doing a lot of work on this new suite in the upper right. That's the nickel copper sulfide type of system. And there's several prolific belts, both through Finland, northern Sweden, northern Norway, but also in southern Norway, where we think are very prospective for additional discoveries. There's been a good legacy of that in the Nordics, and we expect that's going to continue. And there's a lot more attention that's going to be focused on this particular metal grouping as a result of the green shift. For many years, however, EMX has been known as an ardent explorer for copper and gold. So that's always been a focus of our exploration program globally over the past 15 to 20 years, and we've continued that in the Nordics as well. So copper and gold are always of interest. And as we saw last year in the market, there was quite a bit of support for gold exploration with the high gold price that we're currently still seeing. And we saw that copper is now crested US $4 per pound, which is the level which we haven't seen in a while. So there's a lot of demand and interest in copper exploration at this point as well, being driven by the global markets. So I just want to give some quick highlights. So what I'll do is I'll break down our focus and some recent highlights from these 3 exploration focus groups, if we could call them that. I'll start with the polymetallics. And so these are, again, the lead, zinc, silver and deposits with accessory copper and gold. I'm pleased to say that we just completed a drill program at Nordic Crown's Gumsberg project in the southern Bergslagen. I'll follow this slide with a map showing these project locations that I'll refer to on this slide. This was an exciting project. We just, the Nordic Crown put out a press release about a month ago describing the visuals from one of the early drill holes and a new target that we tested at the Gumsberg project, and very, very exciting and interesting geological features were intersected in that hole. In that press release, we described that we believe we've drilled into what looks like a broken hill style deposit. So a very different style of mineralization that's been seen in the Bergslagen before. And there'll be interesting news to come from Nordic Crown in the coming weeks and months. So I urge you to keep an eye on their activities. They're going to have some interesting things to say shortly. We've also begun to prepare for drilling at District Metals Tom Thibault VMS project. This is the VMS project near Boliden's Garpenberg mine in the Bergslagen. We're getting ready to drill this. We've been running geophysics, and we've put together quite a bit of a nice compilation of the historic data from this historic producer. We believe there's a lot of potential at depth in the system, and we'll initiate our first drill test there in the coming weeks. So we're pretty excited about that. Capella Metals, this is a group that's working in Norway, in the VMS belt in central Norway, and they'll be advancing the Loken and the Skjoli project there. This is a company whose CEO I've worked with for years. His name is Eric Roth. I worked with him originally at Anglo Gold on some global exploration programs. Eric's teams had remarkable success in exploration discoveries with Anglo, and then he went on to play a key role in the discovery of the Hot Maden copper and gold system in Turkey in recent years. That's one of the world's very high grade and fascinating new discoveries that's taken place in the last 5 to 10 years. And we're hoping to emulate that success with Capella at Loken and Scholi and some other initiatives in the Nordics. So we're glad to be working with Eric again. Our partner Playfair, also in the Norwegian VMS belt, has been steadily advancing their RKV project. They have now identified quite a string of new and novel exploration drill targets along a trend of historic mining that look really compelling. And so we're getting set to hopefully to start the drill phase on those projects. They've been working on the permitting. They hope to have that in place by spring, summer 20 and 21. So we'll start to see drill testing on some exciting new targets that those guys have been developing. One of the approaches they've taken, which has been quite interesting to watch unfold, is the utilization of artificial intelligence to guide their activities. Nora Metals has been advancing the Blake Velocity project. They're raising funds right now to continue advancing that project, and they expect to start drill permitting in Q2, and hopefully we'll see drill testing this summer or in the fall months in the Blake Velocity deposit. This is, for those of you who are not familiar with this is one of the last lead zinc stover base metal producers that was in production in Norway. That was up into the late 1990s, but we believe there's a lot of potential at depth and along strike and along the extensions of those known zones that were historically mined at Blake Velocity. So we're hoping that to see quite a bit of work by Nora Metals here in the coming years in those projects. This is a map showing the project locations, Blake Velocity being in west central Norway, RKV down to the south where we expect to see drilling this summer, and then the current drilling at Gumsberg and Tomtebo in the Bergslagen district of southern Sweden. We also have added some new projects. I want to point out that we were able to acquire the Mo i Rana VMS belt in Norway recently. That's including the Mjølfield deposit and associated bodies of mineralization. Very excited about that trend. We believe that's going to be a very good project long-term for the company. In terms of copper and gold, we've been very active. A lot of our activity has been focused up on what's called the gold line in north central Sweden near Skellefteå. And we have three or four base of till rigs that are drilling up there right now. So quite an active program. We've been working through the winter months up there. We're getting ready to getting prepped for our coming spring and summer field programs, but quite a bit of work's been taking place up there. And Goldline Resources should have some good news flow in the coming weeks and months from the programs and some initiatives that they're involved in. So I urge you to keep an eye on that company. And we just commenced drilling up at Bjørfjord. This is the copper and gold project we have up in the far north of Norway near Alta. That is a cooperation, a JV between Nordic and Crown, the company that's also working with us at Gumsberg in Sweden. Nordic and Crown has a JV with Boliden, and we just kicked off a drill program on that project as well. Sienna Resources, another long-standing partner with EMX, it was recently acquired our Blake gold project in Norway. This is a really interesting system. I really like this one. This is a swarm of gold-bearing quartz veins that's seen very limited historic exploration, even though it had historic production. So there was one of Norway's few historic producing gold mines, and we're set to drill test that target for the drill testing this spring and summer with Sienna. And as I mentioned, Capella, the company we're working with over in the VMS belt at Loken and over in Scholi in Norway, we're also preparing for summer work programs on their southern gold mine properties. And so we're working with Capella to explore the southern extensions of the gold line in Sweden. So this is a map showing where those projects are located. The Bjørfjord JV with Northern Crown and Boliden in the far north of Norway. We do a lot of work in central Sweden along what's called the gold line. We're currently drilling there right now. We expect to have robust programs throughout the year there. And then the new initiative with Capella along the southern extensions of those trends. And of course, the Blake gold deposit down in southern Norway, which we expect to drill test this summer, along with some new acquisitions. We have some new products in southern Finland and also up through Norway as well. But a real key focus of ours has been shifting toward the battery metal projects over the past 4 years. We began to explore in earnest for these deposits back in 2016, 2017, at a time when the market really didn't care about nickel projects, but our company saw this, that we envisioned that our society in general was going to undertake this transition, and we'd see an increasing demand and interest in this particular metal grouping. So even at a time when those metals were not very favorable, we began exploring. And over the past few years, we've been put together a substantial portfolio of these types of assets as a result of those assets, mainly focused in Northern Europe. And so we have current exploration programs with our partner Sienna, who's going to be also working with us at Blake in Norway. Sienna is going to be co-exploring the Kuusamo project in northern Finland. We're getting ready for some geophysical programs there at Kuusamo, and that's very close to Palladium 1's Kakua ongoing palladium project and discoveries at the Kukua area in northern Finland. We've also been attracting interest from groups that are backed by private equity and private investors. That's Martin Laboratories and a group called BMR Group out of London, which will be should have a significant market support for these initiatives. And these will focus on portfolios of nickel assets, primarily looking at the old Falconbridge properties. So Falconbridge, one of the big historic nickel producers globally before they were merged into Xstrata back in 2006. Falconbridge did a lot of work on these southern nickel belts in the Nordic countries, and we've taken up a number of their old projects to revive some of the initiatives they had years ago. So that we're excited about some of these old Falconbridge projects, which we hope to revive and advance with these various partnerships. And of course, we've been looking for new products to add to this portfolio. We've been fairly aggressive over the past 2 years. The result of this has been a pretty expansive portfolio of these battery metal projects now throughout the Nordics and all 3 countries. About half of these projects have been partnered, and we're in current discussion with several other potential partners to put these into new partnerships so that we can advance these various projects in the Nordic countries. So pretty excited about this growing portfolio. The takeaways from today's talk is that we're seeing strong support from the capital markets for exploration. And a lot of this, again, is being fueled by the green shift and the recognition that we haven't done enough exploration for key metals, such as nickel, such as the PGE groups, such as copper over the past 5 to 10 years. And that's going to need to change in order to keep up with global demand. And especially we start to see the construction of these battery metal factories in Northern Europe. These are going to need the components and materials to produce to create these products that they envision. And I'm pleased to say that multiple projects right now are being drilled and are slated for drilling in 2021 in our portfolio and amongst our partner portfolio. And the main limitation we're going to see is not capital, it's availability of equipment right now. So we have plenty to do. We're just keeping an eye on the availability of drill rigs. With some of the travel restrictions now with the pandemic, this has become increasingly challenging for us. But I will say that the EMX partners have been very successful in raising capital especially this past year. They performed very well in the markets, and we've helped create a lot of value for our partner companies, their stakeholders and shareholders, and our own shareholders as well. But fundamentally, this is all underpinned by a bullish outlook for metals and exploration. We've delivered quite a bit of value to our shareholders over the past 5 years. We're a publicly traded company, and this is our performance since 2016. So we've seen nice returns for our shareholders, and we're confident we're going to be able to continue this trend with the buoyancy we're currently seeing in these capital markets and the general overall interest in exploration and partnerships. And that's evident in our efforts in the Nordics as well as elsewhere in the world. And so, I invite you to learn more about our company. We'd love to talk about what we do. We're very open. We'd love to collaborate. So reach out to us. Here's our website. A lot more information. Some of the things I just showed you will be captured there as well. And we're traded on the New York Stock Exchange and the Toronto Exchange under the symbol EMX. And here's some other contact information for the group. So thank you for the invitation to speak today. And I'd be happy to take any questions via email or contact us in other ways.
Thank you, Eric. That was excellent. And we heard just it was yesterday, the Chief Mining Inspector of Sweden saying that we have an all-time low in terms of exploration in Sweden. But that's not due to you, definitely not. You're exceptionally active. And I was thinking all your partners that you have to manage or cooperate with, you must be pros at agreeing things with other entities. That's quite impressive, the model that you work with partners like that and keep things going. Yeah, very impressive.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Let's see, where were we on time? We're doing fairly well.
Yeah.
There should have been one more presentation we have to add, and that would have been Botnia Exploration, which is a small Swedish company that's done the a rather unique thing. They've managed to get both a mining concession and an environmental permit for was it 2 mines? I can't remember now, but they're small. Nevertheless, small is beautiful. And they would have come here and presented. Thomas Jung would have done it, the managing director. But sadly, Bengt Jung, who founded the company, Bengt Jung is, for all of us in the sort of been following the mineral sector in Sweden is someone we all know and miss, but he passed away recently, so Thomas couldn't make it. So we feel for you, Thomas, and we miss Bengt deeply, but that's the way life is, and we have to go on. But good luck, Botnia, on the new mining concessions and the environmental permits. We look forward to following those projects.
Let's see, in 2 years, maybe they can be here and tell us much, much more.
That should be the case, yes.
True. So a very final thing on our agenda. We have 3 future mine and mineral veterans, so to say, that will share their thoughts on 10 years of future mine and mineral conferences. So conclusions for the future of Nordic mining. We have Erika Ingvald, Head of Division Mineral Information and Mining Industry, Geological Survey of Sweden. Hi, Erika. Do you want to unmute yourself? Now.
Yes, now I'm here.
Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
And then we have Lennart Gustafsson, who's been joining us a little bit earlier on today. You are the mayor of Malå. Hi, Lennart.
Hi.
Good to see you too. And then we have my fellow host, Håkan. You are also a conference veteran in this case.
Indeed.
So I will leave it all up to the 3 of you to really have a discussion on 10 years. What has happened? Where are we going in the future? So that would be interesting to hear.
Thank you, Lisa. Soon you will become a veteran. You will see. Time will catch up with you. Anyway, I'm going to be predictable and let ladies start. Erika, in terms of these 10 years that we've been doing this, what do you see in terms of developments and observations? And so on?
I see a few things. One thing is that I think the mining industry has developed tremendously well when it comes to production and productivity, when it comes to innovations and technology, and also when it comes to the social part of sustainability. And I also see that the global goals and the Paris Agreement has made it much more possible to have a balanced discussion, public discussion on mining and metals and mineral suppliers and supply. I also see that policy development is going in all kinds of direction. A lot of things are happening within the EU context. Other things are happening on the member state level. And I think we're in a period now where we're not really aligned when it comes to policy work. And a lot is going on in that context, but it's we're not there yet. There is a lot of work to be done to improve for all parts of sustainability, social, environmental, and economic sustainability. We don't have sustainability without all the 3 pillars. So we need to work harder and more and better.
Erika, Lennart, do you have any things to start off? I was going to say earlier on today that you were my predecessor as a chairman of GeoRange, but you've done a lot more impressive things in life, I must say, being part of parliament and so on. But you added that, so I think everyone understands where you come from.
Okay, I'll start, but I won't go 10 years back. I will go 25 years back.
Exactly, yeah.
25 years ago, in the middle of 1990s, we were some people who started up what would become GeoRange, situated in Malå at that time. And I became the first chairman, actually. And we were actually focused on project, but 10 years after we started up, we find out that bringing people together would be one one case that we should deal with. And a long history short, in 2007, we started up we started up an expo up in Malå. I don't know if Magnus Eriksson is still with us, but he was one of the man who works. A very small expo, but we followed up and we took the chance, and we started up in 2008 Euromine Expo in Skellefteå, and it fell well out. So every second year we had Euromine Expo, and the trademark, which was owned by Georange, was sold to Nulia AB. But we have cooperation with them, and every second year we have a meeting point that has grown more and more every year. But nowadays, through the pandemic, through the virus, we can't do it. But during the work with the Euromine Expo, we also started up some meeting points in Stockholm. Every year, the county of Västerbotten have had their Days of Västerbotten, about 3 weeks at the Grand Hotel in Stockholm. And there we Georange started up some very small seminars. We actually, what we said, we need to spread knowledge about industry in the 08 area, in the Stockholm area, and we tried to meet the parliamentarians and so on. And then a man contacted me, Mr. Jan Otz from Nordic Publishing, and he had some crazy ideas about how to build this meeting point much more wider. And I'm a little bit crazy too, so I agreed, and we started to cooperate, and that was the beginning of the story of Future Mine and Minerals. I can stop there. I can tell you more stories about that, but I stopped there. So was the beginning of the Future Mine and Minerals.
The beginning, yes. I thank you, Lennart. That's excellent. I was thinking of Erika. 10 years ago, when we did the first Future Mine and Minerals, the Swedish mineral strategy was rather fresh, as I remembered it, and the feeling in that strategy was that the mining sector is sort of booming. There will be quite a few more mines coming up quite soon. Now we see that did not happen. We've got about the same number, and when we had this poll, as I talked about just now, asked the people who are at this conference, how many mines do you think there will be in 10 years' time? Most think there'll be the same number or slightly fewer. So the sentiment now is rather different. That's quite a change. What's your reaction to those actual facts and those sentiments?
It's always a speculation, of course, but I think it depends on the conclusions that the industry makes, that it's actually become more difficult to get the permits needed to open a mine. And that in turn depends on the development of legislation in Europe and in member states as Sweden, where also authorities that are going to look at those applications are a little bit lost, because we don't have so many, there aren't so many cases. I mean, we have 12 mines now. We had 16 a few years back, and we haven't opened new ones for some time. There have been new permissions granted, but sometimes it doesn't fit with where we are in the economic cycle and so on. So it's not, I mean, maybe it shows how difficult it is to actually open a mine, and it's really difficult to find a target that is economically viable. But it's also, someone said earlier today, I think, or maybe yesterday, that it's not really as transparent as it was. It's more subpoenas and so on. So I think we need to improve. And I think we heard yesterday that Minister Baylan said that we can expect an announcement from the government that a revision of the Mining Act is coming. We don't know what that would include, but maybe that can help. And it's an ongoing work to look into the permitting processes when it comes to environmental permits. And there is also work going on when it comes to align laws with the climate law in Sweden. So all in all, I think it's a good sign that work is ongoing to improve the situation. But time is also of the essence, because one important part of this is the industry's money and the government's money. It's really expensive for both sides with those long processes. But it's also very critical because one very important part here is the climate, and the climate mitigation will need those minerals and metals, and that can't wait. So I don't know if I answered your question, but that's one take on it.
Yes, thank you. To answer that question is difficult, but to elaborate on it is what you did, and that's perfect. I think you mentioned earlier that although we don't have more mines, we do have more productive mines, and they actually produce more minerals. I think one issue in the public perception of mines is that they see every mine as the same. I mean, whereas they are very different. Some of them are tiny, some of them are huge, and what they imply for society are very different things. And so we need to, I feel, educate is a very sort of bossy word to use, but we need to explain this, that there are mines and there are mines, right? Some mines are less serious than a quarry. Quarries don't usually get much attention, but some of them are much bigger than
and one
the
important
mines.
point, I think, is that all mines in Sweden are operating under environmental permissions. So there is no mine that is sort of, we don't have the Wild West or Klondike here, not at all. So if you're small or big, it doesn't matter. You have your environmental permits with limits on what you can and can't do. And those laws are actually really good. And if you put it all into context, Statistics Sweden says that I think 1,600 hectares is used in Sweden for mining operations, and that's out of 45 million hectares in total. So it's a very tiny portion of the land in Sweden that we actually use for mining. And I saw a number the other day that mines produce 104 million tons of waste, and that's 75% of all the waste produced in Sweden. Of that, 6,500 tons are classified as hazardous waste that need special consideration. And if you think about that, now there is a lot of discussion about waste as a resource. Maybe we can turn the tide and look at both the hazardous waste and the other waste as resources instead. Then we have a completely new situation.
Indeed. Thank you. I was going to turn to Lennart. You have this thing that you say in Swedish, which sounds so good in Swedish, but difficult to translate into English, is that we in GeoRange always try to make sure that people talk to each other or with each other rather than about each other. And we're trying to carry that on, your legacy. We had this one session today where we looked at indigenous rights and mining. And there, in that field, there's been a tendency of the people on the one side sort of talking amongst themselves, coming up with their thinking and their theories, and the other side doing the same. And of course, that's not necessarily a good thing. There needs to be more communication, cross-pollination, I call it, but between the two or the camps or whatever. So we were trying to do that today, and I think we achieved a little bit, but it's clear that there's a lot of sensitivities there. So, yeah, Lennart, that's one of your favorite themes.
Yeah, and I think there is no good answer to that, but you're quite right. You should talk with people, not about people. But when I heard, I think that we also need to speak with each other, those who disagree, before you need to do it. You have to have a communication, ongoing communication. You haven't to agree, but it's important that you have information, communication on speaking terms and so on, not just when you need it. I think that is very important. But personally, it's two things I've noted here. One thing is the image of this field. Still, there is an image of what is mining and what is exploration, and I think that's a never-ending story that it has to be worked on. In Swedish I could tell it, but I can try also in English, because I used to say when you go around on the streets in Stockholm and talk about mining, what is the objective that shows in their eyes? I think it's a dirty male person speaking Finnish up in the high north near Kiruna. They don't see the modern industry. They don't see the industry who produces what we need for working with the climate in a positive way. But I think today, at least in Västerbotten, due maybe to Northvolt and so on, there is much easier to talk about the need of metals if we could take a good work with the climate. I think as the last 3 or 4 years, it has become much more easy to talk about the need of metals. I don't know if someone agree on that.
I think Erika is agreeing. Yes,
nodding. I'm nodding.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's we are so dependent on metals, and the mining industry and the recycling industry are metal suppliers, and we really need to have them for our society. And it's not only Sweden. We have a growing world when it comes to the number of people who we also want to raise above poverty. And to make that possible, we need to also take our responsibility here, because we're not producing much in Europe, to carry our share of production, because other people around the world also need part of what they are producing there. So I think that's really important.
Yes, I was reading a academic paper written by someone who's rather well aware of things, and GeoRange was mentioned. GeoRange, the organization that I chair, and it was described as a pro-mining business NGO. And that not in a good sense, then in a negative sense. So then I was thinking, it's rather difficult in this society we live in to not be in somehow pro-mining, because that mining needs to occur somewhere. Those products that we use need to be made somewhere, and of course recycling can help, but it cannot supply all that we currently need. And now with the climate change and the shift away from fossil fuels, it becomes even more clear to more people. So maybe, as you both are alluding to, this conversation is going to be a little bit easier in the coming years, even though it's not going to be easy, that's for sure. Because mining, sorry, Lennart.
But we used to describe GeoRange, I read that you mentioned also, as a pro-mine, critical but constructive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not. How can you be? You can be specific. If this project I don't like, I'm anti this project. I think that's logical. But you can't be anti-mining, because what kind of society would you live in? That makes.
And you wouldn't be pro any mine either.
Exactly.
You want the mines that we have to be operated in a responsible way.
Exactly. So what we usually say, there are good projects and there are bad projects. We try to promote the good ones and avoid the bad ones. Yes, we're running short on time now. It's been a pleasure talking to you two. And Lennart, the last question, your objective, you and your Jan Otts, when you started this, to reach the policymakers in Stockholm, are we reaching them? When you talk to your old politician friends, do they understand this better now?
Some of them, but yeah, I think it would be more effort to get those who don't agree. I think it's when we started this meeting place, we aimed to get there people who actually don't like mining and so on, because there a discussion, because if you come to a place where everybody thinks the same thought, have the same thoughts, there wouldn't happen anything. I wrote up something that Jan maybe remember as one to bring to the history. Some of the years we have Mr. Stefan Löfven, when he was the chairman of the trade union, he came and spoke on this. Next time we had invited him, and he had agreed to come to speak to 2 or 4 years later on. And on Saturday, we had this start up in Monday in Stockholm. Saturday, he was elected to the chairman of the Social Democrat Party. And I actually, we know he won't come, but we haven't got any official. So a lot of journalists notice in his agenda that he should be at GeoRange and Future Mine and Minerals. They have never been so interested in me because they rang and I said, I haven't get it. No, he hasn't said that he shouldn't come. We know that. There were a lot disappointed journalists outside RAND that morning. But it was a rather nice memory.
It is. Right. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn over the screen or the floor to Lisa.
To you and me both, perhaps.
All right, we'll stay along.
Yeah.
I'll stay.
So thank you, Erika. Thank you, Lennart. That was some lovely memories and some good thoughts on where we're going ahead in the future as well. But I mean, Håkan, we're approaching the end. We just have a few minutes left. So it's been a great couple of days. What have we had? 45 speakers or something like that. 7-8 panels. Yeah, it's been a packed agenda. Many people. And it's been a pleasure.
It's been fun, thank you.
Yeah,
it's been rather different as well. I think we're all hoping that next time we do something like this, we will do it for real, not virtually. But maybe we can do a mix. It's a good thing to be able to invite someone from Australia to talk. Yeah. Doesn't need to fly here. That's clever in many ways.
Yeah, and brilliant that you can actually listen even though you are in other parts of the world as well.
Exactly.
So not only speaking, but also listen and take part of all the good
So maybe next time we do a hybrid. We can be in many places.
Yeah, I think that sounds perfect. So it's been good doing this with you. And for all of you who are watching, have a continued good day, and hopefully we'll see you all in 2 years.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone. And thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.